Our tale begins at a large gaming tournament. Outside the hall, a giant poster of our protagonist Leo shows him striking a pose while advertising a snack. Fans crowd around it, taking selfies and cheering. Inside, the match is about to begin. Two teams stand ready as the announcer introduces the star of the show, the MVP of the 6th World Championship and the 7th World Championship, Tae Ho. The crowd roars as he walks onto the stage. In the next moment, Tae Ho finds himself in Valhalla, standing before massive warriors built like they train with mountains. One of them calls out his name. Tae Ho, nervous, confirms it's him. The warriors look him over, commenting on his name, his outfit, and his size. They exchange glances, then one suddenly points at another, accusing him of killing him. The other responds the same way. They square up briefly before breaking into laughter and greeting each other like old comrades. One mentions that Tae Ho is there because of him. They talk about their fight and what happened afterward, including a son who avenged his father. They laugh again, clearly proud. Tae Ho stands there trying to understand what is happening. Memories of the championship return to him. He remembers dominating the match before everything suddenly went dark. He recalls holding his head and wondering if he died or if this is just a dream. A girl steps forward and announces that he is a champion who has won many duels. The warriors react with excitement, calling him a champion and a king of duels. They assume he must have exceptional techniques and begin volunteering to fight him. Tae Ho, overwhelmed, looks at the girl and realizes this situation began with her. He remembers the exact moment of his death. During the tournament, the cheers faded and his vision darkened. His soul drifted above the stage, looking down at his own body. Before he could process it, a bright light appeared. The same girl stood before him and explained that those who lose their lives at the peak of a glorious battle carry the soul of a warrior. When he asked if that meant he was dead, she held out her hand and told him to come with her. Worried, he asked where they were going. She did not answer directly. Instead, she took his hand and they were surrounded by rainbow light, transported through the Bifrost. She then told him they were in Valhalla. Hearing that, Tae Ho reacted in shock. The memory fades, and he returns to the present, standing among the warriors. He pieces it together. Valhalla is the afterlife from Norse mythology, reserved for warriors who die in battle. He realizes she must have mistaken him for one. Trying to correct the misunderstanding, he explains that he is not a warrior, but a professional gamer who plays games for a living. The girl seems confused by the distinction. He asks to be sent back. Before they can continue, a horn sounds loudly. The girl turns toward it, her expression becoming serious. She announces that the enemy has arrived and orders everyone to prepare for battle. The warriors respond with excitement. Tae Ho remains frozen, struggling to accept that he is about to witness a battle in a place he still barely understands. Moments later, chaos erupted. Valhalla's warriors charged into a horde of beast-like monsters. Claws, swords, and roars filled the air. Tae Ho stood frozen in the middle of it, gripping a sword he did not know how to use. He wondered what he was expected to do when he had never even held one before. As he scanned the battlefield, another thought struck him. He had already died once to get here. What would happen if he died again? A massive beast suddenly loomed over him, weapon raised. Tae Ho froze, bracing for impact. Before the blow could land, a warrior dashed in behind him and told him to duck. Tae Ho dropped to the ground as the warrior unleashed a powerful strike that sent the beast flying. The warrior grinned and asked if he knew about a saga. Tae Ho, still confused, repeated the word quietly. Noticing his expression, the warrior explained that reaching Valhalla meant his accomplishments in life were widely recognized. Those achievements determined his strength there. The greater his feats, the stronger he would become. Sweat formed on Tae Ho's forehead as he tried to recall what qualified as an achievement. All he could think of were long hours spent eating snacks and playing games. Then he remembered his in-game character, the Immortal Warrior Kalsted. Focusing on that image, he felt something respond. A blue light emerged from his body as glowing runes appeared before his eyes. The warrior nodded, saying that meant he had a saga too, and asking if he could see the letters. Tae Ho admitted he could not recognize the symbols, yet somehow understood them, as if they were being translated automatically. The runes displayed a message. Saga the Immortal Warrior, synchronizing 1% complete. Tae Ho adjusted his stance, gripping the sword with trembling hands and imitating the pose of a fantasy hero. The warrior observed him with mild amusement. Tae Ho reminded himself that the title belonged to Kalsted. If he could access that power, he believed he would become the strongest here. Before he could dwell on that thought, the warrior warned him to look ahead. A massive beast wielding a hammer appeared and slammed it into the ground. The force knocked Tae Ho down, leaving him gasping. He had expected Karlstad's power to handle it easily. Glancing at the runes again, he saw the synchronization was still at 1%. Frustrated, he questioned the message. The warrior laughed, impressed by his spirit, but made it clear his help ended there. He introduced himself as Jorn and told Tae Ho to stay alive so they could meet again. Left alone, Tae Ho muttered that 1% of Karlstad's power would have to be enough. Spotting his sword nearby, he ran toward it, narrowly avoiding the beast's attack, and grabbed it tightly. His mind replayed scenes from the game, Karlstad standing tall and cutting through enemies effortlessly. Holding the sword, Tae Ho moved forward, thinking this was the beginning of his own legend with that power. As the beast lunged, he dodged and attempted to mirror the precision he remembered. He imagined the announcer's voice from his matches and the cheers of a virtual audience. Drawing on that focus, he activated his saga. With one clean swing, his blade cut through the beast's neck. The monster's head rolled across the ground. For a moment, he compared the charge of the warriors to a storm. Then the strain caught up to him. The movement had pushed his body beyond its limits. He stumbled and rolled across the ground awkwardly. Sitting there, slightly dazed, he wondered if that had been some kind of speed enhancement from the saga. Steadying himself, he stood again and faced the remaining monster with renewed determination, convinced that with this ability, he would find a way to survive. After the battle ended, the warriors gathered together, drinking and laughing. One boasted to another that surviving had been nothing more than a warm-up. The protagonist sat among the warriors, eating meat and staring at the spread in front of him. To him it felt less like a feast and more like an endless supply of meat and drinks, and he was still hungry. Jorn approached with a light laugh and told him that if he wanted better food, he needed to raise his rank. Surprised, the protagonist asked if Jorn was a low-ranking warrior too. Jorn denied it, saying he was only checking on the newcomers. The protagonist paused mid-bite and thanked him for the earlier advice about the saga, admitting he would not have survived without it. Then he asked what would happen if he died there. Jorn answered with a grin that he would become an iron warrior, free from pain and hunger, destined only for endless fighting. The protagonist froze at that explanation. To him, that sounded less like an iron warrior and more like an iron coffin. The thought unsettled him, and he firmly resolved not to die again. Jorn then pointed out that Legion assignments were about to begin. A girl in golden armor stepped onto the stage, her presence commanding attention. Jorn identified her as Regin Leaf, daughter of Odin. She addressed the warriors, saying she had observed their performance and would now announce the legions they would join. She instructed them to look into their cups to see the name of the god they would pledge loyalty to. Jorn explained that each warrior would be assigned to one of the Asgardian god legions and would gain additional power from that god. The protagonist glanced nervously into his cup. The only Norse gods he knew were Odin and Thor, and he silently hoped it would be one of them. Later, he found himself on a boat traveling down a river beside a red-haired girl. Confusion set in. He had expected a powerful god's legion, yet here he was with only one other person. Holding his head in disbelief, he tried to process it. The girl noticed his unease and asked why he had been acting strangely. He hesitated, thinking about being alone in this legion. She reassured him that their legion had strengths capable of standing against anyone. When he asked what she meant, she explained that they had no higher authority above them and no subordinates below them to create trouble, describing it as a kind of paradise. He adjusted his glasses nervously, realizing he might be the only other member of the Legion of Iden. He remembered the moment of assignment and how he had simply stared at the water afterward. Around them, other warriors gathered proudly under the banners of Odin, Thor, Freyja, and many others, celebrating their placements. Hearing those names, he felt a quiet disappointment at being assigned to Iden, a name unfamiliar to him. One warrior gave him a sympathetic look and told him to stay strong, which only deepened his uncertainty. Earlier, during the lineup, a white-haired girl had called out for Odin's team. Warriors formed separate lines for Odin, Thor, Freyja, and others. He had searched for Iden's name without success until the red-haired girl, sitting nearby, casually spoke it. Their eyes met, and he awkwardly addressed her. She reacted with visible excitement, surprised that they had a new member after so many years. She introduced herself as Heda. Now, back on the boat, he asked Heda what they were actually fighting against. She raised her hand and summoned a glowing magical tree. She explained that it represented their world, with Asgard at the top. Beyond it lay Muspelheim, the land of giants, hostile gods, and demons seeking to invade. He pointed at a red glowing section of the tree and asked about it. Haida told him it was an area that had already been destroyed and that they were now positioned on the front lines, fighting to protect what remained of their world. The protagonist's expression dropped as he quietly mentioned Ragnarok. Haida confirmed it. She explained that they were carrying out Ragnarok and, in grand terms, fighting to protect the world. Then she added more honestly that they were simply fighting to survive. His thoughts began racing. If this was Ragnarok, did that mean travel between worlds was possible? Before he could explore the idea further, they reached a temple. Haida stepped off the boat and told him they had arrived. As they approached the entrance, she explained that it was the temple of the goddess and that, as a goddess warrior, he should pay his respects. Confused, he asked if he would meet the goddess there. Haida stood before a statue and clarified that it would not be in person, but remotely, as the goddess resided above. She handed him a golden apple and instructed him to stand on the avatar platform and drop it. He looked at the apple in surprise, then stepped forward and released it. The ground beneath him shone with a brilliant golden light. A voice called out to him, addressing him as its warrior and asking him to come closer. When he looked up, he saw Idun, the goddess of life and youth, standing before a radiant tree. Without thinking, he knelt. The gesture felt instinctive. Idun gently placed her hand on his head and said she would grant him blessings to protect his body from the threat of death. Golden runes appeared before him, displaying Protector's mantra of vitality. Before he could fully process it, his body glowed with golden light and strength surged through him. He flexed his hand in disbelief. The chronic pains he had developed during his life as a professional gamer, back pain, wrist strain, stiffness, indigestion were gone. Idun watched calmly and said she looked forward to his future accomplishments. Later, he awoke from where he had dropped the apple. Haida stood nearby, looking down at him and confirming he had received the blessing. Still stunned, he listened as she explained that Idun was the goddess of immortality and youth. With her blessing, he could endure pain on the battlefield to the brink of death. She added that with this protection, the chance of truly dying was now very small, and that as he grew stronger, the blessing would also grow stronger. She jokingly wondered how it would look if their legion earned a nickname like the Zombie Legion. After a moment, he asked if defeating all their enemies would allow him to return to the world he once lived in. She told him that if the war ended as he described, and only if they won, then he could choose to return. Encouraged by that possibility, he reached out his hand. As their hands touched, he noticed how warm and soft hers felt. He told himself that perhaps this place was not entirely without its moments. That thought led him into a brief daydream. In his imagination, Haida was his wife, wearing a simple apron in a quiet home kitchen. She welcomed him back from work and gestured toward a prepared dinner. In the dream, he entered the house, removed his shoes, and sat at the table. She leaned closer with a spoonful of meat, offering it playfully. Just as he opened his mouth to take the bite, the dream abruptly ended. Back in reality, he had bitten into a tough piece of meat from his bowl. The texture snapped him out of his thoughts. Adjusting himself awkwardly, he looked down at the chewy food and realized it had brought him back to the present. Haida noticed him struggling with the tough meat and handed him a cup, asking if he was all right. She laughed awkwardly and suggested that if they worked hard and raised their rank, they would gain better perks, better food, and a nicer place to stay. She encouraged him to hang in there. Her enthusiasm sent Tae Ho's imagination drifting again. He pictured the two of them walking through a peaceful park, holding their child. In his mind, he lifted the baby into the air as sunlight reflected over a river that reminded him of the Han River. The image felt calm and distant. In reality, he was standing on the training grounds with Haida nearby. She called his name and brought his attention back to the present. She explained that every time he defeated an enemy, he earned something called a rune. Hearing that, Tae Ho remembered the red energy he had felt being absorbed into his body during his earlier fight. Haida confirmed that was likely the runes and told him he could invest them into his abilities to grow stronger. Tae Ho summoned a glowing magical circle in his hand while listening carefully. Haida explained that runes could be assigned to strength, agility, magic, or willpower. Strength and agility enhanced physical abilities. Magic increased magical attack and defense, while willpower improved focus and mental resistance. After thinking it over, Tae Ho asked whether sagas could also be strengthened with magic. Haida explained that sagas were different. Their power depended on how well-known and widely believed their stories were. The more famous and impactful the legend, the stronger the saga became. Sometimes a simple story could evolve into something far greater over time. Lower-ranking warriors often had simpler sagas that boosted basic attributes, but true sagas embodied legends with diverse effects. She demonstrated by summoning a brilliant flame sword in her hand, its heat visible in the air. She reminded him that drawing out and developing the power of his saga depended entirely on him. Tae Ho listened with growing focus, already imagining the potential of his own legend. Before he could dwell on it, a warning bell rang sharply. Both of them turned toward the sound. Haida informed him that deployment orders had arrived. Moments later, a portal formed nearby, swirling with purple and blue light. She told him to go through it to reach the staging area, where they would gather before heading to the battlefield. Soon, Tae Ho stood prepared with his sword secured on his back. Haida adjusted his armor carefully and stepped back, satisfied, commenting that he looked good in it. Slightly embarrassed, he nodded and turned toward the portal. As he was about to step through, she called his name. He paused and looked back. She told him not to die. For a brief moment, his expression grew firm. He reassured her that with Aiden's blessing, he would be difficult to kill. Haida smiled softly as he stepped into the swirling portal. On the other side, Tae Ho stepped into a bustling staging area. His eyes widened at the sheer number of warriors gathered there. Armor clinked, voices overlapped, and tension filled the air. He quietly wondered if a major battle was about to begin. Before he could think further, a heavy hand struck his back. Startled, he turned and saw Jorn. The burly warrior greeted him enthusiastically and commented that he looked better, teasing him about being assigned to a Valkyrie. Tae Ho's face warmed slightly at the remark. Jorn laughed and told him to find his legion, explaining that this battle would be different because they would have a commander leading them. Soon after, Tae Ho stood before a tall man with a thick beard and glowing eyes. The man looked him over with little interest and remarked that he must be from Aiden's legion. Noting how out of place he looked standing alone, the commander told him to move to the back of the line. Tae Ho complied without argument. Once everyone had assembled, the commander stepped forward and introduced himself as Ragnar of the Hodor Legion. He announced that he would lead them in reclaiming territory taken by Null. Raising his sword, he declared they would be dropped into the center of the battlefield where the fighting was most intense. The warriors responded loudly, their morale rising as they prepared to enter the portal behind him. Standing at the rear, Tae Ho tried to see ahead but could not look past the rows of armored backs and weapons. Moments later, they emerged into a snow-covered battlefield. The cold air cut sharply against their skin. Chaos surrounded them, clashing steel, stained snow, and desperate shouts. Allied warriors, noticing reinforcements, called out with renewed determination. Their momentum faltered when a massive beastman appeared on a distant cliff, wielding a hammer. His presence dominated the field. Without hesitation, he leapt down. The ground shook violently when he landed, ice cracking beneath the force. Snow and debris scattered in all directions, and nearby warriors were thrown aside. Some stared in disbelief at his size and strength. Others urged their comrades not to freeze. As the beastman roared, another portal opened behind him, and additional enemy forces began advancing. Despite the fear spreading through the ranks, Ragnar continued leading from the front, shouting commands to keep the formation steady. Even seasoned warriors hesitated when they saw the beastman's raw power. With a single swing of his hammer, dozens were sent airborne. The impact left a deep scar across the frozen ground. At that moment, Tae Ho stepped fully onto the battlefield. From a distance, his posture appeared steady as he focused on the towering enemy. Inwardly, however, his heart pounded and his legs felt heavy. He questioned the decision that had brought him through the portal as the enormous beastman lifted its hammer once more, preparing to strike. For a brief moment, Tae Ho froze. Then he steadied himself, lifting his sword in front of him. He forced his thoughts to settle and told himself to treat the situation like facing a game boss. Focusing on the beastman's massive hammer, he quickly assessed the situation. The size and weight of the weapon made one thing clear. He tapped his small shield with his sword, imagining the impact. It would not withstand a direct hit. Deciding it was useless, he threw the shield aside and tightened his grip on his sword. As the beastman swung its hammer down, Tae Ho invested all the runes he had accumulated into agility. When the hammer crashed toward him, he moved at the last possible moment, slipping to the side with precise timing. The rush of heightened reflexes sharpened his perception. He could see the attack clearly now. Nearby warriors stared in disbelief at his movement. However, The hammer's impact still unleashed a violent shockwave, sending several warriors flying across the snow. Tae Ho glanced back at the monster, sweat running down his face. Evading alone would not be enough. He called out for the others to aim at the creature's legs. The warriors responded and rushed forward, striking low. The beastman reacted immediately, sweeping its hammer in a wide arc and scattering them again. Tae Ho clenched his jaw, reconsidering his approach. Before he could decide on another strategy, the monster closed the distance and appeared directly in front of him, raising its hammer once more. He focused his power into his legs. Blue light surrounded them as he concentrated everything he had into movement. When the hammer descended, he jumped, barely clearing the impact. The ground shattered beneath him as he soared upward. Midair, he steadied his thoughts. Until now, his saga had functioned like a movement boost. But perhaps it could be pushed further. Instead of simply falling back down, he shifted his body and attempted something new. He kicked against the air itself, forcing momentum downward. Propelled with sudden speed, he aimed straight for the beastman's head. His sword struck with full force. The collision produced a sharp crack, and he hit the ground hard, carving a crater beneath him. Blood streamed from the monster's head as it staggered and roared in pain. Tae Ho lay there briefly, breathing heavily, before forcing himself upright. Iden's blessing had kept him alive. Seeing the beastman reeling, he understood this was his chance. He activated the last of his runes. Without fully realizing how, a glowing sword formed in his grasp. Gripping it firmly, he charged forward again, closing the distance for a decisive strike. Far from the battlefield, in a grand castle illuminated by moonlight, a white-haired Valkyrie stood on a high balcony. Her calm gaze was fixed not on the stars, but on the conflict below, observing through her divine sight. A crow entered and landed gracefully inside the chamber. The Valkyrie moved to a large map and placed a chess piece upon it, quietly noting that they were winning. She then bowed respectfully to the crow and addressed it as Odin. The crow corrected her, identifying itself as Hugin. After a brief exchange, it asked whether anyone on the battlefield had stood out. She paused before answering. Although many were of low rank, there had been one individual who caught her attention. Her faint smile suggested she had witnessed something noteworthy. The victorious warriors erupt into cheers, their voices carrying across the snowy plains. Tae Ho stands atop the massive corpse of the fallen beastman, sword still in hand. His posture is steady, almost unreal against the white landscape, like a hero at the end of a long campaign. The crowd roars in unison, celebrating their victory and praising Odin. Tae Ho looks around as the sound washes over him. The cheering feels familiar. For a moment, he is reminded of standing beneath stadium lights, holding a championship trophy high while a crowd thundered in approval. He returns to the present and glances at the sword in his hand. Runefang, once one of the most powerful weapons on the server, now reduced to a common low-level blade. If the weapon has fallen this far, then so has he. His gaze moves across the battlefield, his expression settling into quiet determination. He wants to hear cheers like this again. He wants to grow stronger. A clear goal forms in his mind. Tae Ho will become the best in Valhalla. The thought fades when a hand lands on his shoulder. Jor stands beside him, smiling. He comments that Tae Ho has improved in handling his saga. Tae Ho acknowledges the help. Jor creates a sword from thin air, demonstrating the technique with ease. Tae Ho looks at his own hand and dismisses the summoned blade he had formed earlier. It still feels unfamiliar, but he is beginning to control its appearance and disappearance. Jor signals that it is time to move. When Tae Ho assumes they are heading back, Jor gestures toward a massive fortress in the distance. Their objective is to reclaim it. Until then, they will remain stationed here. Tae Ho stares at the fortress, then at the snow-covered ground around them. Staying here is not what he expected. That night, the camp remains active, torches lighting the frozen surroundings. Inside his tent, Tae Ho lies on his back, staring at the ceiling. It has only been a single day, yet feels much longer. He raises his hand and activates his runes. A glowing interface appears before him. Saga, Immortal Warrior synchronization rate. 5% slot 1 slot 2 lowest rank runes. 27 inferior rank runes. 2. He studies the display carefully. The synchronization rate has increased. An additional saga slot has unlocked. The possibility of using 2 sagas at once crosses his mind, though he is not yet certain how it would function. Before he can think further, the tent flap opens. A warrior stands outside with a faint grin, informing him that he has a visitor. Tae Ho steps out and immediately notices a group of warriors nearby, all wearing similar expressions. Their looks make him uneasy. Following their gaze, he sees who is waiting. Ha stands beneath the torchlight. Her smile is gentle, her presence calm against the cold night air. Tae Ho pauses, momentarily caught off guard. Sometime later, Ha kneels in front of him, head lowered, face flushed with embarrassment. Earlier, she had asked to see the achievements he had accomplished in his life. Unsure, but curious, Tae Ho activated his runes and revealed the list of accomplishments from his previous life as a professional gamer. When the glowing record appeared, her reaction changed immediately. She studied the display in silence, the weight of what she was reading evident in her expression. Now, back in the present, she apologizes for having misjudged him and for acting with misplaced confidence. Tae Ho attempts to calm her and explains that those achievements came from a game, from a virtual world rather than this one. Ha listens carefully, trying to understand. Even if she cannot fully grasp the nature of that world, she recognizes the effort behind what he accomplished. After a brief silence, she lifts her head. The apology fades, replaced by a sincere expression. Regardless of where those achievements were earned, she believes they still reflect his ability and dedication. Tae Ho scratches the back of his head. Being praised for gaming achievements in the afterlife feels surreal, even stranger than receiving a military exemption for esports in his previous world. Ha shifts to a more serious tone. There is no limit to how many sagas a person can possess, but at his current level, creating one more would likely prevent him from forming another for quite some time. He should think carefully and avoid wasting the opportunity. Tae Ho opens his runes and studies the glowing interface. Just one more for now. He reviews his current sagas. Immortal Warrior, synchronization with Khaled. Charge of a Warrior, enhances speed and movement like a storm. Sword of the Warrior, allows the creation of a summoned weapon. He considers his weaknesses. At this stage, he lacks a decisive offensive or utility ability. After a moment, a clear idea forms. The ability he needs most is perception, something that lets him analyze opponents the way he once read enemies in a game. He decides on a new saga, Eyes of the Dragon. Ha lets out a small laugh at his intensity, but Tae Ho removes his glasses without hesitation. His eyes glow faint blue as the saga activates. The world sharpens. Details become clearer. He explains that the ability allows him to see the true nature of things, to analyze others and understand their strengths and traits. When he focuses on Ha, however, unexpected information floods his vision. The sudden overload catches him off guard. His face flushes, and he stumbles back, overwhelmed by more detail than he intended to perceive. The strain forces him to cancel the ability abruptly. The next scene shifts to the snowy encampment. Tae Ho now sits wrapped in bandages, recovering from the backlash of pushing his new saga too far on its first use. Ha stands nearby, concerned. The activation had clearly taken a toll on him. He assures her that he is fine, though he admits it was closer than he expected. She regains her composure and tells him it is almost time for him to depart. Now that she understands his potential more clearly, she believes he will become exceptionally strong in the future. Without much warning, she steps forward and hugs him tightly. The sudden contact overwhelms him more than the saga did. His emotions spike, and the residual instability from earlier causes another brief surge of energy that forces him to disengage and regain control. Later, inside his tent, a green-haired warrior enters after lifting the curtain. He introduces himself as Ral from Air's Legion, assigned to the series unit. The outpost is gathering, and he has come to escort Tae Ho. Tae Ho sits upright on his bed, now wearing a helmet to conceal his expression. He activates Eyes of the Dragon again, more cautiously this time, and analyzes Ral. Name, Ral. Title, Wolf Hunter. Additional information begins to surface, but Tae Ho immediately limits the scope of the ability before it overwhelms him again. The adjustment works. As they walk toward the gathering point, Ral comments that receiving a visit from a Valkyrie is a rare honor. Tae Ho reflects on this, unsure whether to feel proud or uncomfortable. Curious, he asks what blessings Air's Legion grants. Ral explains that members initially choose between stealth and tracking, eventually gaining access to both. He demonstrates stealth briefly, fading from sight before reappearing. Tracking, he adds, allows one to locate targets using even the faintest trace, an invaluable skill on the battlefield. Tae Ho listens carefully, considering how these abilities compare to his own and how he might continue refining his sagas moving forward. At the gathering, Tae Ho and Ral arrive at the outpost where warriors stand clustered around a large fire. Rao steps forward and reports their arrival, informing the commander that he has brought warrior Tae Ho. Tae Ho's gaze shifts to the unit commander. Ciri stands at the front, her posture straight and composed. She is the first non-Valkyrie woman he has seen here, and her presence alone makes him tense. There is nothing exaggerated about her stance, yet it carries quiet authority. She steps forward and acknowledges him as the warrior who defeated the giant Null. Her tone is measured, neither overly warm nor cold. Tae Ho senses a heavy pressure in her presence, as if facing a seasoned commander who has endured countless battles. He responds stiffly, like a new recruit reporting for duty. Before the moment stretches further, the sky above them begins to glow with a deep blue light. The warriors lift their heads. A murmur spreads through the group as a figure descends from the distant castle. Emerging from the radiance is the white-haired Valkyrie, Raskrid. She moves with controlled grace, landing before the assembled warriors. Her composure is steady as she surveys them. Tae Ho instinctively activates Eyes of the Dragon. Information forms above her in his vision. Name, Raskrid. Title, Ice Princess. The title catches him off guard. He briefly wonders whether it is a formal designation or simply how his saga interprets her nature. Either way, the label contrasts with the authority she projects. Raskrid places a hand at her waist and addresses the unit. With the death of Commander Ragnar, the Ragnar unit has now been integrated into Ciri's command. Her tone remains firm and direct. She then turns to Ciri and formally entrusts her with responsibility over the battlefield. Ciri accepts without hesitation. A parchment materializes in Raskrid's hand. She announces that those who made significant contributions will receive rewards. When Tae Ho hears his name, his attention sharpens. For defeating the leader of the Null unit, he is granted a pouch of gold coins, runes, and 10 contribution points to his legion. He keeps his expression neutral, though satisfaction settles quietly in his chest. Around him, murmurs begin to spread. Some warriors whisper about his achievement. Others mention the earlier visit from a Valkyrie. The combination seems to elevate his reputation more than the battle itself. Tae Ho notes the reaction, but keeps his focus forward. Raskrid raises her hand, silencing the noise. The operation to reclaim the fortress will begin tomorrow afternoon. They will deploy the Steel Rain, and every warrior present will board it. At the mention of Steel Rain, the warriors respond with unified enthusiasm. Tae Ho, however, glances at Rao and quietly asks what it is. Rao admits he does not know either. The following day, Raskrid hovers above the battlefield, sword raised toward the fortress. At her command, the warriors charge. The clash begins immediately as they engage the beastmen guarding the stronghold. High above, a beastman watches the conflict unfold, observing the movement of troops and the shifting lines. As Tae Ho advances with his unit, he recalls the strategy briefing. Once the siege draws the enemy's attention to the front lines, their unit will scale the walls. Their objective is not direct confrontation, but infiltration. They must reach the rune magic control room and unlock the fortress gate from within. During the briefing, the dark green-haired warrior had leaned back casually and remarked that climbing the fortress walls using Steel Rain sounded simple enough. Tae Ho had assumed he understood the plan. A moment later, doubt crept in. He realized he had no idea what Steel Rain actually was. Now, in the present, Tae Ho and 4 other warriors are packed tightly inside a large wooden barrel. The space is cramped and unstable. The interior smells of wood and iron. The green-haired warrior beside him gives a confident nod, while another seems openly excited. A horn sounds outside. Someone shouts for preparation. The barrel door slams shut. Tae Ho closes his eyes as a thunderous blast erupts beneath them. The barrel launches. The force presses them downward as they are hurled through the sky. Around them, dozens of similar barrels arc toward the fortress like projectiles. Some warriors shout in exhilaration. Others struggle to steady themselves. Impact comes without warning. Tae Ho's barrel slams into the fortress wall with a heavy crash. The wood splits, and the warriors tumble out onto solid stone. Tae Ho stumbles upright, disoriented, a faint line of blood running from his nose. There is no time to recover. The commander orders immediate battle formation. From shadows ahead, giant spider-like creatures crawl forward, surrounding them. Their movements are coordinated, advancing in clusters. Tae Ho narrows his eyes and activates Eyes of the Dragon. Information appears above the creatures, distinguishing subtle differences invisible to normal sight. He quickly identifies the leaders within each cluster. The green-haired warrior questions how to tell them apart. Tae Ho points decisively. marking each leader in sequence. The commander steps forward, crossbow already raised. She follows his indications without hesitation, firing precisely at the marked targets. The squad adjusts immediately, focusing their attacks in unison. One by one, the identified leaders fall. As the last leader collapses, the remaining spider creatures halt abruptly. Without coordination, they retreat, scattering into the darkness. For a brief moment, the corridor grows quiet. Then a horn sounds from within the fortress. Beastman soldiers pour out, charging toward their position. The commander quickly reorganizes the formation. She assigns a defensive squad to hold the advancing enemy and turns to the infiltration team. Their objective remains unchanged. Reach the rune magic control room and unlock the gate. Her gaze settles on Tae Ho. She instructs the green-haired warrior to take him along and entrust the mission to them. The green-haired warrior activates his legion's blessing. Their figures fade from sight, stealth enveloping the small group. Behind them, the commander and remaining forces engage the beastman soldiers in direct combat. Reappearing near a section of the fortress wall, the green-haired warrior studies the structure carefully. After a brief search, he locates a concealed door hidden within the stonework. He pushes it open, revealing a narrow passage descending underground. He explains that it is a temporary route leading toward the control room. The group enters. The tunnel is dim and stale, illuminated only by a torch. Thick spider webs hang from the ceiling and cling to the walls. Tae Ho brushes strand away from his face, noting how long it must have been since anyone used this passage. They move deeper into the corridor, unaware that above them, in the shadows between the webs, a massive spider watches in complete silence. From the ceiling, a massive wolf spider watches the group, its many eyes tracking their every movement. As Tae Ho and the others proceed through the dim corridor, the creature follows silently above them. Ral suddenly slows, sensing something wrong. He turns sharply and warns the team to stay alert. Before anyone can react further, one of the soldiers is yanked upward. The attack is swift and brutal. The spider drops back into the shadows just as quickly. Tae Ho points upward, directing Ral's attention. Ral identifies it immediately, a wolf spider. His tone turns grim. There is no time to recover the fallen warrior. Tae Ho activates Eyes of the Dragon and scans the darkness. His voice tightens as he warns Ral that there is more than one. The ceiling erupts. Multiple wolf spiders descend at once, their movements coordinated, their fangs dripping venom. Panic ripples through the group, but Tae Ho forces himself to focus. He analyzes them rapidly. Abilities: paralysis venom. Weakness: fire. Without hesitation, he summons a blade. A glowing sword forms in his hand. Ral registers the weapon with surprise, but Tae Ho is already moving. He throws the sword forward and triggers its effect. The blade detonates in a burst of intense flame. Fire spreads across webs and bodies alike, consuming several spiders instantly and forcing the rest to recoil. Tae Ho orders the group to advance while the path is open. They sprint down the corridor, evading descending spiders. Questions are thrown at him mid-run, whether he is a mage, how he summoned the weapon, but he offers only a brief response that he can create another if needed. They reach a reinforced door at the end of the passage. Tae Ho signals toward it. He and Ral push inside first, ushering the others in quickly. As the final warrior crosses the threshold, a spider slips through before the door can fully close. Ral and another soldier force the heavy door shut, while Tae Ho intercepts the spider. In a confined space, he finishes it decisively. The door seals with a heavy thud. The room falls silent. In the center stands a glowing stone mechanism. Tae Ho approaches it, recognizing it as the control interface. Ral confirms that this is the emergency control room, a secondary hidden chamber, which explains the lack of guards and the dangerous approach. Ral places a device onto the stone. They need to open the main fortress gate to reduce casualties outside. The stone flares with light. A holographic figure materializes above it, a calm, mechanical presence identifying itself as Black Fortress and requesting a command. Ral issues the order to open the gate. For a split second, nothing happens. Then the wrong door opens. The chamber entrance unlocks instead, and spiders immediately begin spilling inside. The group reacts in alarm, quickly correcting the command and specifying the fortress's main gate. The system acknowledges the correction. Moments later, confirmation follows. The main gate has been opened. The spiders that entered are swiftly dealt with. When they glance outside, they see the corridor littered with dead spider bodies. Something has cleared them. The relief does not last. The iron door at the far into the chamber bursts inward. The beastman from earlier, the one who had observed the battlefield from above, steps through the shattered metal. The thickness of the door makes the breach even more unsettling. Ral glances past him and notices the remains of the spiders scattered behind. The beastman eliminated them all. Red eyes lock onto the group. The aura surrounding him is dense and violent. Tae Ho tightens his grip on his summoned blade and steadies his breathing. The squad attacks together. The beastman swings his massive hammer with overwhelming force, sending one warrior crashing across the room. Dust fills the air. As the creature scans the chamber, searching for Tae Ho, he is already above, clinging to the ceiling structure, waiting for an opening. He launches downward in a precise strike aimed at the beastman's head. At the last instant, the beastman reacts. He releases his hammer and catches Tae Ho midair with one hand. With brutal efficiency, he slams Tae Ho into the ground. The impact cracks the stone floor beneath him, the shock reverberating through the chamber. The impact. Ral calls out to him, panic breaking through his usual composure. Tae Ho coughs, blood staining his lips. The beastman stands over him, red eyes burning with restrained fury. For a moment, the creature shifts its attention toward the other warriors, assessing who poses the greater threat. Tae Ho's awareness fades into something distant and hollow. He finds himself suspended in a dark, empty space. There is no sound, no ground beneath him, only a faint sense of weightlessness. A small light appears above, dim at first, slowly brightening. He stares at it in silence, uncertain whether it signals an end or something else entirely. Back in the control room, the beastman raises his massive fist, preparing to crush him. As the blow descends, Ral releases an arrow infused with fire. The projectile strikes the beastman's shoulder, forcing him to stagger sideways. The attack diverts the fatal strike by a narrow margin. The beastman turns, anger intensifying. He shifts his focus between Ral and the unmoving Tae Ho, deciding which to eliminate first. On the ground, Tae Ho suppresses his breathing and goes limp, masking any sign of life. The beastman studies him briefly, uncertain. After a pause, he dismisses Tae Ho as finished and redirects his attention toward Ral. Ral braces himself, arrows ready for rapid release. The beastman charges, hammer raised. Behind him, Tae Ho forces his body to move. Pain floods his limbs, but he pushes through it. He rises unsteadily, gripping his summoned blade. Each step feels unstable, yet his focus sharpens. As the beastman closes in on Ral, Tae Ho lunges from behind. His sword slices through the creature's lower body with a clean, decisive strike. The force of the cut drops the beastman to his knees. The chamber falls still except for the creature's pained roar. Ral glances back at Tae Ho, stunned by both the timing and the severity of the strike. He tells him to finish it quickly. Tae Ho nods once. He summons a heavy hammer and delivers the final blow. The beastman collapses completely, the threat ended. For several seconds, no one speaks. Then the surviving warriors release their tension in short, relieved cheers. They clap Tae Ho on the back, acknowledging his role in turning the fight. Tae Ho, however, focuses inward. Synchronization rate, 7%. The text glows briefly within his vision. The siege of the Black Fortress concludes in victory for Valhalla's forces. On another part of the battlefield, a warrior from Thor's legion stands triumphantly holding the severed head of the Null Legion's final commander, Frostam. His name is Brocker, and his feat earns widespread recognition among the troops. High above, one of Odin's crows observes the aftermath, silently noting where Raskard's attention seems to rest. That evening, the fortress fills with celebration. Fires burn brightly in the courtyards. Warriors gather to eat and drink, their earlier tension replaced with laughter. Raskrid raises her glass before the assembled soldiers, acknowledging their efforts and granting them the night to rest. Amid the celebration, Tae Ho remains thoughtful, aware that this victory is only the beginning of something larger. Tae Ho sits alone on top of the fortress wall, a cup resting loosely in his hand. The night sky stretches wide above him, stars scattered across the darkness. Every part of his body aches. The battle may be over, but its weight still lingers. Ral climbs up and settles beside him, asking how he is holding up. Tae Ho smiles faintly and admits that he feels close to collapsing. Ral lets out a short laugh, reminding him how bad it looked when he was slammed into the floor earlier. Their quiet conversation is interrupted when Captain Siri approaches, a bottle in hand. Her tone is relaxed, far less rigid than during combat. She acknowledges the detached squad's contribution and offers to share a drink. Ral immediately brightens, holding out his cup with enthusiasm. The rest of the squad quickly gathers as well, each hoping for the same honor. Ciri raises her bottle and offers a toast to Valhalla. The warriors echo her call, raising their cups high. Tae Ho watches the scene in silence. Earlier, he had thought of her only as an intimidating commander. Now, seeing her laugh and drink alongside her soldiers, he notices a different side of her. Ral soon begins retelling the story of Tae Ho's final strike against the beastman, adding dramatic flourishes that make the others react with exaggerated discomfort. Tae Ho tunes it out, his attention drifting back to Ciri. For a brief moment, her expression softens into something reflective before she resumes her composed demeanor. As the night deepens, the fortress courtyard transforms. Torches flare brighter. Warriors gather in clusters, shouting and laughing. What begins as celebration gradually turns chaotic. Some begin clashing torches together in rhythmic patterns, shouting in unison. Others form circles, moving with energetic steps that resemble a mix of training drills and spontaneous dance. The atmosphere grows louder, wilder. Tae Ho stands at the edge of the chaos, unsure whether to be amused or concerned. A heavily intoxicated warrior stumbles toward him, offering to show him something interesting. Before the situation escalates, several others restrain the man, dragging him away while scolding him for nearly causing trouble. The noise continues to swell. Then a commanding voice cuts through it. Tae Ho turns to see Raskrid approaching with measured steps. Behind her stands Ha, calm and composed, her presence a stark contrast to the disorder around them. As soon as Ha greets Tae Ho softly, nearby warriors freeze for a split second before erupting into even louder cheers. Tae Ho's face heats instantly as attention shifts toward them. He lowers his head slightly and suggests they leave before the crowd grows more unruly. The teasing continues as they move, but Raskrid raises a single hand. Silence follows almost immediately. Her tone turns firm. Ciri's unit has a special mission tomorrow. The celebration ends now. The lively atmosphere fades at once. Under the rising sun, two small birds perch on a branch near the fortress wall. They stretch their wings and chirp softly, their presence adding a rare sense of calm to the morning. Tae Ho steps out of his room, yawning, still feeling the weight of the previous day. As he walks forward, he notices a group of warriors already gathered. The moment they see him, their attention shifts entirely in his direction. They begin calling out to him, their expressions filled with curiosity and poorly concealed amusement. Questions come one after another, all hinting at what might have happened the night before. Tae Ho blinks, still half asleep, unsure how he became the center of attention again. Ral approaches more directly, studying him with a serious expression before finally asking what he had been doing. Tae Ho instinctively steps back and says he was told to keep it confidential. The reaction from the group only intensifies. Their teasing grows louder. Tae Ho quickly denies any exaggerated assumptions, his face flushing as he grips the golden apple necklace at his chest. Before the situation can spiral further, Commander Ciri steps in. Her voice cuts cleanly through the noise, restoring order instantly. The warriors straighten and fall silent. She unrolls a map and points east of the Black Fortress. Their next objective is a sealed dwarf mine. When the Null forces attacked the fortress, the dwarves barricaded themselves inside. Since then, no contact has been established. Their mission is to travel there and assess the situation directly. Tae Ho quietly asks Ral about dwarves. Ral confirms it casually, then adds unnecessary commentary about their fondness for alcohol and exaggerated claims about their appearance. Ciri silences him with a sharp look and continues the briefing. The mine is far from their current position. To minimize travel time, they will use a transport method known as black lightning. A visible wave of tension passes through the warriors at the name alone. Tae Ho glances at Ral, who once again admits he has no idea what it is. Tae Ho exhales slowly. His thoughts drift briefly to the previous night. Ha had spoken to him in private, asking him to keep their conversation secret. She removed the golden apple necklace from her own neck and handed it to him, explaining that it would enhance his recovery. She also gave him a small pouch containing a fragment of a golden apple, useful for healing and purification. Before leaving, she placed a gentle kiss on his forehead, wishing for Aiden's blessing to be with him. The memory fades as reality returns abruptly. Tae Ho is half buried in snow. Cold air fills his lungs as he forces himself upright, pushing aside packed ice. Around him stretches a frozen landscape near the dwarf mine. Scattered across the snowfield are other warriors, some partially buried, others sprawled awkwardly where they landed. He looks back at what remains of a coffin-shaped transport capsule embedded in the snow. So this is Black Lightning. He brushes snow from his shoulders, surprised that he appears largely unharmed. Groans begin to rise from nearby as other warriors slowly regain movement. Tae Ho grips the golden apple necklace unconsciously. Given the violent arrival, he cannot help wondering whether the necklace's recovery effect is the reason he is standing so steadily while others struggle to recover from the impact. A few moments later, the warriors pull themselves free from the snow, brushing off frost and steadying themselves. Complaints fade as they regroup in front of the dwarf mine. The massive door stands slightly ajar. One of the warriors notices immediately. If the entrance is already open, something is wrong. Commander Siri steps forward without hesitation and orders the group to move inside. They enter cautiously. Torches are lit, their lights stretching thinly across narrow stone tunnels carved deep into the mountain. The air is heavy and cold. Visibility is limited. A few quiet remarks pass through the group about dwarves and their preference for underground living, but the mood remains restrained. Siri calls out clearly, announcing their identity and stating that they were sent from Valhalla under Valkyrie Rosweis authority. Tae Ho activates his scanning ability as they advance. Red indicators begin appearing in clusters throughout the tunnels. He immediately alerts Siri that they are surrounded. Her response is instant. She orders a shield wall. The warriors lock their shields together and crouch. Moments later, a volley of arrows rains down. The projectiles strike the shields with force, but the formation holds. When the attack pauses, Siri asks Tae Ho to identify the enemy. Peering through a narrow gap in the shield formation, Tae Ho focuses on the names above the attackers. His expression changes as he confirms they are dwarf zombies. Confusion spreads through the group. The contradiction is obvious. Tae Ho explains that although visibility is poor, the identifiers are clear. Every hostile presence in range registers as undead. As if confirming his words, the figures step forward into partial torchlight. Their movements are stiff and uncoordinated. Axes and hammers hang from decayed hands. Their eyes emit a faint, unnatural glow. Another zombie raises a bow. Tae Ho warns the group that a second volley is coming. The warriors hesitate. Their shields have already suffered visible damage from the first barrage. One demonstrates that the wood has splintered through. Siri assesses the situation quickly. The next impact may break their defense. Above them, the zombies prepare to fire again. Before the attack is released, a voice calls out from deeper within the mine, directing them to move. A dwarf emerges holding a bottle with a burning wick. He throws it toward the advancing zombies and instructs everyone to close their eyes. The bottle detonates in a bright flash. The burst of light disrupts the zombies long enough to create an opening. The dwarf signals for the warriors to follow. He leads them to a small circular tunnel built low into the ground and orders them inside. The opening is tight. Ral struggles briefly, but is forced through. The others follow in quick succession, including Tae Ho. They emerge into a vast underground chamber. The space resembles a fortress built within the mountain itself. The cavern's ceiling rises high above them. Veins of or shimmer along the rock walls. Mining tools and equipment are arranged throughout the area, indicating an organized settlement. The dwarf guides them into a large hall within the underground stronghold. The warriors sit as he begins explaining the situation. A vampire appeared at dawn the previous day. Within a single day, it caused the collapse of their settlement. Anyone bitten and killed by it rises as a ghoul under a curse. Those ghouls then spread the infection further. Only around 20 dwarves remain alive. Siri asks for identifying characteristics. The dwarf describes the creature as large, with gray skin and no hair. Its eyes are completely black, lacking any visible light. The dwarf pauses, recalling the details carefully. The creature's nails extended and retracted repeatedly, shifting like blades. It relied more on physical combat than magic. Commander Siri responds in a calm, measured tone. If they intend to pursue revenge, she advises postponing it. Regrouping and returning later would be safer. The dwarves exchange firm looks. One tightens his grip on his weapon and refuses. This cannot wait. Revenge is not the main issue. Isaac, their leader, explains that they recently discovered something in a mine. It is too valuable to abandon. At the mention of the discovery, interest spreads quickly among the warriors. Even Ciri's expression shifts slightly. One of the warriors immediately asks for clarification. Tae Ho watches their reaction with visible skepticism. The others begin speculating despite not knowing what was actually found. As they proceed deeper into the mine, conversation grows more animated. The dwarves finally clarify that the discovery is ant, known as the metal of the gods. It is the hardest material in existence and enhances the power of runes. Even Mjolnir was forged from it. The tone of the group changes immediately. Securing it becomes a priority. Before the discussion continues further, the dwarf signals for silence. They have reached their destination. A massive castle gate stands before them. The dwarf explains that the ant is kept at the top floor in the sacred anvil room, where it is refined. The vampire is likely there as well. Ant can only be refined under starlight and moonlight. The tower's upper structure connects to the surface, and part of the ceiling can open to allow light in. Tae Ho considers the information. If it is currently midday, sunlight should weaken the vampire. The castle gates slowly open. Commander Ciri orders a direct frontal assault. However, the scene inside is unexpected. The zombie dwarves are not immediately hostile. They are gathered as if in a tavern setting, drinking and gambling. The confusion lasts only a moment. Once they notice the intruders, the atmosphere shifts. The undead immediately adopt combat stances. The battle begins. Valhalla warriors and surviving dwarves engage the zombies in close combat. Ciri orders the shield team forward to create a defensive line. The living dwarves charge behind them with controlled aggression. One dwarf swings his hammer in a rotating arc, generating a powerful gust that clears a group of zombies. Ciri signals to Tae Ho to advance with her. Together with Raoul, they push toward the upper levels while the main force holds the lower floor. Behind them, the dwarf leader activates a fire-based weapon, releasing controlled bursts of flame that engulf approaching undead. His voice remains steady despite the strain. Tae Ho, Ciri, and Raoul reach the door to the sacred anvil room. The warriors with them acknowledge that this is their objective. They open the door. Inside, a faint glow emanates from a container positioned at the center of the room. The dwarf confirms that it holds the ant. Ciri immediately scans the surroundings and asks for the vampire's location. Tae Ho looks upward. The creature is clinging to the ceiling, suspended upside down. Its frame is smaller than some previous enemies Tae Ho has faced, but the atmosphere around it feels heavier and more concentrated. Raoul raises his crossbow and prepares to fire. The other warriors draw their bows. Tae Ho studies the vampire carefully. Its presence carries a focused hostility that is difficult to ignore. Before the warriors release their arrows, the vampire moves with sudden speed. The creature moves first. Its speed is overwhelming. The warriors hesitate for a fraction of a second, and that is enough. In an instant, the vampire is standing directly in front of Tae Ho. It leans close, one elongated nail resting lightly against his neck. Its presence feels heavy and suffocating. It asks how they entered and claims the treasure for itself. Tae Ho's thoughts struggle to keep up. He did not even see it move. The nail presses slightly closer to his throat. The vampire warns him not to move. Behind him, the others shift carefully, searching for an opening. Without turning fully, the vampire raises a finger toward them and makes it clear that any interference will be met the same way. Commander Ciri speaks steadily, checking Raoul's position. Raoul confirms he is ready, but admits there's no clear shot. The vampire appears to be deliberately keeping them alive. It explains its intention plainly. Skilled warriors will make valuable ghoul soldiers. Tae Ho processes the implication quickly. Death would not end it. The curse would turn them into mindless fighters. An arrow suddenly cuts through the air toward the vampire's head. Without effort, it catches the arrow mid-flight. Using the brief distraction, Tae Ho twists free and creates distance. The shot came from Ciri. The dwarf beside her states clearly that dying in battle is preferable to becoming an undead servant. He releases a concentrated stream of fire that engulfs the vampire. The flames disperse quickly. The vampire advances again. Ciri orders a shield wall to protect Isaac. The warriors form up, but the vampire strikes once and sends them backward with force. The dwarves immediately initiate a coordinated spinning assault, circling the vampire and striking in rapid succession. The attacks appear ineffective, but their true aim is repositioning. They steadily force the vampire toward the center of the chamber. Nearby, Tae Ho stands beside a heavy lever. His focus remains fixed on the vampire's position. When the timing aligns, he pulls the lever. Above them, the ceiling mechanism shifts open. Sunlight pours directly into the room, and lands on the vampire. Its reaction is immediate. Smoke rises from its skin as it drops to its knees. The light burns steadily, suppressing its movement. Tae Ho snaps the lever handle to prevent it from closing again. Under continuous sunlight, the vampire appears immobilized. The warriors and dwarves gather at a safe distance, watching carefully. Ral asks for guidance on how to finish it. Tae Ho considers traditional methods, but hesitates, uncertain which is most effective. Then he notices movement. Despite the damage, the vampire is whispering something. Tae Ho warns the others that it is casting a spell. Dark clouds begin forming unnaturally fast above the opening, blocking the sunlight. Ciri orders everyone to strike before the light disappears. They charge forward. Before their weapons connect, the vampire's body breaks apart into a swarm of bats that scatter upward. The clouds finish covering the sun. The bats regroup midair and reform into the vampire's body. It states that it will not allow them close again. A green glow gathers around its neck. Tae Ho immediately recognizes an incoming attack and shouts a warning. The vampire throws a sphere of glowing green liquid. It strikes one of the warriors directly. When the liquid settles, only a skeleton remains upright. The floor begins filling with corrosive fluid as more projectiles are launched. Tae Ho orders everyone to spread to the corners to limit exposure. Movement becomes restricted as the poison spreads. With few options remaining, Tae Ho focuses. He forms a rune-enhanced sword in his hand. Drawing on amplified strength, he launches himself upward toward the airborne vampire. The vampire observes his approach without concern. The vampire launches another sphere of poison. Tae Ho shifts midair, narrowly avoiding the attack. For a brief moment, he disappears from the vampire's line of sight. An afterimage lingers where he had been. He reappears behind the creature and swings his rune-formed sword with full force. The blade connects and shatters instantly. Fragments scatter through the air. Tae Ho stares at the broken weapon in disbelief. The vampire turns its head slightly, unimpressed. A weapon of that level cannot penetrate its body. Before Tae Ho can react, his momentum carries him forward. He lands awkwardly on the vampire's back. Both freeze for a split second, caught in the unexpected outcome. Tae Ho grips its shoulders to keep from falling. The vampire demands that he get off immediately. Tae Ho points out the obvious problem. They're still high above the ground. After a brief pause, the vampire decides to descend first and settle the fight properly on solid ground. As they begin to drop, a sudden blue light flares from Tae Ho's chest. He stiffens, startled. The glow intensifies, spreading outward in steady pulses. The vampire notices the change and grows visibly irritated. The air around them begins to shimmer. Tae Ho focuses inward, recognizing the sensation. The ability he recently acquired responds. Dragon Knight Kalsted's authority, the power to command flying creatures. Understanding settles in. He activates the Saga fully. A surge of force radiates outward from him and envelopes the vampire. Its body trembles midair. The massive form compresses and shifts rapidly, shrinking into a large bat-like creature with thick, soft-looking fur. Silence follows. Tae Ho remains seated on its back, momentarily unsure of what just happened. He cautiously instructs it to descend. The oversized bat complies, flapping steadily toward the ground. Below, the warriors and dwarves stare upward in stunned disbelief. When the creature lands, tension dissolves into confusion. The bat emits an irritated squeak, but does not resist as several warriors cautiously approach and touch its fur. Even Ciri steps closer, examining the transformation carefully. However, the effect does not last. The bat's body begins to distort. Its shape expands and twists, for receding as its original monstrous form returns. The air grows heavy again as the vampire regains its full presence. It directs its fury at Tae Ho, enraged by the humiliation. The ground trembles slightly under the pressure of its aura. Ciri immediately orders everyone back into combat positions. Tae Ho realizes the limitation. The Saga's control has a time threshold. He cannot maintain it indefinitely. Without hesitation, he moves again. With assistance from nearby warriors, he climbs onto the vampire's back once more as it struggles to stabilize midair. If control is temporary, then proximity will have to compensate. Clinging tightly, Tae Ho raises his hand and calls for coordinated action. The plan is simple. Combine their strength and finish the fight before the vampire fully regains dominance. Rao responds from below, signaling readiness. The battle resumes with renewed focus. The group regains formation, prepared for a final exchange. Tae Ho, still on the vampire's back, raises his hand and directs it upward. The creature shoots into the sky at extreme speed. A sharp sonic boom follows as they break through the air. Sunlight floods over the vampire's body. Smoke rises immediately from its skin as it emits a strained cry. Tae Ho issues another command. The creature abruptly shifts direction and dives toward the ground at full speed. Just before impact, Tae Ho pushes off and separates midair. The vampire crashes into the ground headfirst. The collision fractures the stone floor and sends debris outward in all directions. Suspended briefly above the impact zone, Tae Ho activates another ability. A massive hammer forms in his hands, dense with concentrated energy. He descends and brings it down directly onto the vampire's head. The strike produces a heavy shockwave that deepens the surrounding cracks. Dust fills the chamber. When visibility clears, the vampire remains intact, though visibly damaged. Tae Ho signals the others to move back. As he prepares another strike, an explosion erupts near the impact site. The force catches him partially and throws him aside. Ral appears immediately, pulling him upright. Without hesitation, additional incendiary attacks are launched into the crater, intensifying the flames around the vampire. After a sustained barrage, the movement inside the smoke ceases. The group waits. No further response comes from within the fire. Once the area cools, they approach the center of the chamber. A golden container rests nearby, undisturbed. The dwarf carefully opens it. A soft light shines from inside. He lifts a small blue crystal fragment, no larger than a fingernail, and presents it. This is the metal of the gods. The scale of it surprises the warriors. Its size does not match the expectations created earlier. Some question whether such a small piece justifies the losses suffered. The dwarf firmly explains that even this fragment is enough to craft a ring. Its value lies in quality, not volume. Commander Siri ends the discussion and redirects focus. The fragment is returned to the container. The dwarf entrusts it to Valhalla's craftsmen for proper refinement and safekeeping, acknowledging that they lack the means to protect or process it under current conditions. Siri accepts responsibility for its delivery. With the objective secured, Ral casually asks about food and drink. The dwarf initially offers a celebratory barrel of ale in gratitude. Siri declines, stating they must depart immediately. Instead, the dwarf leads them to another chamber. A reinforced door opens to reveal racks of dwarf-forged armor and weapons. The craftsmanship is immediately apparent. The warriors examine the equipment, impressed by the balance, density, and precision of the forging. Excitement spreads as they test the gear. Tae Ho remains slightly apart, observing. At the dwarf's prompting, he turns his attention toward the equipment. His dragon eye activates, casting a focused glow as he begins analyzing the armor and weapons more closely. Tae Ho's dragon eye scans the armory carefully. Some weapons emit a faint green glow. Others shine with a clearer blue light. The difference confirms a ranking system in place. Then one item stands out. Unlike the rest, it carries a distinct blue radiance. Tae Ho's focus narrows. That is the one he chooses. Later, outside the mine gates, the dwarves stand alongside the warriors in farewell. They express their gratitude for avenging their fallen and securing the metal fragment. One of them compliments Tae Ho's ability to recognize quality equipment. Now wearing the Hawk's wind garb, Tae Ho evaluates it quietly. It is lightweight and durable. The dwarf explains that it requires a chant to activate its full function. If necessary, it can even transport the wearer back to the fortress. Soon after, Tae Ho activates the gear. His form shifts into that of a bird. Air currents rush past as he ascends, carrying an enchanted coffin containing his comrades. He adjusts his direction toward the Black Fortress. The fortress soon appears on the horizon, rising through mist. In a chamber within the citadel, several figures gather to review the outcome of the mission. They confirm that Stragos has been defeated and that the metal fragment was secured. Tae Ho presents the small container entrusted to them. The white-haired girl accepts it, noting its size but acknowledging the achievement. She states that the fallen will be reborn as steel warriors and that she will oversee the necessary rites. The group is dismissed to rest. As they disperse, Ral briefly suggests celebrating. Tae Ho declines, visibly exhausted. A blue-haired girl approaches Tae Ho and acknowledges his contribution to the battle. He attempts to credit the entire group instead, but she moves on before he finishes. Ral tries once more to suggest a drink. Tae Ho refuses again. Later, walking alone through the dim corridors, Tae Ho reflects on the fight with Stragos. The creature's ability to manipulate storms and alter form distinguishes it from previous enemies. He senses the runes he absorbed during the battle. A display appears before him. Synchronization rate, 9%. He focuses on the number. Only 1% remains before the next threshold. Elsewhere, a golden-haired girl travels through the sky. She slows as the ground below trembles violently. The disturbance feels unnatural. After brief consideration, she decides the situation requires immediate reporting rather than investigation. Back at the Citadel, the white-haired girl halts mid-step. She senses the approaching threat clearly. An army is advancing. Based on its speed, contact is expected by the following day. Reinforcements from Valhalla will be requested immediately. In the warriors' quarters, the blue-haired girl instructs everyone to rest early. No alcohol is permitted. Some object lightly, but she remains firm. The reality of the incoming battle settles over the group. As they begin to disperse, she scans the room. Tae Ho is not present. In a quiet section of the fortress, Tae Ho stands alone with his back against the stone wall. He checks his surroundings carefully to confirm that no one is nearby. In his hands is a newly acquired item. He studies it in silence. If he can understand its full function before the coming battle, it may provide a decisive advantage. He steadies his breathing and begins practicing, repeating the activation process without hesitation. The following morning, the leaders assemble in a dim war room. A blonde warrior reports that he has brought 500 low-ranking fighters. Enemy numbers, however, remain uncertain. Estimates suggest at least several thousand. The white-haired leader calculates quickly. Even combined, their forces barely approach 2,500. They will have to hold their ground. If necessary, defensive magic will be activated to delay the advance, though it cannot guarantee victory. The room falls quiet before the assembled leaders reaffirm their resolve. Soon, the battlefield forms outside the Black Fortress. Defensive lines are established along the walls. Across the field, the invading army gathers in dense ranks. War cries echo from both sides as tension breaks into motion. Units surge forward. Arrows rise into the sky in coordinated volleys. Some are intercepted by shields, others find their targets. Invaders reach the outer walls and throw hooked ropes upward. Defenders respond immediately. Heated water is poured down, and heavy stones are pushed over the edge, disrupting the climb. Amid the chaos, a massive war elephant crashes into the fortress wall. Stone fractures under the impact, opening a breach. Enemy troops flood through the gap, forcing close-quarters combat inside the perimeter. Tae Ho fights among the defenders, maintaining distance where possible. He manifests a thunderbolt crossbow, designed for long-range suppression. Energy gathers along its frame as he fires into advancing formations. During a brief pause between shots, he senses movement above. Looking upward, he sees multiple wyverns circling overhead. Riders direct them to release streams of fire onto the fortress. The golden-haired rune caster raises both arms and chants. A radiant barrier forms above the defenders, intercepting flames and incoming projectiles. However, the strain is visible. The barrier's stability begins declining under sustained pressure. The aerial threat must be addressed quickly. Tae Ho makes a decision. He activates the Hawk's wind garb and recites the required chant. Wind gathers around him. His form shifts, lifting him from the rooftop into the sky. An eagle-shaped silhouette rises above the battlefield, adjusting its angle with precision. From above, Tae Ho surveys the wyvern's flight patterns, searching for the optimal interception point. High above the battlefield, Tae Ho steadies himself in the air. No one seems to be paying attention to him. The defenders are focused on the collapsing barrier, which flickers under repeated impacts from enemy fire. He spreads his arms slightly, recalling the control and balance drills he practiced the previous night. Then he dives. The eagle form cuts cleanly through the air, accelerating toward a cluster of flying beasts striking the barrier. At the last moment, he channels force into the descent and collides with one of them, knocking it off course. The impact disrupts the formation, scattering several attackers. Without slowing, he redirects toward a larger wyvern circling at mid-altitude. Activating the Dragon Command authority again, he exerts control. The wyvern's resistance falters under the imposed will. Tae Ho closes the distance and lands on its back. A weapon forms in his hand as he prepares for aerial combat. The manifestation stabilizes into a simple spear-like construct, less refined than expected, but functional. He grips it and urges the wyvern forward. Under his direction, the wyvern dives toward enemy riders. Controlled bursts of fire disrupt their formation, forcing them apart. Tae Ho uses the spear to strike at exposed targets while maintaining balance on the creature's back. From below, several defenders notice the shift in momentum. Enemy aerial pressure decreases as more riders are forced down. However, the relief is brief. A new formation approaches from the far horizon, winged figures moving in dense coordination. Harpy units. Their numbers are significantly greater than the remaining wyverns. Engaging them individually would be inefficient. Tae Ho signals the wyvern to descend toward the fortress wall. He approaches Captain Siri and lifts her onto the wyvern's back without slowing. Together, they ascend again. Siri activates her rune technique. Guided projectiles form around her and launch in controlled arcs. Each arrow adjusts mid-flight, striking harpies with precision. The aerial swarm begins thinning under coordinated strikes from above and supporting fire from the ground. The defenders regain partial control of the sky. Then the battlefield trembles. A violent impact lands beyond the main lines, sending a shockwave through both armies. Dust rises in a wide ring. Tae Ho turns the wyvern toward the disturbance. From within the settling debris, a massive figure stands upright. Black lightning arcs across its body. Its size exceeds that of the war elephants below. The ground fractures beneath each step. Identification spreads quickly among those who recognize it. A giant Jotun warrior, aligned with Utgard Loki. The scale of the conflict shifts instantly. Tae Ho tightens his grip on the spear, eyes fixed on the towering opponent as the next phase of the battle begins. The warriors on the ground hesitate as the massive figure advances. Its size alone is enough to disrupt formation. Each step leaves a deep crater, black lightning spreading outward across fractured stone. Captain Siri tightens her grip on Tae Ho's shoulder and urges him to withdraw. He nods and pulls the wyvern upward, clearing the immediate danger zone as the giant's shadow stretches across the field. Below, Regenleaf steps forward despite the chaos. She calls upon runic energy, forming a wide golden barrier around the clustered warriors. The shield stabilizes briefly, holding against the storm of debris and shockwaves. The giant strikes. The impact shatters the barrier in a single blow. The ground splits under the force, and the remaining defenders are thrown back. Regenleaf staggers, visibly drained. The white-haired Valkyrie moves to support her as they assess the situation. At their current strength, they cannot endure many more direct assaults. The giant raises its staff again. Regenleaf attempts to invoke a deeper seal of power, but before she can proceed, a commanding voice echoes across the battlefield. A great bird circles high above, observing. Its declaration is firm. This is a trial. No external intervention will be granted. The Valkyries exchange a brief look. There will be no reinforcement. A heavily armored warrior steps forward and rallies the remaining troops. He charges first, artifact glowing with concentrated divine energy. His strike lands directly against the giant's head, sending debris outward in a violent burst. For a moment, the advance slows. Then the giant straightens. The damage is minimal. With a single motion, it knocks the warrior aside and resumes its forward march. Tae Ho descends from the wyvern and lands near the Valkyries. Dust settles around him as he quickly assesses the field. The white-haired warrior outlines a plan. She and Ralph will create a brief opening. Tae Ho is to strike the weakened point. He focuses on the giant's head and spots it, a faint scar, likely aggravated by the previous attack. The wyvern lowers beside him. Captain Siri signals toward the siege ballista positioned along the fortress wall. She and Ralph prepare to synchronize their Saga abilities with a weapon's discharge. The giant charges again. Tae Ho moves, barely avoiding the descending staff as it smashes into the earth behind him. Stone erupts upward from the impact site. Above, the siege ballista pivots into position. Energy gathers along its frame as the next coordinated assault begins to take shape. The giant's counterattack connects before Tae Ho can fully evade. The force sends him crashing across the shattered ground. Air leaves his lungs on impact, and he struggles to draw breath. Dust settles around him as smaller enemy units close in, forming a tightening circle. He tries to rise, but his body does not respond. Blood runs from his forehead into his eye, blurring his vision. The sounds of battle fade into a distant hum as exhaustion overtakes the pain. For a brief moment, his awareness shifts. He finds himself seated inside his apartment, the space quiet and intact. Across from him sits Ha, calm and composed. A plate rests between them, scattered with fragments of a golden apple. He looks down at the pieces without fully understanding why they are there. Ha lifts one fragment and gestures toward him, as if encouraging him to eat. There is no urgency in her expression, only certainty. He accepts. The taste is clear and vivid. Warmth spreads through him, steady and strengthening. The apartment dissolves as the sensation intensifies. Tae Ho's eyes open. Golden light radiates outward from his body, pushing back the encroaching enemies. The wounds across his skin close rapidly. The bleeding stops, and his breathing stabilizes. The energy surrounding him is no longer unstable. It is controlled, concentrated. The white-haired Valkyrie arrives just in time to witness the transformation. She slows, recognizing the nature of the power now manifesting around him. It is no longer the strength of a lower-ranked warrior. The smaller creatures retreat instinctively as Tae Ho rises to his feet. He flexes his hand once, adjusting to the surge flowing through him. The golden aura intensifies, then compresses tightly around his frame. From the fortress wall, Ralph signals that the siege ballista is prepared. Captain Siri confirms synchronization on their end. Tae Ho glances toward the sky, calculating distance and timing. The white-haired Valkyrie steps forward and calls upon her draconic form. Frost spreads across the stone beneath her as her body transforms into a massive ice dragon. Wings unfold, scattering cold air across the battlefield. She lowers herself to allow Tae Ho to mount. Understanding settles in quickly. Raskrid tells him to climb. The other warriors are holding the line. This is the opening they created for him. On the ground, despite the overwhelming presence of the giant, no one retreats. Blades, axes, and claws strike relentlessly. Their attacks barely pierce the creature's hardened skin, but they succeed in drawing its focus. The giant swats and stomps, forced to deal with the constant pressure at its feet. Above them, Tai stands balanced along Raskrid's neck in her dragon form. He steadies himself and quietly apologizes for the strain he is about to place on her. She tells him to hold on. She launches upward. Her wings cut through the air with sharp precision as they climb far above the battlefield. Wind pressure builds around them. From the fortress wall, Captain Siri signals to Rolf. The siege ballista is aligned. Rolf pulls back the massive frame while both of them channel their sagas into the mechanism. Energy gathers along the projectile, stabilizing into a concentrated point. Below, Brack remains standing despite visible injuries. He invokes his saga, and power surges outward from his body. His strength multiplies, energy crackling along his armor. He moves first. Leaping forward, he drives his axe into the giant's Achilles tendon. The strike lands cleanly. The giant releases a violent roar as its balance falters. At that precise moment, Siri and Rolf release the ballista. The empowered projectile launches, guided unerringly toward its target. As the giant opens its mouth to roar again, the arrow enters and detonates deep within. A shockwave bursts outward from the impact. The giant staggers. Its massive frame tilts and begins to fall. Raskrid sees the opening and folds her wings inward. She dives. Tai activates both of his sagas simultaneously. Energy converges around him, then extends outward, merging with Raskrid's descent. A spiraling current forms around them, compressing air and force into a focused storm. Their target is the reopened wound on the giant's forehead. They strike. The impact drives downward with overwhelming force. The ground trembles beneath the collision. When the dust settles, the giant's body no longer moves. The battlefield grows quiet. As tradition requires, a banquet is held to honor the warriors. The hall is filled with conversation and steady celebration. Weapons are set aside. Long tables are lined with food and drink. On the central stage, the Valkyries appear in formal white attire rather than armor. Regenleaf steps forward holding a large horn filled with mead. She calls for attention and invites the warriors to raise their cups in recognition of the victory. The hall responds in unison. She offers her acknowledgement of their efforts and then signals for silence. With a composed expression, she explains that while she cannot personally serve every warrior present, 2 individuals will be honored directly for their contributions. She announces that her sister, the Ice Princess Raskrid, will present the honors. The crowd reacts strongly to the name, but Raskrid raises her hand, restoring order. The first name called is Brack of Thor's Legion. Applause fills the hall as he approaches. Raskrid pours mead into his horn without ceremony, acknowledging his decisive strike during the battle. Then she announces the second warrior. From the Legion of Iden, Tae Ho. The cheers for Tae are louder than before, but the tone shifts. The crowd is no longer praising only his strength. Jokes spread quickly, comments about Valkyries favoring him, about riding one in a battle. Laughter rolls through the hall. A few warriors shout exaggerated praise, turning him into the center of attention. Raspard's expression tightens slightly at the direction of the teasing. Before the noise builds further, Ingrid steps forward and restores order. With a clear announcement, she declares that due to their performance in the battle, both Brack and Tae are officially promoted to lower-class warriors. The hall responds with renewed applause. Tae stands still for a moment, absorbing the words. The title carries weight. He remembers others who once held that same rank. Regenleaf raises her horn again, signaling the hall to drink in honor of the victory. Brack and Tae stand side by side and raise their horns together. It is their first direct exchange, brief but acknowledged. Tae looks across the hall at the warriors chanting his name. For the first time, the recognition feels earned. He empties his drink in one motion. The alcohol affects him immediately. His tolerance is low, but he allows himself to enjoy the moment regardless. Unnoticed by most, two figures observe from the edge of the hall. One, hooded, studies Tae with mild interest. He remarks quietly that the display was impressive, though not beyond what he considers exceptional. The second figure remains hidden behind a column and does not respond. The hooded man states that he will intervene as requested, but only once. Then he leaves. 1 week later, the camp has settled into routine recovery. With his promotion, Tae has been assigned a small cabin of his own. He is asleep when a tremor shakes the ground. The vibration jolts him awake. He steps outside. A cloaked man stands directly in front of his cabin. Lightning arcs quietly around him, controlled and deliberate. The stranger does not move. Tae asks who he is and what he wants. The man ignores the question and instead confirms Tae's identity, the lower-class warrior credited with defeating 2 commanders and helping bring down a giant. He acknowledges the achievement, but dismisses it as unimpressive by his standards. Then he removes his hood and draws his sword. Tae activates his Dragon Eyes Saga. The energy he perceives is overwhelming, dense, refined, and far beyond ordinary warriors. It rivals, perhaps exceeds, that of the Valkyries. Through enhanced perception, he recognizes the man, Ragnar Lothbrok. Ragnar states plainly that he has come to fight. He wants to measure Tae's true capability. Tae attempts to steady himself. He knows the name, the legacy attached to it. What unsettles him is not the challenge itself, but the intent behind it. Ragnar sees no need to justify the encounter. The killing intent in his gaze clarifies that this is not a sparring match. They relocate to an open training ground beyond the cabins. Tae summons his sword and activates Warrior of the Storm, increasing his speed and striking power. Wind pressure gathers around him as he closes the distance. He delivers a full-force strike. Ragnar blocks it with one hand. The impact disperses into the ground behind him, but Ragnar remains unmoved. Ragnar does not react to the first strike. He barely shifts his weight. A faint smirk forms as Tae pulls back. Tae attacks again, increasing his speed. If strength cannot break through, then acceleration might. Wind gathers around him as he chains strikes together, adjusting angles and timing. It makes no difference. Ragnar blocks or sidesteps every blow with minimal movement. There is no wasted motion, no visible strain. Tae begins to understand that this is not simple reflex. Ragnar is reading him, anticipating intent before execution. Switching tactics, Tae vanishes from the front line and reappears behind Ragnar. He commits fully to the strike. A sharp impact drives into his abdomen before his blade can descend. Ragnar had already positioned himself. The follow-up strike sends Tae airborne. He crashes through several trees before colliding with a thick trunk, which splinters on impact. He drops to the ground, struggling to breathe. Ragnar approaches at a measured pace. There is no urgency in his steps. Tae forces himself upright, mind racing. The gap between them is far greater than expected. Without Idun's earlier restoration, he would not have survived the exchange. Ragnar explains calmly that fallen warriors here become warriors of steel. If Tae dies as one, he will simply join them. There is no reason to fear the outcome. He raises his sword and brings it down. The trunk behind Tae splits cleanly in two. But Tae is already gone. At the last moment, he activates his cloak and transforms into a falcon, launching upward. He gains altitude quickly. Ragnar watches him climb. He recognizes the intent. This is not retreat. He calls upward, inviting Tae to commit fully. Tae activates Warrior of the Storm again, accelerating into a steep dive. Just before impact, he shifts into another saga. A massive warhammer construct materializes behind him, formed from compressed force and momentum. He strikes. The collision detonates across the field, carving a deep crater into the earth. Shockwaves spread outward, flattening nearby trees. When the dust clears, Ragnar is not in the center. He appears beside Tae instead, having moved in the instant before impact. He grips Tae by the head and lifts him slightly from the ground. He acknowledges the technique as impressive, but insufficient. Then he slams Tae down. The impact drives the air from Tae's lungs. Before he can recover, Ragnar's next strike lands across his face, releasing a violent surge that fractures the surrounding terrain. Tae remains conscious, but unable to move. Ragnar studies him briefly, as though assessing an experiment. Satisfied, he turns away. He had expected more. A shift in pressure makes him pause. Behind him, golden light begins to rise. Ragnar turns back. Tae stands again, surrounded by divine radiance. The aura is unmistakable, refined, and ancient. Ragnar recognizes it immediately. He confirms that the rumors are accurate. Tae can channel divine power. That explains why a goddess would take interest in him. But such power carries consequence. The light intensifies beyond Tae's control. It consumes more energy than his body can stabilize. His legs give out, and he collapses. Ragnar watches in silence. When Tae regains awareness, his vision is blurred. Rey kneels beside him. Relief is clear on her face as she asks if he is conscious. Her proximity causes him to sit up abruptly. He struggles to focus and asks what happened. She explains that he was found unconscious and has been out for hours. As his thoughts settle, Tae exhales and recounts the encounter. A powerful warrior appeared without warning, radiating killing intent, and demanded a fight. Refusal was not an option. He explains that he did what he could, but it was not enough. Tae admits he truly believed he would die. As he turns to Rey to continue, his words stop. His gaze shifts past her. Ragnar is standing against the wall nearby, arms crossed, expression cold. He has clearly heard everything. He asks, evenly, if that is how Tae describes him when he is not present. Tae stiffens. Before the tension escalates, Rey steps between them. She raises her voice slightly and says this is a good opportunity to introduce them properly. She states that Ragnar will be serving as Tae's new mentor. Tae stares at her in disbelief. He refuses immediately. He already considers Rey his teacher. Ragnar dismisses the idea just as quickly. He never agreed to mentor anyone, especially not a novice. Rey exhales and explains her reasoning. Tae has already accessed divine power. What she possesses is largely theoretical understanding. He now requires someone who has walked that path through experience. That is why she sought Ragnar. Ragnar studies Tae critically. He remarks that it is almost insulting for someone so unrefined to wield divine energy. If Tae has already shown his limit, then there is nothing worth investing in. Rey counters calmly. She tells Ragnar to wait and see. She turns to Tae and asks him to reveal his saga. She assures him Ragnar can be trusted. After hesitation, Tae produces a magical feather quill, an artifact used to manifest one's saga in visible form. Ragnar watches with mild curiosity. As Tae focuses, a scroll of luminous runes unfolds in the air. The saga of the Immortal Warrior manifests fully. Within it is the legacy of the Dragon Knight Kalsted, an entity once regarded as the most powerful force of the Dark Era. The atmosphere shifts. Ragnar's expression changes. For the first time, he is silent. He asks Tae what he was before arriving here. Tae does not answer. Rey observes Ragnar's reaction without surprise. Even a dragon slayer like Ragnar understands what this legacy represents. After a moment of thought, Ragnar says that if Tae completes this saga, he may one day approach the level of Sigurd. Tae does not recognize the name. Rey explains that Sigurd is considered the mightiest warrior in Valhalla. On Earth, he was already legendary for slaying a dragon. In Valhalla, his reputation only expanded. Some claim he could defeat entire legions of dragons alone. Rey asks Ragnar directly if he will help Tae reach that level. Ragnar steps forward without hesitation and places an arm around Tae's shoulders. He agrees. Rey smiles, though she cautions him not to treat Tae as a weapon to test recklessly. With that, she formally entrusts Tae to Ragnar's guidance and departs. Later, outside the cabin, Ragnar admits he is impressed. Tae's potential exceeds his initial judgment. Ciri arrives first, offering a small nod of acknowledgement. Ralph joins shortly after, saluting her. Though he required an additional mission to secure his promotion, he has now also been recognized as a lower-rank warrior. They exchange brief congratulations. Ralph asks if everyone is present. Ciri notes that one is missing. Moments later, Tae approaches. There is a visible change in him. Blue runes glow faintly along his arms, like embedded inscriptions beneath the skin. His posture is steadier, his expression calmer. The others recognize it immediately. Tae greets them simply, as though nothing has changed. But the shift in presence is undeniable. Tae quickly realizes that his reputation has grown beyond his controls. Uncomfortable with the attention, Tae turns to Ciri and asks what exactly she told everyone. Ciri smiles and shifts the blame to Ralph. Ralph does not deny it. In fact, he admits to adding a few details of his own, such as Tae single-handedly defeating an ice giant. Before Tae can correct the exaggeration, the group surrounds him with overlapping questions and commentary. The noise is cut short by a firm voice asking if everyone has arrived. A silver-haired Valkyrie in emerald green armor steps forward. Her name is Gondair of the Jew Legion. She immediately clarifies that this mission is assigned to lower-ranked warriors from the Jew and Hindu legions. The small size of the unit does not indicate an easy task. A few of the warriors respond with lighthearted complaints, but the tone is playful. Gondair allows a brief smile before restoring order. The atmosphere shifts as she names their destination. Svartalfheimr, the land of the Dark Elves. The land of eternal night. The group falls silent as they step through the portal. The environment changes instantly. The air is thick and damp. Towering trees form an interlocked canopy that blocks nearly all light. The forest floor is layered with decay, and the silence carries an unnatural weight. After allowing them to take in the surroundings, Gondair explains the situation. The Dark Elves are key suppliers of medicinal herbs to Valhalla. Recently, one of them unintentionally awakened a basilisk from hibernation. The name alone is enough. Basilisks are known as kings of serpents, apex predators with lethal capabilities. The elves have requested assistance in slaying it. Gondair adds that the Jew Legion specializes in beast hunts. For this mission, they will employ something called Silent White. Excitement spreads among the group. Moments later, a pack of enormous white wolves emerges from the trees. They are far larger than ordinary wolves, carrying both disciplined aggression and controlled intelligence. These are the beasts of the Wu Legion. Each warrior mounts one. Tae does the same. When they begin moving, he immediately understands the name. The wolves are astonishingly fast, yet nearly soundless as they glide over roots and fallen leaves. Gondair notes that Tae handles the mount well. He thanks her, suspecting that his dragon-related saga may influence his control over other beasts as well. She studies him a moment longer than necessary and remarks that his potential is significant. Soon after, Gondair informs Ciri that she must meet with the Dark Elf Council. The mission command will temporarily fall to Ciri. The wolves already know the route. Gondair disappears into the forest canopy. After hours of travel, the unit reaches a hidden settlement deep within the woods, the ancestral land of the Molo family. At the entrance stands a gray-skinned elf with pale, silver hair. He bows and introduces himself as Toller, offering to guide them to the village chief. Tae observes the surroundings carefully. The architecture is elegant but shadowed. The villagers watch from doorways and windows, curious, cautious. To avoid risk, Tae activates Dragon Eyes. Names and alignments appear faintly within his vision. Most glow neutral. Toller's name appears green, friendly. Satisfied, Tae deactivates the ability. The group is led toward a large mansion at the center of the settlement. Tall gates open to reveal a grand interior hall. It is spacious and nearly empty. The silence inside feels heavier than the forest outside. Without hesitation, Toller opened a door at the far end of the hall and gestured for them to enter. His tone remained courteous. Inside, a long table was arranged with a generous spread of food and drink. Servants stood behind every chair. At the head of the table sat an elderly elf with composed features and steady eyes. He introduced himself as Malice, head of the Molo family and leader of the village. The warriors took their seats. Some remained alert. Others, like Rufy, reached immediately for a cup. Malice welcomed them and raised his drink in greeting. For a moment, attention shifted to Ciri. She was known for maintaining strict discipline during missions. After a brief pause, she allowed that one sip would not interfere with their duties. The mood eased. Tae lifted his cup as well. Then he stopped. A small detail unsettled him. His expression changed. He set his cup down abruptly and moved across the table, knocking drinks from several hands before they touched their lips. He met Ciri's eyes. No explanation was needed. She stood at once and ordered everyone outside. At the same time, Malice called for the doors to be sealed. Tae's dragon eyes were still active. He glanced upward toward the entry hall balcony. It was lined with elves. Every name glowed red. Archers stepped forward. Ciri instructed the unit to raise shields. The warriors reacted immediately. Arrows struck the defenses and scattered across the floor. Tae noticed movement near the main exit. Several elves were working to secure it. He ran toward them. They tried to intercept him, but failed. 2 guards fell under a single strike. He pivoted and drove a kick into the heavy door. The frame cracked and split open. The way out cleared. He called for the others to move. They crossed the courtyard at speed. Behind them, archers regrouped for another volley. Ciri produced a golden whistle and blew sharply. From the forest edge, the silent white emerged. The massive wolves tore through the gates and reached the warriors within seconds. They mounted quickly. The archers advanced, drawing again. Tae stepped back instead of boarding. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing golden runes etched along his forearms. During training with Rieta, he had learned rune engraving, a method for directing magic through temporary markings. The runes brightened. He spoke a single word. A controlled golden aura formed around him. Incoming arrows struck the field and fell away. The elves hesitated. Malice entered the courtyard, anger replacing his earlier composure. He demanded pursuit, but the delay was enough. The warriors were already in motion. The wolves accelerated into the forest, silent despite their size. The elves attempted to follow, but soon fell behind. Malice remained where he stood, watching them disappear. After putting distance between themselves and the settlement, the unit slowed. The wolves were breathing heavily from the sustained sprint. They dismounted and assessed the situation. Several warriors had been struck despite the shields. The wounds were shallow, but concerning. As arrows were removed, a dark substance mixed with the blood. One of the warriors examined it closely. It was not ordinary. The arrows were coated with poison, and not a mild one. The toxin acted quickly, darkening the blood around the wounds. One of the warriors asked if they could stop long enough to treat everyone properly. Ciri remained seated on her wolf, steady and composed. She said they would handle the injuries while moving. Stopping would only give their enemies time to close in. Their priority was to locate Gondair. They resumed their advance through the forest, applying pressure bandages and basic treatment as they rode. Back at the Molo estate, Malice remained kneeling in the empty hall. Purple flames gathered in front of him, forming a vague silhouette. A voice spoke through the chamber and informed him that he had failed. Malice lowered his head further and asked for another chance. He requested the power of the Basilisk, insisting that such strength would prevent future mistakes. The response was immediate and dismissive. The voice explained that the failure had already been anticipated. A secondary measure was in place. The flames disappeared. Far from the village, the unit continued through the forest. Rufy asked Tae whether he had identified the elves as enemies because of his Saga ability. Tae confirmed that he had. He also acknowledged that Ciri's quick trust had prevented delay. Ciri replied that trust was necessary in the field, especially among those who had already fought together. Then her expression shifted. Behind them, red light gathered and condensed into a rotating portal. She ordered the unit to prepare. Before anyone could reposition, the warrior at the rear was struck through the torso by a massive blade emerging from the portal. His body lifted from the ground. A figure stepped halfway through. Its skin was dull and gray-green. Its presence carried no hesitation. Tae's dragon eyes locked onto it. Regenerator Marcos. The designation alone signaled the scale of the threat. 2 warriors charged immediately. Their blades cut deep into the creature's chest. The wounds closed within seconds. Marcos moved once. Both attackers fell. 3 casualties in moments. The remaining warriors hesitated as the creature's flesh restored completely. Ciri identified him aloud. A regenerative enemy of this level could not be defeated through conventional strikes. She ordered everyone to mount and retreat. Marcos advanced before they could organize. From his arms, serpentine extensions formed and lashed outward, coiling around the wolves. The animals panicked and bucked, throwing their riders. Ciri rolled clear of a venomous strike, but Marcos redirected toward her. She activated her saga. Crimson energy gathered along her bow. Multiple spectral arrows formed and hovered around her before firing simultaneously. They pierced through Marcos's torso and limbs. He remained standing. He leapt forward. Ciri drew twin daggers and blocked his descending blade, but her focus remained on the weapon. A secondary strike followed, a heavy claw that connected and sent her to the ground. She lost consciousness. Roll reacted immediately. He activated his Saga and released an arrow at close range. The resulting explosion forced distance between them and the enemy. He lifted Ciri and ran. Marcos moved to pursue, then paused. Tae had already entered range. He declared that Marcos would face him. The creature raised one arm. Additional serpents erupted and lunged. Tae cut through them with controlled, angled strikes, clearing space without overextending. With the opening secured, he stepped forward to continue the engagement. Tae noticed a shift in the pattern. Marcos was no longer attempting to guard vital points. He allowed the strikes to land, relying entirely on regeneration to outlast his opponent. Tae adjusted. The golden aura around him intensified as he stepped in again. He delivered a clean slash that cut fully through Marcos' torso. Light flared across the clearing. From a distance, Roll supported Ciri as she regained her footing. He warned Tae that even decisive blows would not be enough if the regeneration continued unchecked. Marcos turned back toward Tae. A deep wound marked his lower abdomen, but his expression carried confidence rather than concern. Tae remained steady. He recalled the discipline taught by Ragnar. The aura of the gods was not only a source of healing or reinforcement. When precisely applied, it could suppress divine blessings and interfere with sagas. The key was control. Instead of maintaining the aura constantly, Tae had learned to concentrate it at the instant of a fatal strike. This conserved energy and maximized effect. Marcos' blood continued to flow. The wound did not close. The creature looked down and understood. The suppression was preventing regeneration. For the first time, hesitation appeared in his posture. They advanced simultaneously. Steel met steel in repeated exchanges. This time Marcos yielded ground. Whether from caution or the unfamiliar sensation of vulnerability, his movements were less certain. Roll watched in disbelief. Ciri, though still recovering, moved closer to support. Tae's advantage depended on endurance. If he exhausted himself, the situation would reverse. Marcos saw an opening and committed to a full-force swing. Tae withdrew just enough to avoid the blade and re-engaged immediately. He aimed to finish the encounter before his stamina declined. As he pressed forward, the golden aura surged again. Marcos had anticipated that. A segmented tail lashed forward and pierced Tae through the abdomen. The strike was fast and direct. Only the residual protection from Indu's blessing prevented immediate collapse. Marcos closed the distance, raising his blade for a final blow. Ciri intercepted. She struck the creature's arm at an angle, deflecting the descending attack. The edge grazed Tae's side instead of landing cleanly. She did not attempt to injure Marcos. She focused only on displacement, forcing him off balance. Tae steadied himself despite the wound. He drove his sword forward with full commitment. The blade passed through Marcos' torso and emerged from his back. Green fluid spilled from the creature's mouth. The suppression remained active. Tae transitioned immediately. Activating his warrior blade Saga, he altered the weapon's form. The embedded sword expanded and reshaped into a massive warhammer. The transformation detonated outward from within the creature's body. The impact fragmented Marcos completely. Was gone. Far away, within a chamber lit by violet fire, a flame-wreathed figure observed the outcome. Maris stood nearby, still shaken by what he had witnessed. The plan had accounted for resistance. It had not accounted for defeat. They were supposed to be low-ranking warriors. None should have possessed the ability to neutralize a regenerator. After a long silence, the entity gave a new order. The Basilisk would be released. The warriors were not to leave alive. In the forest, the surviving warriors regrouped. The wounded had been stabilized as best as possible. One problem remained. Tae had collapsed after the fight. Hours passed without response. Roll explained to Ciri that they had attempted everything within their means. The overuse of divine energy combined with the abdominal wound had likely forced his body into shutdown. They could only wait. Ciri remained alert, scanning the forest. Something felt unsettled. She said they could not stay. Moments later, a roar tore through the trees. The sound was heavy and resonant, vibrating through the ground itself. The warriors recognized it. Basilisk. Its origin was impossible to pinpoint. The echo came from every direction. Ciri gave immediate orders. Scatter. Survive. Regroup later and locate Gondair to report. The unit dispersed into the forest. Roll hesitated, looking at Tae's unconscious form. Ciri told him to leave Tae with her and move quickly. After a brief pause, he complied. When the others were gone, Ciri activated a different saga. Her body shifted. Her frame lengthened and hardened, hair turning pale and thick. Her features reshaped into those of a massive wolf. Unlike Tae's transformations, hers required no external focus. She secured Tae's armor in her jaws and moved. Through the forest she ran at full speed. Behind her, trees splintered as the basilisk forced its way through the undergrowth. Time passed. Tae drifted in darkness until a distant voice pulled at his awareness. The sound grew clearer, persistent. His eyes opened. Ciri was directly above him, pressing him firmly into the ground. The proximity startled him fully awake. Before he could speak, she covered his mouth and signaled for silence. Only then did he notice the shapes moving around them. Massive reptilian forms slid between trees. The basilisk and lesser serpents were searching nearby. Ciri explained in a whisper. She was using the veil granted by her goddess through her wolf-witch Saga. By maintaining direct contact, she could extend the concealment to him as well. Movement would break it. He stayed still. He asked quietly why she had not left him behind. She held his gaze for a moment before answering. Warriors with his potential were rare. Losing him would weaken their forces significantly. After a pause, she added that she valued fighting beside him. Tae absorbed the words without response. The serpents gradually moved past their position. When the immediate threat shifted farther away, Ciri said they would have one chance to relocate. She transformed again into the giant wolf. Tae rose despite lingering pain. He was ready to move. Tae activated his saga, Commander of Dragons. A faint blue aura extended from him and settled over Ciri as well. Her perception sharpened immediately. Heat signatures and subtle movements became clear among the trees. Dozens of serpents were concealed in the undergrowth. They struck at once. Tae intercepted the first wave, cutting through several in a single motion. More followed. The pattern repeated: advance, strike, retreat. The smaller snakes were fast and coordinated but manageable. Then the forest shifted. A heavy vibration rolled through the ground. Trees bent and snapped as something immense forced its way forward. The basilisk emerged. It towered over them, its fangs long and curved, its eyes radiating a predatory intensity. Ciri warned Tae not to meet its gaze. Direct eye contact would trigger paralysis. The creature lunged. Ciri evaded sideways while Tae used the momentum of its movement to vault onto its scale back and then push off toward her position. They regrouped at a safer distance. The basilisk turned, fixing its stare on them. They moved first. Ciri charged alongside Tae, strengthened by the aura he maintained. The basilisk opened its jaws. Thick green venom pooled between its fangs and then erupted outward in a concentrated stream. Tae raised his arm. The runes engraved there flared to life. The venom dispersed on contact, breaking apart under divine interference. Ciri leapt high, positioning above the creature. Tae followed, triggering his Storm Warrior saga to gain additional lift. In midair, his eyes aligned with the basilisk's. The creature's gaze struck him instantly. His body tightened, muscles locking. He responded by summoning the divine aura again, focusing it inward. The paralysis met resistance. The clash was not physical, but absolute, will against will. The basilisk's stare faltered. Its massive frame wavered. Tae moved the moment control returned. Activating the warrior's blade saga, he formed a spear instead of a sword. He drove it forward with full force. The weapon severed the basilisk's head cleanly. The forest fell still. Ciri dropped back into human form and sank to her knees. Maintaining her wolf-witch saga alongside Tae's aura had drained her heavily. Tae remained standing, but only barely. His earlier injuries had not fully healed, and the repeated use of divine power left him unsteady. A faint glow drew his attention. Near the basilisk's remains lay an object half buried in disturbed earth. Tae approached and pulled it free. It resembled a sword hilt, though the blade was broken. Despite the damage, it pulsed with ancient energy. Before he could examine it further, Ciri warned him. They were no longer alone. Multiple presences moved between the trees, circling. Tae tried to straighten, but exhaustion weighed on him. Ciri saw his condition and told him to retreat while she delayed the attackers. Her grip on her weapon trembled from fatigue. He refused. He summoned another blade and positioned himself beside her. She held his gaze for a moment, then nodded once. Serpents advanced from all sides. Individually, they posed little threat. Together, they forced the pair to expend what little strength remained. Then a heavier sound echoed. Another basilisk entered the clearing. Ciri assessed the movement in the surrounding forest. It was not alone. Large shapes rose from the shadows one after another. Giant serpents encircled the clearing, forming a tightening perimeter. This time, withdrawal was no longer possible. They were surrounded on all sides. Ciri searched for an opening, scanning for a weak point in the encirclement. There was none. The serpents had formed a complete ring. Tae attempted to call upon the divine aura again. Nothing answered. His body had reached its limit. At best, he could trigger his sagas twice more. It would not be enough against this number. He understood the outcome. Still, he raised his sword and settled into stance. If this was the end, it would not be a passive one. Ciri gave a faint smile. She adjusted her grip on her weapon and aligned herself beside him. They prepared for the charge. The serpents lunged and were intercepted. From the flanks, the silent white burst into the clearing, silent despite their size. Riders followed close behind. Ralph's voice carried over the noise. They had returned. From above, a figure descended and split a serpent in a single motion before landing firmly between the beasts and the exhausted pair. It was Gondaer. She warned them to stay alert. Another basilisk rushed Tae before he could reposition. He lacked the strength to raise his blade in time. A second strike cut through the charging beast before it reached him. Behind a falling body stood Ragnar, weapon lowered after the finishing blow. He stated calmly that reinforcements had arrived. Relief spread through the clearing. Ciri stared at Ragnar for a moment longer than necessary, the intensity in her expression briefly replacing her usual composure. The fighting resumed with momentum reversed. Roll activated his saga and detonated a concentrated blast into one of the advancing basilisks, opening space. The rest of the warriors pressed forward. Gondaer and Ragnar moved efficiently, cutting down the remaining serpents without wasted motion. Within minutes, the final basilisk fell. The forest grew quiet again. Ragnar confirmed the threat was neutralized. The younger warriors gathered near him, relief replacing tension. Gondaer stepped forward and declared the mission concluded. Further investigation would be handled by Hasgrid alongside the Dark Elf Council. The presence of Regenerator Marcos suggested organized interference. If one traitor had existed within the Molo family, others might remain. She turned to Tae. Defeating Marcos, she noted, exceeded the expected capacity of a low-ranking warrior. She would report the matter to the god O. Such performance warranted recognition. Tae gave no elaborate response. Gondaer added, with a subtle edge, that talent of his caliber would draw attention. A portal opened at her signal. The unit returned to Valhalla. Later, within the halls of the Valkyries, Rieta examined the broken hilt Tae had recovered from the basilisk's remains. She rotated it carefully, studying the faded runes along its surface. The markings were damaged beyond immediate interpretation, but the residual energy within it remained. It was clear to her. The relic was unlike anything commonly found. The metal carried residue from battles long before Ragnarok. She explained that the wars of that era dwarfed modern conflicts. On both sides had stood warriors whose strength bordered on myth, even by Valhalla standards. The weapon fragment Tae had recovered once belonged to one of them. He remembered the moment he touched it. The weight had felt different, as if it carried memory. Rieta advised him to keep it secured until its nature could be properly understood. There was no time to investigate further. They needed to submit their formal report. They traveled by boat across the wide river that separated Valhalla's districts, eventually reaching the sanctuary. During the journey, Rieta mentioned that the goddess had prepared a reward for Tae. Until now, he had only received minor blessings. The promise of something greater left him quietly anticipating what it might be. At the sanctuary hall, Tae entered alone. He placed a golden mass on the floor as part of the ritual offering. The great tree carved into the chamber walls illuminated in response. The goddess manifested before him, composed and radiant. She confirmed she had reviewed the mission report. The disruption of the giant's operation and the defeat of a high-tier enemy were acknowledged as significant achievements. As a result, she offered him a choice between two artifacts. The first was a cloak crafted under the authority of Olympus, capable of transforming its bearer into a Pegasus. The second was a magical pouch, able to store objects without regard to size or weight. He could select only one. Tae considered both carefully. Flight would offer mobility and prestige. The pouch, however, provided consistent utility in every mission. Sensing his indecision, the goddess assured him that in time he might obtain the other as well. With that reassurance, Tae chose the pouch. When he later showed it to Rieta, she admitted she had expected him to choose the cloak. He explained that flight would be more meaningful with a partner, and at present he operated alone within his legion. Practicality took priority. Rieta accepted the reasoning without objection. Soon after, Tai began formal training under Ragnar. The atmosphere shifted immediately. Ragnar made it clear that divine aura alone did not define strength. Many elite warriors had reached extraordinary levels through mastery of their sagas without ever awakening such power. They would begin with fundamentals: control, endurance, and efficiency. There would be no gradual adjustment. The moment Tai stabilized his stance, Ragnar advanced. The first strike came without warning. Tai barely intercepted it. Ragnar confirmed he was holding back, but only slightly. He instructed Tai to use his sagas fully. Divine aura was an advantage, not a substitute. The lesson was direct. Power without refinement was temporary. Mastery came from repetition, correction, and pressure. Tai activated the warrior saga. His posture shifted. The pressure around him intensified as he charged straight at Ragnar. Ragnar did not retreat. He adjusted his stance slightly and met the attack head-on. The exchange was brief. Tai was driven back, disarmed, and sent to the ground within moments. When he managed to push himself up, Ragnar was standing over him, calm and composed. It was not a defeat meant to discourage. It was a demonstration. Ragnar pointed out two issues. First, Tai lacked a true offensive saga. Most of his abilities enhanced, supported, or adapted. That versatility was useful against average opponents, but against higher-tier enemies, it forced him to overexert himself just to create lethal pressure. The fight with Regenerator Marcos had made that weakness clear. Second, his sagas were incomplete. Tai looked confused at that. Ragnar explained that sagas were not static abilities. They were stories shaped by their bearer. As the warrior changed, the saga could evolve with them. Many low-ranking fighters assumed what they awakened was final. It was not. Ragnar suspected Tai had already unlocked new applications without realizing it. Training ended for the day, but not the lesson. Ragnar instructed him to maintain his divine aura continuously, while walking, eating, resting, even sleeping. Constant strain would expand both capacity and duration. After Ragnar left, Tai sat in silence, absorbing everything. By evening, he stood outside again, aura faintly active. Ragnar noticed immediately. Tai activated the warrior's blade saga and summoned a standard sword. It appeared unchanged at first glance. Then he drew out the broken hilt recovered from the Basilisk. He held it and triggered the saga again. The missing blade formed instantly, reconstructing itself around the relic core. The weapon that materialized carried a sharper edge and heavier presence than before. Tai explained what he had discovered. When using the saga through an external relic, the summoned weapon did not merely imitate a blade, it incorporated the relic's latent properties. The result was a completed version enhanced by the artifact's inherent strength. Ragnar understood the implication. If Tai could replicate this consistently in combat, any relic, even damage, could become a lethal instrument in his hands. Most warriors would have dismissed the broken hilt as debris. Tai had seen potential. Before the discussion could continue, Rieta approached, holding a scroll. Her expression was serious. An urgent support request had come from Valkyrie Raskriti. Investigations in Svartalfheimr had revealed renewed activity. Reinforcements were being deployed immediately. Tai realized the location offered another possibility, the chance to search for additional fragments tied to the ancient relic. Rieta noticed his sudden enthusiasm and questioned it. He denied any personal motive, though his eagerness made the denial less convincing. Ragnar observed the exchange without comment. Elsewhere, in a shadowed realm threaded with silvery strands, a hidden figure monitored movements across the worlds. A servant reported that giant forces were mobilizing in Svartalfheimr and that Valhalla had responded. The figure expressed quiet anticipation. Soon after, Tai returned to Svartalfheimr. This time, multiple legions had answered the call. Among them were members of the Wu Legion. A broad-shouldered warrior from the Legion of Odin introduced himself as the field lead for the operation. Though also lower rank, he had been selected to coordinate the combined units. He had prepared 30 black horses for rapid movement through the forest. The combined force entered the dark woodland at a steady pace. As they rode, Tai felt a subtle unease. The forest seemed quieter than before. Too ordered, too controlled. He preferred the certainty of a dragon's back or the disciplined speed of the silent white. Here, something felt misaligned. Ciri hears that and starts laughing. She says he has really become a warrior now, already developing refined tastes. But the mood shifts. Rolf looks irritated, clearly in a bad mood. Tae notices and asks what is wrong. Ciri explains, slightly annoyed, that he was pulled back from vacation for this mission. The muscular warrior informs them that the base is close and tells everyone to increase speed. They accelerate. Without warning, their momentum stops. A massive herd of nows blocks the path ahead, dark creatures with glowing red eyes staring from the shadows. Realizing the road is about to be cut off, Ciri orders them not to slow down. They charge straight through the herd at full speed, cutting down dozens. If they had hesitated even briefly, they would have been surrounded. They break through the ambush and continue forward. A strange sound echoes overhead. Someone shouts for everyone to look up. A squadron of harpies descends rapidly toward them. This time they're caught off guard. There is no time to reorganize. Ciri begins cutting down the ones that get close. Rolf attempts to defend himself, but struggles. Without his crossbow, he cannot activate his saga. Tae reaches for the hilt of his sword. As the harpies circle them, a golden glow begins to pulse from his body. The light intensifies. The harpies recoil and begin to retreat. Tae activates his warrior's sword saga. Energy forms around the hilt, shaping a complete blade of bright gold. The weapon radiates control power. Waves of force push outward, driving the harpies back. In a single surge, the aerial threat is eliminated. The others stare in silence. Even Tae looks slightly uncomfortable under the attention. With the path clear again, they move forward. As they approach their destination, the warrior from the Legion of Odin turns to Tae and welcomes him to the battlefield. Ahead, at the center of a massive crater, a full-scale battle is underway. The sound of metal colliding carries through the air. They descend into the conflict. Ciri activates her saga. Arrows fly in rapid succession, striking their targets with precision. One enemy falls after another until she signals the advance. The group charges forward, cutting through beasts in their path. Resistance collapses quickly. Rolf grips the hilt of his broken weapon and activates his saga. Instead of a sword, a crossbow forms, larger, reinforced, refined. When he fires, 3 bolts release at once, clearing everything ahead. Tae watches the formation push steadily toward the center. Their progress is direct and efficient. After several minutes, they reach the heart of the battlefield. There stands Valkyrie Hasgrid, commanding her forces while fighting alongside them. When she sees Tae approach, she acknowledges him and returns her focus to the fight. Tae dismounts and asks about the situation. She explains that the battle is nearly contained, but the enemy has deployed a weapon similar to Steel Rain and has been using it repeatedly. Then she looks up and orders everyone to scatter. The sky shifts. It is not rain, but massive boulders descending at high velocity. They strike the battlefield, carving craters and crushing everything beneath them. The impact releases more nows from within the shattered rock. Some are significantly larger than the others. Tae spots another incoming projectile. This one is far larger than the rest. The colossal mass crashes down, missing their group by only a narrow margin. Tension spreads through the battlefield. No one knows what will emerge from the massive rock. A fireball suddenly streaks across the sky, changing direction mid-flight and heading toward the Dark Elf village. Tae freezes for a brief moment, still processing how close he came to being crushed. Hasgrid approaches him and says he needs to go to the village immediately. The fireball was aimed there, and they're likely under attack. She adds that on this battlefield, he is the only one she trusts to handle it. Tae agrees and says he will find a horse, but she stops him. There's no time. She removes her cloak and hands it to him, explaining that it will allow him to transform into a dragon. She tells him to choose someone he trusts to accompany him. Tae considers briefly and gives the cloak to Ciri. Moments later, they take off over the battlefield. Behind a massive rock that nearly crushed them, a giant begins to emerge. It is enormous, but different from the one at the Black Castle. Smaller in size, yet its presence feels significantly stronger. Records state that giants possess rune-like powers similar to the warriors of Valhalla, but their strength increases with each kill. The energy radiating from this one suggests it has already taken many lives. The creature releases a roar powerful enough to stagger several warriors. For its allies, however, the sound has the opposite effect. They accelerate. The battle intensifies again. Ciri and Tae reach the elf village. Another giant is already there. Villagers scatter in all directions. Tae studies the creature. Its shape is unusual, unlike the others. He realizes it is likely a mage. The giant begins casting and launches a spell directly toward the village. Tae tells Ciri to get closer. He intends to draw its attention. He switches his crossbow for a spear and throws it with full force. Just before impact, the spear collides with an invisible barrier and disintegrates. Additional barriers begin forming around the giant. The creature turns toward them and starts casting repeatedly, launching spell after spell. A barrage of magic fills the air, striking not only them but the village below. The elves are caught in the chaos. From above, Tae sees the scale of the destruction. If this continues, the village will be destroyed. They need to end the fight quickly. Elsewhere, in another realm, a figure sits on a throne at the peak of a mountain, observing events in silence. A harpy delivers a message. The spider-like creature has a name, Vault. She was responsible for persuading Mal to betray Valhalla. Her objective was to locate something called the Seed. The man on the throne dismisses the plan as flawed. He states that fear of Valhalla has forced him to intervene personally. In his view, there's only one way to defeat Valhalla: total destruction. He intends to reignite a conflict equivalent to the Great War. His name is Haran, one of the 5 generals of the Giant King. With his involvement, the scale of future battles will increase. Back in the village, Tae continues fighting. Retreat is no longer an option. He activates his saga and begins summoning multiple spears at once, launching them toward the giant. The barrier holds, blocking every strike. He maintains pressure, intercepting incoming spells with successive waves of summoned weapons. Spears and magic collide midair, producing repeated explosions. The exchange continues without resolution. Ciri glances at him, concerned. Ciri asks if any of this is actually working. Tae answers immediately. From his experience as a player, he explains that barriers like this weaken under continuous pressure. If they keep attacking without pause, the structure will destabilize and eventually create an opening. As he speaks, he continues summoning spears. No interruption, no hesitation. He maintains a steady rhythm, stating that constant pressure is their only option. On another side of the battlefield, Hasgrid stands face to face with the newly emerged giant. She recognizes at once that this is not an ordinary enemy. Its presence rivals her own strength. As commander, she cannot step back. Any sign of hesitation would ripple through her forces. The air titans. They charge simultaneously. When they collide, the impact sends a shockwave across the battlefield. Back at the village, Tae's assault continues. Spears strike the barrier and dissolve on contact. The giant maintains its magical barrage. Tae scans the area. Several homes are already burning. Elves run in confusion as flames spread. Then a group of dark elves approaches. They wear glowing helmets marked with small flashing lights. One of them quickly explains that they are the village fire brigade. They instruct Tae and Ciri to focus on the giant. Together, they raise their hands and cast a spell. Heavy storm clouds gather overhead. Rain pours down abruptly, extinguishing the fires across the village. The battlefield shifts. The giant roars again, but this time the magical barrier surrounding it fades. The sustained rain interferes with its spells. As a fire-based mage, its weakness becomes evident. Tae understands immediately. The rain has created an opening. Without delay, he activates his saga and throws a spear with full force. He tells Ciri to move in while he maintains pressure, using his attacks as cover. If they can close the distance, they can end it. He decides to escalate. Recalling Ragnar's training, he synchronizes further with the original character from the game. The alignment stabilizes at 18%. He activates the ancestral dragon barrage. A concentrated blast pierces through the giant, tearing away a large section of its body. Inside, Tae notices something, an emerald-colored core glowing at the center. Ciri sees it as well and accelerates. She calls for them to combine their sagas to ensure the strike succeeds. She activates hers first. A dark violet aura wraps around her spear, pulsing steadily. Tae activates his again. They strike together. The combined impact detonates through the giant's body, completely destroying it. For a brief moment, there is silence. Then a distortion forms at the center of the blast. A portal opens and pulls them inward before they can react. In an instant, Tae and Ciri disappear. The elves are left staring at the empty space where they had been. They regain consciousness in an unfamiliar place. They are suspended in a dark, silent void saturated with dense, magical energy. There is no visible ground, no horizon. Tae looks around, confused. They destroyed the giant. This location should not exist. Ciri remains composed. She explains that when the core shattered, a small portal appeared. It may have been an emergency mechanism or a trap. She senses residual magic in the space around them. The energy feels old, possibly connected to remnants of the Great War. Tai goes still. Since discovering the broken sword hilt, he has wondered about the warriors who fought in that ancient conflict. Now he may be standing within the remains of that battlefield itself. There are no enemies in sight and no clear exit. Ciri then looks at him carefully and asks how he is managing to carry so much equipment. Tai laughs and explains casually that the goddess End gave him a magic bag capable of storing anything, regardless of weight or size. Ciri exhales, already sounding tired. She says this situation may be more complicated than she expected. Tai asks what she means. She explains that after the incidents with the regenerator and the Basilisk, Valkyrie Gondair issued an order. They were instructed to convince Tai to join her legion. Tai chuckles and says has Grid told him something similar. After they finish eating, Tai stretches and says it is time to leave. Ciri asks how he intends to do that when they do not even know where they are. In response, he takes out the broken sword hilt and suggests it might guide them. Standing near the edge of a cliff, he extends the hilt forward. To Ciri, it appears as though he is simply holding it in the air. In reality, Tai activates his Dragon Eyes Saga. Through it, he sees a faint trail of magical energy forming ahead, indicating a direction. Ciri studies him briefly, then activates her Saga and transforms. They take flight, following the path he perceives. During the flight, she asks about his past life. In Valhalla, personal histories are rarely discussed, but his abilities stand out. His sagas are unusually refined. Tai answers modestly that, when he was alive, he had been a world champion. The statement leaves her silent for a moment. Eventually, Tai notices something ahead. They land in a wide field scattered with weapons. Many appear to be high-tier relics. Some are damaged, others intact. Tai begins collecting them methodically: helmets, swords, spears, shields, placing everything into the magic bag, including broken pieces. Ciri watches without commenting at first, then asks if he intends to take even the damaged ones. He replies that anything could become useful later. Among the scattered equipment, one item shines more brightly than the rest: a belt that enhances strength and endurance. Ciri recognizes the symbol engraved on it and identifies it as belonging to the Legion of Freya. She explains that Freya is known as a goddess of love and beauty, but also of war and magic. Tai considers this and briefly wonders whether the goddess tied to his own path might possess similar dual aspects. He suggests Ciri choose something as well. After hesitating, she reveals she has already taken a small dagger. They continue walking. Tai eventually declares he has collected enough, though the mismatched equipment he is wearing gives him an uneven appearance. As he adjusts the contents of the bag, the sword recovered from the Basilisk begins to vibrate. He removes it carefully. A faint aura emits from the blade, subtly pointing in a direction. Following it, he finds a dagger on the ground, radiating the same energy. He studies it. There is no obvious link between the dagger and the sword, yet the blade led him to it. Ciri suggests they may originate from the same source. Perhaps warriors from this realm once fought alongside those of Valhalla, and their weapons were forged under the same influence. Tai accepts the possibility and stores the dagger as well. With their gear secured, they move forward again. After some distance, they arrive at the edge of a massive crater. Below, skeletal remains begin reconstructing themselves. Bone is gradually covered by muscle and flesh. The process happens in real time. Nearby corpses also begin to rise. The nows, dozens of them, regenerate in the same manner. Tai and Ciri exchange a tense look as the scene unfolds. Enemies surround them on all sides. There is no visible escape route. They steady their breathing, adjust their weapons, and prepare to fight. Before they can engage, a surge of energy forms behind them. When they turn, they see an entire army charging forward. The warriors collide with the regenerating horde, and the battlefield erupts into another large-scale clash. Tai and Ciri watch the impact. Ciri moves to join the fight, but Tai catches her cloak and pulls her back. He tells her their objective lies ahead. They need to eliminate the source. Without delay, they take to the air. From above, the battlefield spreads out beneath them, layers of combat overlapping in every direction. In the distance, the massive beast observes. When it notices them, it releases a roar strong enough to distort the air. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning descends from above. The strike disrupts their sagas. Ciri loses balance. Both of them begin to fall. Tai feels disoriented as they drop. When they hit the ground, he realizes he has landed on top of her. He quickly moves aside. Ciri confirms she is functional, though the energy disruption left her briefly dizzy. Before they can reposition, Nulles close in from all directions. They defend themselves while moving, avoiding prolonged engagement. Instead of forcing a direct confrontation, they push forward toward the beast. As they approach, it begins charging another attack. The blast tears through the air, but they evade at the last possible moment. The attack continues past them and eliminates several pursuing Nulles. Ciri uses the opening to reposition beneath the creature. She activates her Saga and releases a volley of unerring arrows. The projectiles strike from multiple angles. The damage is minimal, but the creature's focus shifts toward her. As it prepares to retaliate, she activates her Saga again and transforms into a wolf, retreating at high speed. She informs Tae that standard attacks are ineffective. He will need to escalate. Tae activates his Storm Warrior Saga and propels himself forward. Drawing his legendary sword, he channels divine energy into the blade and delivers a direct strike. When he lands and assesses the result, he sees only a shallow cut. The damage is negligible. Ciri calls for him to mount up so they can repeat their previous coordinated assault. Before they can synchronize, the beast unleashes a concentrated breath attack. They narrowly avoid it. Tae reassesses. Even their combined finishing technique may not be sufficient. He tells Ciri to keep the creature occupied while he analyzes it. Activating Dragon Eyes, he studies the target carefully despite the ongoing chaos. Beneath the creature's name, he notices a descriptor, Absolute Defense. He reviews its behavior. It has not repositioned significantly. It has absorbed multiple direct impacts with minimal response. Meanwhile, Ciri continues evading. Her stamina begins to decline. Recognizing that conventional strikes are ineffective, she alters her approach. Activating her Saga again, she concentrates its power into her fangs. She accelerates and lunges directly at the creature's head. This time, when her bite connects, it penetrates. The monster howls in pain, its voice shaking the ground. Ciri realizes her attack is working and tightens her bite. The creature thrashes violently, trying to throw her off, but she refuses to release. Even so, her stamina is draining quickly. Through the struggle, she spots Tae on the far side of the field, running at full speed. More Nulles appear in his path. With a single god-powered strike, he clears them and continues forward. As he moves, he pieces everything together. The sword-shaped stone embedded in the ground when they first arrived was not decoration. It was the source. He sprints toward it and activates his Saga, channeling divine strength. He grips the stone and pulls. It does not move. He increases his output, pushing further, but the stone remains fixed. The beast notices. It abandons its effort to shake off Ciri and charges directly at Tae. At the last moment, something shifts. The stone loosens. Tae pulls it free. Immediately, the creature's body begins to unravel, its form destabilizing as though its existence had been anchored to the stone. In the place where it had stood embedded, a portal opens. Ciri sees it and understands. She releases the beast and calls for Tae. He jumps on her back, and together they launch into the portal. Behind them, the ghostly warriors continue fighting. The remaining Nulles are defeated shortly after. One warrior announces that the beast has fallen, and the battlefield fills with restrained celebration. Then someone notices Tae and Ciri are gone. A portal is discovered at the center of the field. The warriors gather, recognizing it as the path the two took. Without hesitation, they begin entering it one by one. On the other side, the battle between Hasgrid and the empowered giant continues without pause. Blow meets blow. Neither yields. She advances again. The giant swings. She counters with a strike that shakes the ground. Tae and Ciri emerge from the portal and land nearby. Hasgrid briefly questions how they arrived so quickly, but the giant's attention shifts. It locks on a Tae. In that instant, it senses something the seed. Recognizing it, the giant charges at him with full force. There is almost no time to react. Hasgrid moves to intercept, but knows she cannot reach him in time. Just before the strike lands, a thunderous impact echoes across the field. Smoke blankets the area. As it clears, figures are visible standing between the giant and Tae, restraining the creature's arm. They are the spirits of the ancient warriors of Valhalla. United, they hold the giant in place. One spirit calls the others to battle. None hesitate. Before advancing, one turns to Hasgrid and makes a final request. They ask for her permission, as Valkyrie, to defend Asgard and the 9 realms once more. Without delay, she grants it. At her command, the spirits begin to solidify, their forms regaining substance as their fighting will fully manifests. Together, they charge. More warriors step forward to block the giant's path. Despite the overwhelming power before them, none retreat. Energy surges across the battlefield again. The giant throws itself forward, but has Grid intercepts, declaring that it remains her opponent. They collide once more at the center of the chaos, trading heavy strikes as the battle reignites around them. A short distance from the front lines, Tae and Ciri observe the battle. Ulf approaches them, confused, and asks how they returned so quickly. It has not even been an hour since they left. Tae and Ciri exchange a look. They're certain they spent hours in that other realm. The difference in time flow remains unexplained, but there is no space to dwell on it. Ciri states that they need to rejoin the fight. Before she steps forward, Tae stops her. He says the final threat still needs to be handled. Expecting that response, she transforms again, and they take to the sky. From above, they assess the battlefield. Ciri's movements are slower now. 2 consecutive battles have drained her. Tae notices immediately. He tells her their goal is not to defeat the giant directly, only to create an opening. Grid and the giant are evenly matched. A distraction may be enough to tip the balance. Below, Grid advances once more. A spear flies toward the giant, then another, then several more in rapid succession. The repeated strikes begin to irritate the creature. It roars in frustration and declares that once the Valkyrie falls, the 2 in the sky will be next. Tae continues launching spears, maintaining pressure. Ciri questions whether it is having any effect. At that moment, Grid charges again. The giant shifts its full focus to her, preparing a decisive blow. That is the opening Tae was waiting for. He channels divine power into a single spear and throws it with precision. The weapon strikes the giant's hand, disrupting the attack at the critical instant. Grid reacts immediately. She invokes divine strength and delivers a clean, decisive strike. The giant is decapitated. Its massive body collapses, shaking the battlefield as it falls. The impact is immediate. The enemy forces falter. Their general has fallen. The warriors of Valhalla surge forward with renewed force. Morale shifts completely. The remaining enemies are driven back. From above, Tae and Ciri watch as the tide turns. With the outcome decided, Tae lands and finally allows himself to rest. Ciri stands nearby, observing him in silence. Night gradually settles over the battlefield. The last enemies fall. The ancient spirits who fought begin returning to their ethereal forms. One approaches Grid and thanks her for granting them the chance to fight once more. She answers firmly that Valhalla will always receive them. She raises her sword, her armor shifting into ceremonial form. The Bifrost descends, illuminating the field in radiant color. Before departing, one spirit turns toward Tae and calls him a brave warrior of End. He says they will report his deeds to Odin and that their paths may cross again. One by one, the spirits cross the bridge and disappear. Silence follows. Grid turns to those who remain and states that she will personally guide the fallen to Odin. She assures them that every deed will be acknowledged. Tae steps forward and returns an item to her, thanking her with quiet sincerity. She then asks Ciri what it was like to carry Tae through the battle. Ciri answers plainly that she fulfilled her duty. Grid nods. She mentions that more Valkyries will soon arrive, but before departing, she steps closer to Tae and places a brief kiss on his forehead, leaving a blessing. The battlefield, now quiet, marks the end of the conflict. Tae froze. His heart pounded with nervous excitement, but the feeling quickly gave way to a hollow weight in his chest. He understood that the kiss, like the one Heda had once given him, was a Valkyrie ritual, sacred and honorable, yet impersonal. It was tradition, not intimacy. Far from the battlefield, in the frozen expanse of Jotunheim, tension simmered beneath controlled anger. The commander of the giant army stood in silence. The defeat did not trouble her. The battle had never been meant to secure victory. It was designed to exhaust Valhalla's strength. What unsettled her was the seed. The fragment they had searched for had ended up in his possession. Their secrets were now at risk. Nearby, a strange-looking man stood trembling. He feared the king's reaction, yet the king remained silent. That silence carried more weight than any outburst. It suggested intention rather than surprise. Time passed. Eventually, 2 Valkyries descended from the sky and landed beside the remaining warriors. Hagen approached Tae and demanded to know where he had found the artifact. Tae explained everything in detail, recounting the events and the dangers he had faced. After listening, Hagen admitted she did not know the artifact's purpose. However, she reasoned that if a creature of such strength had guarded it, the object must hold significant value, possibly even danger. She stated that she would secure it herself and would speak with Tae again later. Before leaving, she offered her blessing. Tae accepted it, though a sense of incompleteness lingered. He turned to Gondair and asked whether she would also grant a blessing. She laughed lightly at his boldness, noting that few would make such a request. Still, she agreed. Tae closed his eyes. When he opened them, he found himself momentarily unsettled. Gondair's blessing felt different. It was softer, warmer, and it lingered. The effect left him briefly disoriented. As the Valkyries prepared to depart, Heda arrived. She had witnessed enough to understand what had occurred. Her expression did not conceal her reaction. Ciri observed the situation with quiet amusement and noted that the scene had drawn attention. Hours later, the transport coffins were prepared. The return to Valhalla began. Before departure, Heda approached Tae and pressed him for an explanation regarding the Valkyries. Her tone balanced seriousness with subtle teasing. Tae attempted to clarify, struggling to organize his defense. After letting him speak, Heda revealed that she had only been testing him. The tension eased. Later, as Tae drifted toward sleep, Heda approached once more. In a low voice, she offered a quiet blessing and stepped away. The warriors returned to Valhalla. Yet beneath the vast roots of Yggdrasil, events moved in another direction. In the shadow of its ancient structure stood Odin and Thor. Odin withdrew the seed from his cloak and asked what it truly was. Mimir answered. He explained that it was a fragment of Gar's soul. If the remaining fragments were gathered, Gar could be restored. Odin considered this. Gar had been powerful, but not a direct threat to the gods. Thor asked whether Gar had any connection to Fenrir. Mimir confirmed that Gar's howl would awaken the wolf. Once awakened, Fenrir would break free, and his path would lead to Odin. Meanwhile, in the frozen lands of Jotunheim, a new alignment was forming. The giant king approached Loki with measured satisfaction. The 5 generals were already moving. Loki responded calmly, stating that the larger conflicts were only beginning. Back beneath Yggdrasil, Mimir continued. The giants did not require Gar's full return. Only a fragment would be enough to set events in motion. A single howl from a fragment would be enough to trigger Ragnarok. Odin stated that someone among them carried a special saga, an ability capable of accelerating the coming chaos. Thor understood immediately who was being implied. Loki. Without hesitation, Odin handed the seed fragment to Thor and ordered its destruction. Despite fully understanding its potential, Odin chose certainty over curiosity. Removing the risk was the only way to delay what was coming. The time for indirect conflict had ended. From this point forward, the gods would intervene directly. Elsewhere in Valhalla, Tae knelt before the goddess Idun, his head lowered in respect. She commended his recent achievements, explaining that his name was beginning to spread across the realms. Warriors had started calling it out during battle, their voices carrying across the field. The words settled heavily within him. Pride and disbelief mixed in equal measure. Idun allowed herself a rare smile before announcing that he would receive his reward. Tae anticipated the legendary cloak that would allow him to take the form of a Pegasus. He had imagined it many times. Instead, Idun revealed a different gift. She would grant him a magical mount, one that would allow him to ride any creature regardless of size, species, or strength. There would be no limitations. The implications unfolded quickly in his mind. The freedom of movement, the strategic advantage. The possibilities were vast. After considering the offer carefully, he made his choice. Upon leaving the temple, he encountered Ha and Ragnar waiting outside. His expression alone told him the outcome had been significant. Ragnar observed that Tae appeared changed, tempered by battle, and suggested they intensify their training. Ha disagreed, pointing out that they had only just returned. Rest would serve them better than immediate strain. Remembering something he had set aside, Tae asked for their help with another matter. Since training was postponed, there was time. They went to his cabin. Tae began laying out a collection of items he had salvaged from a shattered world, remnants recovered from ruined battlefields. Ragnar studied the pile with confusion before remarking that it looked like the work of a scavenger. Many of the weapons were damaged, rusted, or fractured. Heda stepped forward and placed her hand on one of the blades. She paused. Beneath the corrosion, she sensed lingering energy. The weapons, though broken, still carried traces of power. Ragnar examined them more closely and agreed. The magical residue was distinct. He suggested that these weapons once belonged to specific legions. Valhalla's forces marked their arms with unique signatures, subtle but identifiable. Tae accepted the idea. If the weapons could be traced, they might be returned to their original legions, honoring the warriors who once wielded them. They began sorting through the pieces, studying engravings, rune patterns, and forging marks. Each legion carried its own identity within its craftsmanship. Hours passed. Ha eventually stopped in front of a dagger. She examined it in silence, her focus narrowing. Ragnar suggested that it might not belong to any standard legion. Some weapons were singular, like Tae's own blade. That possibility prompted Tae to act. He decided to use his saga. If the dagger held a history, his ability might reveal it. He gripped the weapon and concentrated. The cabin darkened as a sudden blue flash filled the room. The light expanded outward, sharp and electric. At first, nothing appeared. Then Tae's eyes began to glow faintly. Images formed along the wall, moving like reflections cast from another place. The others remained still. The vision revealed an unfamiliar warrior navigating a violent sea toward a distant island. The landmass stood against the horizon, isolated and severe. She reached the shore and moved inland, passing through overgrown paths and empty terrain. Time stretched as she searched. Eventually, she discovered it. An ancient fortress stood ahead, silent and untouched. Corpses of fallen creatures covered the ground around the fortress. The air carried a heavy, corrupted stillness. The warrior remembered the rumor of the Maiden of Shadows, a figure said to bathe in the blood of those who sought her. It was believed that no one who ventured there had ever returned. Even so, she continued forward. She stated that she needed to witness the truth herself. In time, she did. The Maiden of Shadows appeared. Instead of hostility, she offered acceptance. She allowed the warrior to remain and placed her under strict training. The years that followed were defined by endurance. The warrior faced relentless trials, refining her abilities and surpassing her former limits. When she was finally permitted to leave the island, the maiden granted her a final gift, a spear formed from the bones of an ancient sea monster. Its presence carried a severe and striking beauty. The warrior departed transformed. Victories followed. Her strength overwhelmed those who opposed her. Her name spread, and her reputation solidified into legend. Then everything ended. Her world was destroyed under the will of a god. Loki defeated her without hesitation. He informed her that her family, her allies, and everything she had fought to protect had been erased. Nothing remained. He left her there. In defiance, she launched one final attack. It was futile. She fell, and with her, her world was lost. The vision faltered and froze. Heda and Ragnar remained silent, absorbing what they had witnessed. The experience had felt more tangible than a memory. It was as if a fragment of existence had briefly resurfaced. Ragnar eventually spoke. He identified the projection as a preserved fragment of Shu's life. Then, with a lighter tone, he remarked that the image had begun to repeat. Tae, still focused, asked who the warrior had been. Ragnar explained that she was known as Errol, the strongest warrior of the destroyed world seen in the vision. In terms of ability, he compared her to Valhalla's legendary Sigurd. The comparison unsettled Tae. A warrior from another realm, standing equal to one of Valhalla's greatest figures, shifted his understanding of the weapon they had uncovered. As he examined the dagger again, he noticed faint markings along its surface. A name had revealed itself. Fragments of Guy Bulb. Ragnar immediately understood. He explained that the Saga had not responded earlier because the weapon had been sealed. His expression turned serious. He warned Tae not to activate his Saga on the dagger again. They did not know how the Jints would respond. When Tae asked for clarification, Ragnar described Jints as powerful spiritual oaths, bindings anchored to specific conditions or emotions. Given Shu's near unbreakable will, her weapon's Jints could remain volatile. The dagger might reject a new wielder or respond unpredictably. Tae reflected on what he had felt during the vision. There had been no hostility. Instead, the experience had resembled communication. The weapon had not issued a warning. It had presented a standard. He concluded that possessing Guy Bulb would not be enough. To truly wield it, he would need to reach the level of the one who came before. A weapon forged through legend would not submit to lesser resolve. Still considering the implications, Tae asked Heda about the mounts used by Idun's legion. He was aware that Odin's forces rode black war steeds, and that other legions favored spectral breeds. With his newly granted saddle, he could bond with any creature. He wanted to understand his options. Heda explained that Idun's legion did not maintain a mount tradition. They operated without them. Before Tae could respond, Ragnar offered an alternative. He suggested traveling to the borderlands between Valhalla and Olympus, a harsh region known for its wild griffins. There, Tae could attempt to capture a mount worthy of his new ability. The proposal was direct. The outcome would depend entirely on Tae's strength and resolve. They looked to Heda for approval. She considered the proposal and agreed to join them. Ragnar supported the plan, noting that the journey would also provide an opportunity to strengthen their divine auras. With Ciri currently on leave, they invited her as well. During the previous battle, she had awakened her own divine aura, seemingly triggered through her connection with Tae. Both of them were advancing, though Ciri felt an added sense of pressure. Ragnar had long been someone she admired. She wanted to demonstrate that she could stand at that level. The training began immediately. Ragnar required them to sustain their divine auras for extended periods, focusing on endurance rather than bursts of power. He monitored their breathing, posture, and control, pushing them to maintain stability under strain. Each movement demanded discipline. By nightfall, they made camp. Ragnar prepared food from a creature they had hunted earlier. The meat was unfamiliar, but Tae found it unexpectedly satisfying. As they rested, the discussion shifted. Ragnar asked Ciri whether she had ever considered transferring to the Legion of Iden. He observed that she and Tae worked well together and suggested that her presence there would be valuable. Ciri declined. She explained that her loyalty remained with her current legion and that she could not leave her comrades. The following morning, they resumed their ascent into the mountains. After hours of climbing, they reached a series of cliffs where griffins were known to nest. Ragnar signaled to Heda. She approached their horse and whispered an incantation. Magic flowed into the animal, amplifying its scent. Ragnar explained that griffins were drawn to horse flesh. The enhanced scent would act as bait. The response was immediate. 3 griffins descended from the tree-line, wings cutting through the air as they targeted the source. Ragnar confirmed that the hunt had begun. Tae removed a cloak from his pack and secured it around his shoulders. He leapt forward and transformed midair into a massive falcon, climbing rapidly. One griffin redirected toward him, abandoning the bait. Tae maintained distance, maneuvering carefully and guiding it higher. Below, Ciri drew 3 arrows tipped with a paralyzing compound. She released them in quick succession. Each struck its mark. The griffin lost control and fell. The remaining 2 were handled through similar coordination. Tae distracted and repositioned them, while Ciri executed precise strikes. Within minutes, all 3 were grounded. Ragnar clarified that these were not the true objective. They were lesser beasts. A deeper roar soon echoed across the cliffs. The Alpha emerged. It was significantly larger than the others, its wingspan broad, and its feathers dense and metallic in sheen. Its presence altered the air around it. This was the target Tae intended to claim. Ragnar handed him a length of enchanted rope. It had been prepared to suppress the strength and resistance of whatever it bound. The enchantment would activate only once and required precise timing. The Alpha moved first. Its speed exceeded that of the others, closing distance almost instantly. Tae transformed again into falcon form, drawing it upward. At the last possible moment, he shifted back to human form. His divine aura ignited around him, stabilizing his descent and redirecting his momentum. He landed onto the griffin's back and secured the rope around its neck in a single motion. The creature reacted violently, twisting and climbing in an attempt to dislodge him. The rope tightened as its enchantment activated. Gradually, resistance diminished. The magic worked through its strength, suppressing its ability to retaliate fully. Tae understood that control required more than force. He steadied his breathing and synchronized his aura, not to dominate, but to assert presence. The griffin's movements slowed. This was the decisive moment. Tae drew his legendary sword. Its edge carried a faint celestial sheen. Since the previous battle, his synchronization with his character had reached 20%. The increase had unlocked a new saga. He activated the blacksmith saga. The blade shifted in his grasp, reforming into a massive hammer. Its structure felt dense and ancient, resonating with the precision of divine craftsmanship. Tae lifted it and brought it down against the enchanted rope. The impact released a concentrated shockwave. The rope's enchantment intensified, its suppressive force multiplying. The alpha griffin trembled under the surge of magic. Gradually, its resistance faded. Its wings lowered. Its body steadied. At last, it inclined its head. The struggle ended. Tae invoked another ability, the Dragon Commander Saga. A measured pulse of authority radiated from him, settling over the griffin. This was not force alone, but recognition. The creature acknowledged him, not merely as a rider, but as its accepted master. Below, the others reacted with visible relief and approval. Tae guided the griffin down to the ground. Once landed, he noted that proper equipment would be necessary, armor for the griffin and a suitable saddle. The moment of calm did not last. A thunderous detonation split the sky. Two brilliant flares ignited within the clouds, distinct and deliberate. Ragnar immediately understood the signal. Two separate units were under attack at the same time. The coordination suggested planning, not coincidence. Haida acted first. She shifted into her swan form, radiant and expansive. She stated that she would take Ciri to one location while Tae and Ragnar addressed the other. There was no delay. Tae mounted the griffin. Ragnar joined him, and they launched into the sky. They arrived over Confrin to find severe damage. Forest land had been torn apart. Trees lay splintered. The ground bore scorch marks and fresh craters. Smoke drifted through the air. At the center of the destruction, two giants were engaged with Valhalla's warriors. Among the defenders stood Brak of Thor's legion, holding back a giant's massive war axe through raw strength alone. The effort left him exposed as a second giant moved in from the flank. Ragnar descended first. His divine aura ignited as he dropped. The instant he landed, his blade cut cleanly through the second giant's neck. The body collapsed moments after the head struck the ground. The momentum shifted. Tae directed the griffin into a steep dive. He collided with the remaining giant at an angle that forced it off balance, creating the opening Brak required. Brak responded immediately. He activated his saga, his aura flaring around him. With a decisive strike, he shattered the giant's weapon, drove it backward, and followed through with a final blow that split its skull. The battlefield fell quiet. Cheers rose from the surviving warriors. Ragnar's name echoed first. Brak's followed. Then another name began circulating, Tae. More specifically, a title that had started spreading among the ranks, the warrior who rode a Valkyrie. The description was inaccurate, but it had already taken hold. After landing, Brak approached Tae and offered brief congratulations. Other warriors gathered, asking with genuine curiosity what Valkyrie he had ridden this time. Tae clarified that it had been a griffin and not a Valkyrie at all. The correction drew mixed reactions, some clearly having preferred the rumor. Brak redirected the focus. There was still another unit in danger. Ragnar demanded a report. Brak explained that they had located another fragment of Gar's soul. As they moved to secure it, the giants launched an immediate ambush. The clash had begun without warning. Brak explained that the fragment had not been exposed. It was lodged deep within the skull of a colossal boar. The energy radiating from it had driven the creature far beyond its natural limits. The giants had relied on strategy rather than direct confrontation. They split into 3 squads. 2 groups engaged Valhalla's forces to hold them in place, while a third moved to secure the boar. The diversion had succeeded long enough to create a serious threat. They had little time. Ragnar moved first, stepping back toward the griffin and signaling for Brak to follow. Brak declined, stating he would travel by other means. From a pouch at his side, he removed a compact bundle of bones. As he spoke a name, the pieces dropped to the ground and began assembling. A small skeletal ram took shape. Ragnar immediately recognized it, Tangister, a high-tier divine mount. At Brak's request, the creature transformed. Divine fire ignited in its eyes. Muscle and mass layered over bone. Its horns curved with visible force, and its presence expanded dramatically. It was a sacred mount of Thor's legion, preserved and passed down across generations. Ragnar ordered a nearby unit to secure the remaining battlefield. The rest would advance. The giant's trail was unmistakable, deep impressions in the earth, broken trees, scattered debris. Tangister kept pace with the griffin effortlessly, its speed rivaling the wind. Soon they found the target. The boar had been subdued, forced to its knees. The fragment embedded in its skull pulsed with unstable energy. Around it stood nearly 100 orcs and 4 giants. The enemy had prepared for pursuit. Ragnar assessed the situation and stated calmly that he would engage the giants alone. The others were to eliminate the surrounding forces. He advanced without hesitation. Elsewhere, Haida and Ciri had concluded their own engagement. 2 lesser giants had fallen to coordinated strikes. Haida noted that fortune had favored them. Then the sky fractured. A streak of light tore downward through the clouds, descending with immense force. At first it resembled a falling star, but its structure became clear as it neared impact. It was a vessel. Haida sensed the presence within it immediately. The aura exceeded anything she or Ciri could confront directly. Without delay, she shifted into her swan form and instructed Ciri to regroup with Tae. Back at the main battlefield, Tangister charged through the enemy ranks, scattering orcs. Ragnar called out to Tae, directing him toward the boar. Tae focused on the mages encircling the creature. Their chants carried a heavy, unfamiliar resonance. The ritual they were performing felt unstable. He guided the griffin upward, then descended sharply. Activating the warrior of the storm saga, he released a surge of lightning. Electricity expanded outward in controlled arcs, striking the mages and disrupting their formation. The ritual collapsed under the assault. Brack attempted to reinforce him, but additional orcs intercepted. He activated his saga and drove forward, his strikes releasing waves of force that cleared space around him. Then, the vessel struck. The impact carved a crater into the field. Dust rose and settled slowly. From within emerged a single figure. Her presence altered the atmosphere instantly. The pressure of her aura pressed against every warrior present. Heron, one of the 5 generals of the Giant King. Movement stalled across the field. Tangister alone held position, its stance firm despite the oppressive force. The ram charged. The exchange was instantaneous. In a single motion, Heron eliminated Tangister. There was no visible sequence to follow. One moment the mount existed. The next it did not. Silence settled over the battlefield as disbelief replaced momentum. Tae struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Heron shifted her attention. Brack stood before her, momentarily paralyzed by the pressure of her presence. She lifted her hand with minimal effort. The air distorted as compressed energy gathered at her palm. The release followed instantly. The blast tore forward like concentrated annihilation. Tae shouted. The attack never reached Brack. From the smoke emerged Ragnar, his aura burning intensely. He had intercepted the strike. Recognition passed between them. Ragnar remarked that it had been some time since she had left her fortress. Heron responded with open disdain, suggesting that he had barely managed to block her attack. She questioned whether time had diminished him. Ragnar did not respond to the provocation. He understood the difference in condition between them. More importantly, he knew Tae and Brack could not remain there. The boar suddenly convulsed, the fragment in its skull releasing a violent pulse of energy. The disruption drew Heron's gaze for a fraction of a second. Ragnar used it. He ordered Brack to withdraw, but Brack was still disoriented. Tae moved first, reaching him. Fear was visible on his face, but he acted regardless. Ragnar saw that choice and made his decision. He threw Brack toward Tae and instructed them to leave immediately. When Tae asked what he intended to do, Ragnar's aura expanded further. He told him to watch. The energy around him shifted, deepening, evolving. A mythic resonance surfaced, an identity forged through countless battles and unbroken victories. Myth Saga, King of Vikings. Ragnar Ladbrok. The boar, overwhelmed by the fragment's instability, released another uncontrolled surge. Heron closed the distance and drove her fist into its skull. A second strike followed. The impact detonated outward, tearing through the creature and dislodging a large blue crystal from its remains. She reached for it. Instinct interrupted her. She moved aside just as Ragnar advanced, his aura rolling outward like a storm front. Heron welcomed the confrontation. Even in his current state, Ragnar's presence carried weight. She charged. They collided. The impact generated a shockwave that rippled across the battlefield. The clash lasted only seconds, yet the energy released during that exchange could have devastated entire armies. Warriors below struggled to remain upright under the pressure. Ragnar recognized his limitation. His body could not endure prolonged combat at that intensity. He would have to end it quickly. He maneuvered past her strike and delivered a sweeping counterattack. The arc of his blade carved through the terrain behind her as she evaded at the last instant. She returned immediately, adjusting midair. Ragnar realized too late that her trajectory had changed. She was not aiming for him. She targeted the Vikings' position behind him. A wave of destructive force raced toward them. Ragnar moved without hesitation, placing himself in its path. The explosion engulfed him. When the energy dissipated, he remained standing at the center of the impact zone. Red currents crackled around his body as he drove his sword into the ground to stabilize himself. Across the battlefield, his name was called out. He had taken a blow. Herad stands unmoved, flames coiling steadily around her body. She observes that had he ignored the others, he might have delivered a fatal strike. She notes that he chose otherwise, implying that such restraint defines him. Ragnar, bloodied and struggling to breathe, clenches his jaw and mutters in frustration. Herad watches him without visible emotion. She asks whether this is the limit of his strength and states that the confrontation must end with his death. Ragnar forces himself forward, his steps unstable, his breathing uneven. He murmurs that he ordered them to flee. Herad's expression tightens slightly. She questions what he is saying and wonders if the strain has unsettled his mind. The sky shifts. A massive silhouette descends on outstretched wings. A griffin cuts through the air at high speed, wind spiraling around its path. Tae rides behind its neck, holding firm, his focus fixed ahead. Braki steadies himself behind him, anger hardening into resolve. He reminds himself of his lineage and decides that failure will not define him again. The griffin accelerates, lightning beginning to gather along its wings. Thunder rolls overhead. As they close the distance, Braki activates his saga. Energy spirals around his axe, condensing into a violent storm. He invokes a second saga, channeling lightning into his weapon until sparks coil densely around the hammerhead. With a forceful swing, he releases a massive arc of lightning that tears across the battlefield toward Herad. She meets it with a single punch. The impact shatters the weapon, fragments scattering outward as the lightning disperses. Braki reacts immediately, recognizing the opening. He calls for Tae to advance. Using the shockwave created by the shattered strike, Tae launches himself forward. Midair, he gathers his remaining strength and activates his saga. Golden energy compresses tightly around him, vibrating under extreme density. Saga, Dragon's ancient canon. The beam erupts outward, flooding the field in radiant light. It strikes Herad directly, detonating in a massive explosion that shakes the ground and sends debris high into the air. Dust and smoke obscure everything. After several moments, Tae forces himself upright from the rubble. His body is severely strained, his breathing shallow. He reflects that he committed all remaining power to that attack and hopes it caused some effect. Through the smoke, Herad steps forward without visible injury. Her outline remains steady, flames undisturbed. She acknowledges that the attack was unexpected and credits him for the effort. She states that she will now engage at full strength. Tae's expression tightens as he realizes the disparity. Ragnar attempts to move toward Tae, intent on assisting, but another warrior warns him of his condition. Braki reaches Tae's side, stating that he will continue the fight regardless of the consequences. Herad's aura expands, flames intensifying into something heavier and more oppressive. She tells them to approach with everything they have. They advance together. Tae activates his thunder-based saga once more. Braki follows, summoning lightning into a replacement weapon formed from residual energy. Ragnar enters the clash as well, his body surrounded by fading currents of golden lightning. From above, Heda approaches, calling out to Tae. The exchange ends abruptly. Tae finds himself suspended in Herad's grasp. She states that this concludes his effort and questions whether his objective was merely to delay her. Her gaze moves across the battlefield. Ragnar lies unconscious, blood staining the ground. Braki has also fallen. Tae struggles weakly against her hold. Herad looks at him and delivers a final word of dismissal. Flames surge violently around her arm as she prepares the finishing strike. Her fist drives forward toward Tae Midair. Seeing the strike descending, Heda calls out Tae Ho's name. His consciousness drifts into darkness. An endless sky stretches around him, scattered with distant stars. His body floats weightlessly through the void. He looks around, disoriented, noting that he cannot see any ground or horizon. He wonders if this is death. A voice answers that it is not. The voice explains that if he were truly dead, he would not be capable of thought. Tae Ho turns toward the sound and sees a familiar figure standing within the starlit expanse. Recognition settles in. He identifies the presence as Chi Lane. The figure clarifies that what stands before him is what remains of Chi Lane within Guy Bold, a fragment of a soul rather than the whole. He tells Tae Ho to consider him a remnant who can still guide him. The blue-haired warrior states that since Jybal has acknowledged Tae Ho, he will do the same. He declares that he will entrust Tae Ho with the secrets of Aru. He instructs him to seek the remaining fragments of the boy, explaining that the fragments themselves will lead him. He tells Tae Ho to complete what was broken and to search for his teacher, Lady Scathach. He promises his strength in support of that path. The battlefield returns. Heda, tears forming, bites into an apple of life given by the goddess Idun. Trembling, she passes it to Tae Ho mouth to mouth. His fingers twitch. His body, bloodied and barely breathing, responds faintly. In a weak whisper, he speaks her name. Herad approaches in her demonic red form. A vault's voice urges her to stop wasting time, instructing her to retrieve the fragment and withdraw before reinforcements arrive. Herad responds with visible irritation but agrees to proceed. As she turns, her attention shifts to Ragnar, who struggles to rise despite his injuries. She remarks on his persistence. Behind her, Heda calls out to Tae Ho again, warning him not to move. Slowly, he pushes himself upright. His face is bruised, but his expression has hardened. Hild cries out as well, urging him not to die. Within himself, Tae Ho acknowledges a simple truth. He does not want to lose someone important. He does not want Ragnar to die. More than that, he does not want to die. He resolves that he will return. Blue energy begins to circulate around him. Lightning follows, erupting outward as he rises fully and extends his hand. He launches toward Herad. She reacts immediately, turning with a grim smile. Her fist, wrapped in red flame, drives forward to meet him. Their energies collide, icy blue spiraling against burning crimson. The impact detonates midair, scattering sparks and shards of condensed force across the battlefield. Herad states that repeated attempts will not change the outcome and declares her intent to incinerate him completely. She descends again like a blazing comet. Tae Ho rises to meet her, trailing glacial light. They clash a second time. The collision sends Tae Ho backward through the air. Herad appears satisfied, until she notices fractures spreading across the fist that struck him. Blue energy creeps along her arm, crystallizing as it advances. Without hesitation, she severs her own arm to stop the spread. Tae Ho had inflicted damage. For a brief moment, her demonic form registers shock before anger replaces it. She demands to know what he is. As the dust settles, Tae Ho kneels on one knee, blood falling from his mouth. Herad's fury intensifies as she questions how he managed to wound her. The disbelief is visible as fractures begin to mark her darkened form. Tae Ho attempts to move his right arm and feels nothing. He acknowledges the loss of sensation and the limits of his body. Even so, he forces himself back to his feet, eyes steady, stance unyielding. The disembodied purple voice urges Herad to withdraw, stating that too much time has already been lost. Herad refuses. Her eyes burn with fixed intent as she declares that retreat is unacceptable. At minimum, Tae Ho must be eliminated. Ragnar, in her assessment, is already broken. Tae Ho, however, remains a future threat. Tae Ho studies her posture and understands that the battle is not over. He questions whether his body can endure another exchange in its current state. The purple voice concedes and offers its strength, instructing her to finish the fight quickly. Herad accepts. Power floods into her. The fusion destabilizes the air around her body. Her aura shifts from red flame to something denser, streaked with violent purple currents. The force reshapes her presence, restoring her severed arm and amplifying her output. She flexes her recovered hand and declares the continuation of the fight, again dismissing Tae Ho as insignificant. Tae Ho notes the escalation. He acknowledges aloud that the situation has worsened. Allies gather beside him, stating their intent to stand with him. He looks at them with quiet gratitude and thanks them. Herad laughs, energized by the resistance. Tae Ho steadies himself and concludes that whether success is possible or not, they have no alternative but to attack. They advance together. Herad's form evolves further, purple lightning lacing through her flames. She announces that none of them will escape, and that she will burn them all. Tae Ho feels the pressure intensify. The heat becomes suffocating. His muscles resist his will. His body begins to fail him. Herad moves to eliminate him first. Before she can strike, a column of brilliant blue lightning tears through the battlefield. A new figure descends within the thunder. He apologizes for arriving late and addresses Tae Ho directly, identifying himself as Thor, the god of thunder. Tae Ho, stunned, questions how he is known. Thor answers only that the dark domain must be destroyed first. He raises his hammer and releases a massive surge of lightning. The oppressive barrier shatters under the blast, the surrounding darkness blown away by sheer force. Observers realize the domain has collapsed. Braki calls out in disbelief, recognizing his father. Tae Ho watches in open amazement. Thor instructs everyone to retreat to a safe distance. He hurls his hammer, the strike launching Herad high into the air. Electricity gathers densely around him as he ascends in pursuit. He collides with Hermidair. The impact fractures the ground below. Thunder detonates outward in a blinding explosion. Lightning spreads across the field as soldiers witness the clash in stunned silence. Ragnar orders a full withdrawal, warning that remaining nearby will be fatal. Heda supports Tae Ho as the shockwaves continue to ripple outward. Tae Ho asks whether Thor can prevail. Heda replies with calm confidence that with Thor present, he can rest for now. Tae Ho watches the storm and considers the scale of power involved. He recognizes that stronger enemies may yet appear and resolves to grow beyond his current limits. Within the chaos, the enemy curses Thor's sudden arrival. Thor advances again, but smoke erupts around him. He halts, recognizing the concealment tactic, and scans the area carefully. Within the haze, Herad questions Avald's interference. Avald responds that in her present state she cannot defeat Thor, and that concealment is necessary for withdrawal. Herad trembles with anger. Thor remains alert, lightning pulsing along his frame. Then Herad steps forward from the smoke, refusing to leave. She declares herself Herad, giant of strength, and states that she will not retreat. She calls upon her king to witness her final stand and challenges the god of thunder directly. Thor narrows his gaze and raises his hammer. They charge simultaneously. Their collision ignites another eruption of light and force. The brightness overwhelms the battlefield. Onlookers shield their eyes as white light consumes the scene. When the glare fades, smoke drifts across shattered ground. Lightning continues to crackle through the air. Thor stands at the center of the fading storm. Lightning still coils faintly around him as he observes the space where Herad stood. He acknowledges her as a warrior and states that she will be remembered. Her body disperses into ash, carried away by the last currents of wind. The battlefield grows quiet. Beneath the dimming sky, Thor walks across fractured earth toward a blue glow embedded in the ground, the fragment of Garm. The shard pulses with steady energy. He raises Mjolnir. Divine power gathers, lightning branching across the horizon. With deliberate force, he brings the hammer down upon the fragment. A distant cry rises in alarm. Ragnar watches closely and concludes that this action must follow Odin's command. The fragments are to be destroyed without delay. Thunder rolls outward as the shard's glow collapses under the strike. The gathered warriors look on in awe. Thor ascends briefly, lightning tracing his outline. The crowd begins chanting his name as he descends once more. He lands before them. Ragnar offers a formal salute. Heda greets Thor respectfully, noting that time has passed since they last met. Thor acknowledges her and turns his attention to Tae Ho, identifying him as the warrior of the Iden Legion. Tae Ho stares, unsettled by the familiarity. He wonders how Thor knows him, but Thor does not elaborate. Elsewhere, in a distant realm, Mimir's head rises from sacred waters. He states that when the hound wolf awakens, Odin, king of the gods who defies death, will fall. He quantifies the likelihood of that future as 72,970 out of 100,000. Odin repeats the number in disbelief. Mimir confirms it. Thor notes that he has heard this prophecy countless times without change. For the first time, the probability has decreased. However slight, the shift is real. Back on the battlefield, Thor explains that the gods have long recorded this prophecy across the ages. He credits Tae Ho with recovering the fragment of Garm and grants him his blessing. Tae Ho stiffens internally, overwhelmed by the weight of the acknowledgement. He imagines an exaggerated display of divine approval and nearly panics at the thought. Lightning flickers around him as he stands awkwardly still. Thor steps back and states that they will speak again. Tae Ho quietly expresses relief that the encounter concluded without further escalation. Thor adds that though he would have preferred a longer conversation, it must wait. Ragnar steps forward to thank him for his intervention. Thor replies that they deserve gratitude for protecting his warriors from the giant of strength. With that, he launches skyward, lightning streaming behind him. He calls for his warriors to regroup at the Legion outpost. Below, voices rise in unison, echoing their allegiance to Asgard and the Nine Realms. Peace gradually returns. The skies clear above Tae Ho's quarters. A carved wooden sign marks the entrance to his home. Griffins rest quietly near the fence. Inside, Tae Ho sits upright in bed, wrapped in bandages. Haida reminds him that while the golden apple aided his recovery, he still requires rest. She firmly prohibits training for several days. After a moment of hesitation, Tae Ho asks if she would consider going out with him. She freezes. Color rises to her face as she struggles to respond. Time passes. The scene shifts to the calm port of Anaheim. Tae Ho and Haida sit together in a small wooden boat. Ragnar stands on the dock with his arms crossed. Tae Ho asks if Ragnar intends to join them. Ragnar replies that he will accompany them only as far as the harbor entrance. Beyond that, they are to continue alone. Tae Ho recalls the layout of the city and feels a trace of nervousness. He chooses not to question Ragnar's phrasing and focuses instead on the quiet water ahead. The view shifts to the grand port of Anaheim. Crowds fill the piers and waterways, merchants calling out while ships move steadily across the harbor. The air is warm and lively. From the dock, Ragnar raises a hand and tells Tae Ho to enjoy the day. Tae Ho turns and momentarily forgets how to breathe. Haida stands before him in a light dress, absent her armor. The change catches him off guard. He notes how different she seems without steel and battle gear. His face warms as he realizes he is staring. Haida, slightly flustered herself, offers a small smile. Tae Ho comments on the pleasant weather. The moment the words leave his mouth, he internally criticizes the remark for being predictable. Before the silence stretches too long, voices call his name. He startles as a group approaches. Among them is Ciri. Haida recognizes her immediately and greets her with clear surprise. The blue-haired warrior returns the greeting warmly. Ralph steps forward as well, adding that he has come along. Tae Ho scans the group to confirm it is truly them. Nearby, murmurs ripple through the crowd. Someone claims to have seen the warrior visited by a Valkyrie. Another insists Tae Ho once escorted one. A third exaggerates further. A Viking teases Ralph about missing a prior promise, implying he is here for Ciri instead. Ralph stiffens and glances toward her. She responds with a cool look that ends the exchange. The mood remains celebratory. Several warriors encourage everyone to enjoy Anaheim. Tae Ho thinks he spots Bracky among the cheering figures. Ciri tells Ralph that if he prefers the festivities, he can join them. He quickly insists he is fine where he is. Tae Ho offers an awkward smile and suggests to Haida that they begin exploring. They move into the city. Anaheim streets are lined with vibrant market stalls, fabrics and banners shifting in a breeze. Haida walks slightly ahead, curiosity evident in her expression. Tae Ho follows, quietly observing her reactions more than the stalls themselves. They browse vendors, sample food, and wander through narrow streets alive with sound. Later, they visit an underwater aquarium where coral formations glow softly and schools of fish shimmer under filtered light. The quiet of the glass tunnels contrasts with the noise of the city above. As evening approaches, they reunite with the others and walk back through the streets together. Haida adjusts her hat with an easy smile. Laughter and raised hands mark the end of the outing as the sunset paints the town in gold. At a distance, Ragnar watches. An older man beside him remarks that it is good to see them enjoying themselves. Ragnar nods, but then stiffens. He senses someone standing beside him without having noticed the approach. He turns. A hooded elder greets him casually and advises against formalities. He addresses him by name, Ragnar Ladbrok. Ragnar asks if he has come to see Tae Ho. The elder replies that he has several reasons for visiting, though that is one of them. He adds that watching through ravens is not always enough. Sometimes he prefers to observe the world directly. Ragnar studies him carefully, aware that careless words would be unwise. The elder continues eating a large sandwich, remarking on its quality with simple satisfaction. When asked if he intends to leave, he responds that there is still work to do. The need for great warriors is approaching, he says. The scent of war is already present. As he walks away, a black raven crosses the sky. Ragnar reflects that divine involvement rarely ends cleanly for mortals. Back in the streets, Tae Ho and his friends continue celebrating. He watches them with quiet contentment and decides, for now, to leave larger concerns aside. Morning comes. Tae Ho stands in the early haze, muscles aching from relentless training. Ciri moves through her drills nearby, focused and precise, working under Ragnar's instruction. Ragnar steps forward, golden energy gathering around him. He explains that what he demonstrates is a myth-grade saga, a level they must eventually reach and exceed. Tae Ho watches, absorbing every detail. The scale of the power is immense. He tightens his fists, committing himself to endure until he can stand at that level. Ciri observes with steady admiration. Ralph struggles to keep pace, and Tae Ho quietly encourages him to persist. 3 months pass in a cycle of discipline and recovery. One night, deep in sleep, Tae Ho finds himself standing in a strange, surreal space once again. Tae Ho looked around the unfamiliar space and asked if he was dreaming. A voice answered that it was close to that. He was inside his own consciousness. Before him appeared Siyu Chulin, the fragment of the warrior's soul that remained within Gibalg. The figure stood calm and composed in the dim internal landscape. Siyu Chulin explained that if Tae Ho wished to inherit the full power of Aru, he would need to recover both the fragmented memories and the broken pieces of Gibalg. The spear had split into 4 parts. Recently, he had regained memory of another fragment's location. Tae Ho asked where it was. Siyu Chulin described Svartalfheim, the forest of shadows and homeland of the Dark Elves. Beyond it lay a gray wasteland where the temporary base of the Order of the Red Branch once stood. Though the Order fell alongside Aru, remnants of their presence remained. He revealed that, as a precaution, he had carved a return spell into 1 shard of Gibalg. That rune-marked fragment should have returned to the old base. Tae Ho's interest sharpened immediately. Siyu Chulin's tone grew firm. He repeated that Tae Ho must seek the shards of Gibalg and find his master, Lady Skathak. He declared Tae Ho the successor of Aru and vowed to pass on Aru's power to him. He offered a final blessing. Then, unexpectedly, he leaned forward and pressed a brief kiss to Tae Ho's forehead. Tae Ho jolted awake with a shout. The next morning, dark circles marked his eyes. Haida noticed and commented that he looked as though he had not slept. Tae Ho muttered that he had experienced a disturbing dream. At that moment, a miniature Siyu Chulin appeared in front of him and remarked dryly that the gesture had not been enjoyable for him either. Tae Ho froze. Then he shouted, insisting there was a ghost in front of him. The others saw nothing. Haida looked concerned. Ragnar studied Tae Ho carefully, wondering whether the recent training had been excessive. Invisible to the rest, Siyu Chulin suggested that Tae Ho simply explain the situation. After a long explanation, Haida regarded him with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Becoming Aru's successor was no trivial matter. Ragnar remained measured. He stated that celebration was premature. Until all shards of Gibalg were recovered, there was nothing certain. Despite his stern tone, a faint smile touched his expression. Haida noticed and teased him, though he did not respond directly. Ragnar instructed Tae Ho to inform Ciri as well. Soon after, Tae Ho and Ciri prepared to depart for Svartalfheim. Tae Ho adjusted his equipment and thanked her for accompanying him. Ciri replied that while it was his quest, she owed a debt to his master and intended to assist. Her energy shifted as she activated her saga. Golden radiance surrounded her form, refined and steadier than before. She observed that her power now carried a divine element. She instructed Tae Ho to mount. He complied, still impressed. Following the shard's resonance, they traveled deeper into the shadowed realm. The air thickened, heavy with silence. Abruptly, the fragment's vibration ceased. Tae Ho narrowed his eyes. They were close. Siyu Chulin moved ahead, recalling that a concealed entrance should exist nearby. They searched the area, but found only a moss-covered stone wall. Tae Ho observed that it appeared to be a dead end. Siyu Chulin insisted it was the correct location. He instructed Tae Ho to press his forehead, specifically the spot where the blessing had touched, against the wall. Though skeptical, Tae Ho followed the instruction. The stone trembled. A hidden seam split open, and a concealed doorway revealed itself. Siyu Chulin expressed quiet satisfaction. The passage beyond was narrow and dim. As they stepped inside, the daylight faded behind them, replaced by deep, shifting shadows. They advanced through the narrow corridor, shadows pressing in from every side. Tae Ho activated a small light source, its glow pushing back the darkness just enough to reveal the path ahead. Their footsteps echoed faintly as they continued in silence. The passage opened into a vast hall. At its center stood a stone pedestal, empty. Tae Ho frowned. Based on Siyu Chulin's memory, the fragment should have been here. There was nothing. Siyu Chulin instructed him to place his hand on the altar. Tae Ho did. The instant his palm touched the surface, light flared outward. A luminous spiral formed beneath his feet, energy rising in a steady column. Within the glow, a figure materialized. Skathak. Tae Ho spoke her name in shock as Siyu Chulin stepped forward beside him. She had left a message. As she began to speak, visions unfolded around them. She described the day Aru fell and how the land of shadows vanished with him. She had fought at the boundary between life and death to protect what remained. In that struggle, she was swept into a current of distorted time, wandering through countless cycles before finally reaching this place, too late. Though she knew Aru was gone, the sorrow endured. She said she would safeguard the fragment of Gibalg. If he ever returned, he was to seek her. No matter how long it required, she would wait. Her image dissolved. Siyu Chulin stared at the empty space and broke down, calling out to her. A single tear slipped down Tae Ho's face before he wiped it away. Siri called from behind, asking what had happened. Tae Ho steadied himself and explained that he had witnessed a vision. Scathach possessed the fragment. The symbol carved into the altar was a map marking her location. A faint movement interrupted them. Shadows shifted along the walls. Both Tae Ho and Siri drew their weapons instantly. Siyu Chulin's voice turned tense. He identified them as Fomorians, formless beings from the depths, creatures linked to Aru's fall. He questioned why they had remained hidden for decades before resurfacing. More shapes peeled from the darkness. Siyu Chulin warned Tae Ho not to allow any to escape and instructed Siri to guard the exit. Siri moved immediately. Tae Ho focused and activated his saga. After 3 months of training, his synchronization had reached 32%. Saga, Winter Wolf's weapon. A storm of icy wind erupted around him. Frost spread across the stone floor as jagged spires of ice burst upward, impaling several Fomorians and pinning them in place. Razor shards spiraled outward, tearing through their unstable forms. Tae Ho surged forward, cutting through multiple enemies in a single sweep. He generated ice within their bodies, freezing them from the inside before shattering them with precise strikes. Within moments, the hall fell silent. He turned toward the exit to assist Siri. She was pursuing a fleeing Fomorian, firing her crossbow in rapid succession. One bolt narrowly missed as the creature twisted away. Another struck stone overhead, allowing it to slip past into the outer passage. By the time Tae Ho reached her, it had vanished. Siri apologized, frustrated. Tae Ho looked back at the numerous fallen forms in the hall and told her not to worry. There had been too many to contain completely. Siyu Chulin urged them to move quickly and head for the treasure vault. Tae Ho admitted he knew nothing about it. As they walked, Siyu Chulin explained that he had once intended to create a second ulster, stockpiling weapons, armor, gold, and artifacts. If anything remained, it could aid their journey. They entered a chamber filled with accumulated relics. Weapons lined the walls. Chests of silver and gold were stacked in careful rows. Tae Ho paused, taking in the scale of it. Siyu Chulin directed him toward a corner of the vault. There rested a vessel unlike any ordinary ship, sleek, compact, without sails or oars. Its name was Squabchuan, a craft powered by magic alone. Siyu Chulin instructed Tae Ho to place his hand upon it and speak the activation words. Tae Ho complied. Let's go. The vessel responded instantly, shrinking down until it fit neatly within his palm. Once they cleared the fortress grounds, the vessel expanded back to its full size. They set off across the frozen landscape, the hull gliding smoothly over packed snow. Siyu Chulin stated that his master was a Niveller. Taking hold of the control lever, he instructed Tae Ho to recover Gibalg and push the craft to full speed. The acceleration was immediate, the surrounding terrain blurring as their pace increased. Far behind them, the Fomorians returned to their lair beneath the waters. The one who had escaped stepped forward and delivered its report. Their master listened with a faint smile and asked whether Scathach's location had been discovered. He remarked that concealment suited a witch of shadows. Turning to Adamuk, he said it was now his move. The waters behind him churned violently. From the depths rose a massive serpent, its body coiling upward as waves crashed outward. It was ordered to Niveller. The lake roiled again as the creature lifted its head high above the surface before departing. Across the mountains, snow lashed against the speeding vessel as it cut over the frozen expanse. Siyu Chulin held firmly to the mast, urging greater speed and stating that his master was in danger. Tae Ho steadied himself against the wind while Siri maneuvered carefully through heavy drifts. Tae Ho asked whether this master was not also his teacher, reasoning that such a figure should possess considerable strength. Siyu Chulin replied that while she was capable, combat was not her focus. She was foremost an educator, someone who specialized in teaching rather than fighting. He admitted that when he first met her, he had threatened her in order to force her to train him. Tae Ho looked at him in disbelief and commented dryly on the method. Siyu Chulin muttered that he had been young and that revisiting those memories was uncomfortable. Siri glanced back and noted that Tae Ho had been murmuring to himself. He gave a brief response, assuring her that he was fine. The vessel climbed a long ridge. Siri observed that they had reached the region known as the White Night. Beyond this boundary, the sky remained pale even in darkness once one entered Nyaveller. Siyu Chulin suddenly warned them to look ahead. The snowfield ruptured. Circular formations of ice shot upward as something forced its way through the frozen surface. A long, glacial body emerged from the storm, white against white. Its form coiled with control power. A dragon. Its sleek head rose higher, frost-blue eyes reflecting cold light. Siyu Chulin identified it as Abel Maha, a sea dragon capable of traveling anywhere water existed. If she had appeared here, then her master was involved, the tyrant Bress. Tae Ho continued watching, remarking that the creature was impressive, even beautiful. Siyu Chulin questioned whether he understood the situation. Tae Ho only narrowed his focus. If she was a sea dragon, she was still a dragon. Energy gathered beneath his feet. Siri shifted into her golden wolf form in response. The dragon studied them with visible caution. Behind her, shapes surfaced from the fractured ice, serpentine bodies, winged forms, and other seaborne creatures rising in numbers. Lightning traced along Tae Ho's shoulders as he called forth his power. He activated Thunderstorm. The wolf leapt forward, blue arcs cutting through the advancing horde as they vaulted upward. Tae Ho fixed his gaze on the dragon's crest and marked her as the primary target. The dragon opened her jaws. A sphere of condensed frost formed between her fangs before releasing in a focused blast. Using the vessel's deck as elevation, the wolf launched into the air through the streaming light. Tae Ho moved with the motion, already preparing his next strike as the dragon's eyes sharpened in response. A sharp, startled breath escaped the dragon as the rope slipped past her fangs and tightened around her neck. Her head jerked back, eyes widening as she tried to pull free. She demanded to know what he was doing. Tae Ho pulled the line taut, forming a rough bridle across her muzzle. Moving quickly along her back, he secured the rope and tightened the knot until it locked into place. Her head snapped sideways as the restraint settled. He wrapped the reins around his forearms and steadied his stance. He told her he was ready. With a brief grin, he stated that his saga, the one that commands dragons, had advanced. Kaiser, the Dragon Knight Saga, granted him a natural advantage against dragons. Power responded to his call. He dropped onto the ridge between her fins and declared that he was taking command, urging her forward. Then he paused and asked for direction. Her expression shifted. He hesitated and asked if she was female. She frowned at the rope and remarked that such treatment was excessive. He considered that dragons might simply have strong personalities. He recalled Rollo, intelligent but unable to speak. He set that aside and told her they could talk later, but for now she needed to follow his lead. She objected, warning that continuing like this would cause her heias to fall into contradiction. He asked what she meant. She explained that her heias compelled her to obey her master. Now there were two. If opposing commands were given, the contradiction would destroy her. He understood immediately. Bress had likely ordered her to attack him. If he ordered her to protect him instead, the clash would trigger the heias. Judging by her expression, the result would be severe. He asked how to break Bress's heias. She froze, surprised by the suggestion. He pressed further, stating that Bress treated her as a tool. If she chose him instead, he would not bind her as a slave. She told him to look at the scale above her snout. There, embedded among the white scales, was a glowing blue mark, the slave seal. Unless it was removed, nothing would change. Tae Ho leaned forward and confirmed the mark. He asked if removing it would be enough. Summoning the Saga of the Warrior's Sword, a dagger formed in his hand. Without hesitation, he drove the blade into the marked scale. Light split outward. The air trembled as unseen chains fractured. The seal shattered into fragments of blue energy. The dragon cried out as the binding broke. From the sled, Siyu Chulin watched in disbelief, noting how easily the seal had been removed. Golden light flared from Tae Ho's hand as his divinity responded. He pressed his palm to the wound and began healing the damaged scale, telling her to endure for a moment longer. Her breathing steadied. She asked if it was over, then complained that the method had been excessive. He answered lightly and said they would fight together now, asking her to trust him. Another surge of power pulsed outward as he invoked the Saga of the Dragon Dominator. She shivered at the unfamiliar sensation, but did not resist. Her long white body twisted through the air and tore into the swarm, her tail sweeping aside multiple enemies at once. Winged creatures descended from above, Tae Ho rose in the stirrups and stated that he would handle the sky. Blue arcs burst from his bow in rapid succession. Below, Abel Maha churned water and frost into violent currents that ripped through the advancing monsters. The horde seemed endless. Tae Ho asked how many more there were and whether her former master would appear. She replied that Bress would not intervene unless assured of victory. He then asked if she could fly. She questioned the logic of a sea dragon flying, then repeated the question more calmly. He nodded and asked which Fomorian commander was likely to appear. She answered that it would probably be Medak, a controller of beasts capable of assuming multiple monstrous forms. High above the snowfields, on the deck of an airship, a lion-maned beastman reclined among his war creatures, watching the fog churn below. He remarked that Abel Maha must be engaged and expressed dissatisfaction at the thought of arriving too late. Scarlet energy flickered across his fingers as anticipation sharpened his expression. Far beneath, the frozen plain erupted as a wave of blue-white force tore through the charging Fomorians. Tae Ho and the sea dragon advanced together, cutting through the enemy with steady, overwhelming force. Frost surged upward into jagged towers, and bodies skidded across the ice before breaking apart. The remaining Fomorians reorganized. A sharp hiss passed through their ranks as they shifted tactics. Stones and crude spears began to rain down from distance. Abel Maha's breathing grew uneven. She admitted she could not maintain the pace and urged a retreat. Tae Ho met her gaze and agreed. The strongest Fomorians had yet to appear, and prolonged combat would drain them before any decisive clash. He asked what their next move should be. The answer came from above. Horns echoed across the sky. Winged figures descended in formation, cutting through the pale air. A commanding voice declared their arrival in the name of Asgard and the Nine Realms. Valkyries and mounted riders dropped into the battlefield with precise coordination. Tae Ho recognized one of them and called out in relief. Ciri moved alongside him and explained that she had summoned reinforcements. She instructed him to leave the battlefield to them and proceed to find Lady Scathach. He handed Abel Maha's reins to Ciri and asked her to look after the dragon. She studied him briefly, then accepted. With a faint smile, she remarked that entering battle was not always unpleasant. Lightning gathered at Tae Ho's legs as he launched himself from the saddle. Siyu Chulin indicated the direction, and Tae Ho sprinted across the fractured ice. Ahead, a cavern entrance shimmered with a faint violet barrier. Siyu Chulin identified it as a ward and told him to pass through without hesitation. If it recognized Gibalg's presence, it would allow entry. Tae Ho ran straight into the barrier. The surface rippled and parted, drawing them into cold blue light. They moved quickly through winding corridors of ice. Siyu Chulin noted that the energy ahead was intensifying. Regardless of how many branching paths appeared, he was certain they were approaching the source. The tunnel widened into a vast chamber supported by pillars of ice and hanging stalactites. Beneath a crown of crystalline formations stood a throne. Seated upon it was a woman. Tae Ho slowed and spoke Scathach's name. Siyu Chulin observed that she appeared weakened, likely only just emerging from a prolonged restorative state. Her eyes opened, a calm, steady gaze fixed on Tae Ho. Her voice carried quiet authority as she addressed him and asked whether he was a Ru's successor. He composed himself, bowed, and introduced himself as a warrior of Iden. She extended her hand and instructed him to come closer. Through contact, she said, she would understand more than words could convey. He took her hand. Golden light bloomed at the point of contact. Heat and memory flowed between them in silence. Her expression grew more solemn. Over 1,000 years had passed since Aru's fall, she said, yet the power and hatred of their enemies remained unchanged. A powerful Fomorian was approaching. Tae Ho asked if it was the one Abel Maha had mentioned. Scathach apologized for the urgency, but explained that the fortune of the one she could now rely upon was all that remained to her. She stepped closer and placed a short, dark spear into his hands. She entrusted Gibalg to him. Though incomplete, it remained the spear of a land of shadows. Siyu Chulin would guide him in drawing out its strength. The weapon would be filled by the power of life, then take what it required. Its force of death would split flesh unless shielded by strong aegis. Its true purpose was to pierce the heart or sever the lifeline. It was not to be used carelessly. Tae Ho bowed and accepted the responsibility. They retraced their path through the frozen corridors. Siyu Chulin remarked that even while receiving a blessing, Tae Ho had been thinking of someone else. Tae Ho flushed and asked if his thoughts were being read again. Siyu Chulin replied that he was simply making an educated guess, suggesting it was the Valkyrie. They emerged into daylight. The battlefield below was fractured and scarred by ice and impact. Siyu Chulin directed his attention upward. An airship loomed against the pale sky. On its deck stood a massive beastman with crossed arms. The titles surrounding him identified him as Medak, Master of Beasts. Siyu Chulin narrowed his gaze and stated that, from Abel Maha's memories, Medak possessed immense strength. A direct confrontation would be severe. Siyu Chulin considered the situation and suggested avoiding a direct confrontation. Tae Ho understood immediately. If they had identified Medak first, then the enemy likely had not yet noticed their presence, or the proximity of Gibalg. With the spear's power, a single decisive strike was possible, provided they could approach undetected. He looked toward Abel Maha, then dismissed the idea. She was powerful, but not suited for stealth at high altitude. They needed something faster and capable of climbing higher without drawing attention. The clash of steel nearby turned his attention. A Valkyrie cut down an enemy and faced him. He called her name. She answered and approached, studying him carefully. She asked what he was planning. He told her he would explain on the way and asked her to transform. Above them, the airship's sails billowed. She leapt. Feathers shimmered across her form as her wings unfurled in white and sea-green arcs. Tae Ho settled against her neck as she ascended, banking toward the airship's shadow. There was no visible change in the vessel's course. Medak had not reacted. Their approach remained unnoticed. Tae Ho pointed out the target and instructed her to dive directly toward it. She complied. He tightened his grip on Gibalg. There would be only one opportunity. No margin for error. Her wings folded, and they plunged in a steep, silent descent along the airship's flank. Wind roared past. As they cleared the railing, Tae Ho pushed off her back and dropped the final distance alone. For a fraction of a second, everything narrowed. He struck the deck in a hard landing and drove forward. Medak turned at the disturbance. Instinct registered the threat immediately. Red energy flared around him, forming a defensive barrier in the spear's path. His intention was simple: block briefly, create an opening, and evade. Tae Ho understood the risk. Gibalg's strike demanded full commitment. If it failed, he would be exposed at close range. Siyu Chulin's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of the weapon in his hands. He advanced and invoked its name. The spear ignited in violet and blue. It was not merely a weapon, it carried inevitability. The tip pierced through the hastily formed barrier, seeking the lifeline it was meant to sever. Light erupted across the deck. Medak staggered. Shock overtook his expression. Fractures spread across his chest, as though something fundamental had been torn free. His body began to splinter from within. The recoil threw Tae Ho backward. He struck the planks and slid, pain rippling through his side as the backlash of the strike coursed through him. The Valkyrie landed nearby, talons scraping wood. She confirmed the hit. Tae Ho pushed himself upright. Around them, the remaining Fomorians hesitated, struggling to comprehend what had happened. Their commander had fallen in a single exchange. She asked whether they should withdraw. He considered the airship beneath their feet and decided otherwise. With its captain defeated, the vessel was unclaimed. Securing it would strengthen their position. She accepted the plan and moved to intercept the remaining threats, creating space while he recovered. As he steadied himself, he noticed a glow at his feet. Bending down, he retrieved a blue rune-lit core that pulsed with contained energy, the remnant of Medak's power. Below, on the ice fields, Allied forces were finishing the last of the enemy. Voices rose as shadows passed overhead. The captured airship began descending toward them. Warriors pointed upward. Recognition spread quickly as the vessel approached, carrying the warrior who had descended from the sky beside a Valkyrie. A few of the warriors grumbled about him riding Gander, admitting their jealousy. Aiden Maha emerged from the snow, striding seriously, and asked if Medak had been defeated. On the deck, Tae Ho inclined his head in thanks. She noted the girl's training with Aiden's Legion and expressed a quiet concern about her potentially transferring. Tae Ho acknowledged her words, grateful for her help. She clarified that the reinforcements weren't just for their sake. The Femerins were allied with the Giants, enemies of Valhalla, and Valhalla owed a debt to Skathik. She explained that many heroes of Aru had fought alongside Valhalla, including Skathik students. She mentioned Siyu Chulin and speculated that Skathik would likely join Aiden's Legion rather than Euler's. Lady Skathik soon emerged, and preparations for departure began. Tae Ho and his companions took their leave, watching the skyship glide forward. Skathik remarked on the ship's significance as a treasure of Aru, now rightfully his. Siyu Chulin noted the ship's fullness, mostly taken by Aiden Maha. Later, Siri informed Tae Ho that both she and he had been promoted to intermediate warriors. Tae Ho acknowledged the news quietly. At dusk, Heda set down a barrel of food and called the Griffins to dinner, wondering if Tae Ho was all right after recent events. Skuld, the youngest Norn sister, appeared and asked for a walk. By the lake under the night sky, they shared a quiet moment together before parting. Skuld raised a hand and murmured that she could not say more. The wind moved across the house as two figures looked up toward the sky, where a long ship sailed overhead. Griffins circled and called out, splitting the air with their cries. After the ship descended, Tae Ho introduced Lady Skathik, Queen of the Shadowlands. Ragnar stepped forward to greet her, and she returned the acknowledgement with calm grace. Heda introduced herself as a Valkyrie of Iden's Legion. Skathik recognized her, and Heda glanced at Tae Ho before they all turned toward the water. Tae Ho introduced Aiden Maha, the sea serpent, who lifted her head shyly. Ragnar commented on her appearance, and Heda ensured the dragon had a place to rest before inviting Lady Skathik inside. Siyu Chulin observed Tae Ho's reaction to Heda's glance, noting it was like a wife seeing her husband bring friends home unannounced. Later, seated at a table over cups, Heda listened as Tae Ho recounted the events. She reflected on the involvement of the tyrant breast, folding her arms, and noted that while the flying long ship with Skathik and Aiden Maha would be valuable, Breast's relentless and petty nature left her uneasy. Tae Ho brightened, pointing out that they had also obtained glowing stones. Heda leaned in, curious, and he explained that they were summoning stones, allowing him to call Rolo or Aiden Maha anytime through a contract. She considered this, noting that he might not need to ride Valkyries anymore. Tae Ho agreed, and Siyu Chilane, perched on his shoulder, protested playfully, reminding him that he had already summoned a Valkyrie. Tae Ho flushed, muttering in denial, and Heda observed with a small smile, acknowledging his growing legend as a warrior who rides Valkyries. She softened, expressing relief at his safe return, and Tae Ho smiled back beneath the peach-colored sky. Meanwhile, in Asgard, a hooded figure moved through the Silver City, reflecting on being back and admitting a quiet longing for his father and brother. The hood fell, revealing Loki, god of fire and lies. He planned to reach the human world, Midgard, noting that passage required moving through Asgard and Niflheim. Though capable of forcing open the gates to Aru, he chose not to stir trouble yet. Casting a veil of green light, he passed unnoticed by a golden-armored sentinel. Standing upon the Rainbow Bridge, he observed Midgard's vastness and scattered icy blue fragments, sending seeds of calamity across the land. Satisfied, he watched as the unfolding disasters aligned with his will. Far below, on a rugged coastline, the fortress faced troubling news. Ships had failed to return for a full week, and storms were not to blame. Fear had spread through the country. The king's advisor recommended sending vessels to investigate and checking all sea routes for blockages. King Sven, though concerned about the risk and the lives already lost, conceded that it was necessary. He resolved to consult the prophet, descending a torchlit spiral toward the being who had long dwelled in the palace. At the foot of the stairs, he opened ancient doors and was met by a hollow voice, already aware of his visit. The prophet directed that a great ritual be performed, with tributes and prayers, and that 9 kinds of animals, 9 of each, be gathered. The king paled, realizing the scale of the task, while the prophet continued without pause. A great fire was lit, animals offered in ritual, their blood poured out. The king followed the prophet's instructions, hoping the gods would be appeased or that the disaster would be resolved. Privately, he wondered at the unnatural stretch of the prophet's neck, but pushed the thought aside. On a windswept cliff, the summons reached the warriors. Ragnar noted that soon Valhalla's fighters would be sent to Midgard, the land of humans. Joe repeated the name, and Ragnar confirmed it, remarking that the legions were stirred not only by duty, but by the chance to see family or friends. Many had died without regrets, so this mission offered something else, the birth of a new saga. In Valhalla, where all were heroes, creating a saga was nearly impossible, but in the mortal realm, stories could take root instantly and grow into powerful legends. Joe clenched his fist, ready for the challenge. The Midgard Expeditionary Force was assembled. In the ritual hall, Shadows flickered across armored feet as attendants noted that 10 days had passed without progress. The king, frustrated, glanced at the wall of spears and skull masks, cursing the prophet and the delay. Outside, unrest swelled. The crowd blamed the gods, themselves, and even the king, lifting a puppet to mock him. The king's patience broke, and he moved toward the prophet. Before confrontation could erupt, silver rain fell, followed by a rainbow slicing through the clouds. A winged figure appeared, haloed in flame, and behind her, an impossible ship sailed through the sky. The crowd gasped, shouting to Odin and Valhalla. Ingrid descended in golden light, delivering the will of the gods to King Sven and the people. The king knelt, acknowledging the divine emissaries. From the ship, Tae Ho rode down and introduced himself as a warrior of Idun. The king noticed the strength of the young warrior's presence and recognized his mission to spread Lady Idun's name. Braki, cloaked and armored, leapt from the ship with thunderous force, declaring himself a warrior of Thor. The crowd erupted, shouting his name and praising him as a living legend. Tae Ho realized he would need to step up, while Siri considered whether to descend as well. A horn sounded urgently, signaling a problem at the harbor. All eyes turned toward the sea as white foam streaked the water. Shouts rose that a ship was approaching at impossible speed. Some insisted it was not one of theirs. Others guessed it was a trade vessel from the continent. Crimson shapes moved across the deck as the vessel cut through the wake. Men along the seawall staggered and shouted as something emerged from the ship. Tentacles, slick and red like fresh blood, twisted around the hull. Sailors stumbled, screaming as rigging snapped and masts buckled. On the sky ship, Ingrid planted her feet and declared that the monster had to be defeated and the people saved. Tae Ho stepped to the rail, eyes focused, and prepared to handle the kraken himself, while urging the others to focus on evacuating the town. Gasps rose as the crowd realized who he was, the warrior of Idun. He took the helm from the captain, and with a sudden leap, blue wind wrapped around him like a sling. He cut through the rain and debris, pulling forth a small glowing sphere and calling forth Aiden Maha. A spear of light stabbed into the sea, summoning a pale-horned serpent with an icy mane blazing in the storm. Sailors cried out, astonished at the sight. Tae Ho touched the serpent's head, and the beast growled, complaining that this had better be serious. Debris whipped through the air as Tae Ho ordered the serpent to draw the kraken away from the ship. Aiden Maha surged forward, carving a crescent through the waves. Frozen lances erupted from her wake, impaling the kraken's limbs. Tentacles tore and froze, reforming as the creature thrashed in pain. The serpent praised his fighting spirit and warned that the kraken was formidable. Tae Ho noted that if this had happened on the open sea, they would be in serious trouble. Sailors sobbed in relief as the kraken stumbled from the shattered deck. Tae Ho ordered the boats forward to bring the sailboat closer. With a grin, he noted that they were now close enough for a proper fight. Siyu Chilane leaned in, warning that the tentacles would regenerate and suggesting a strike for the eyes. A flare of power answered. The Saga warrior's sword transformed into a colossal blade. With the weapon braced across his shoulder, Tae Ho rode forward at top speed while Aiden Maha sliced through the chaos. The sea boiled as he gauged the pulsing limbs, noting that each tentacle grew back after being cut. Quellen warned that at this pace, only they would tire. A shadow thickened overhead. Aiden Maha flicked her whiskers, signaling a massive leg incoming. Tae Ho braced, slamming the luminous blade downward. The impact reverberated through his arms, foam crashing around them. Aiden Maha whipped through the chaos, her tail cleaving the water while more limbs struck the sea behind them. Tae Ho noted that on solid land, this would not be an issue, and he thought that if only he had Guy Bulb, the fight could end in a single strike. Siyu Chilane reminded Aiden Maha that she had a worthy master, and she finally realized that she had been holding back. Her gaze flickered, her growl low, and Tae Ho understood the restraint was caused by her haze. He steadied himself, resolving that he never intended to make her a slave. He called her name quietly, telling her to act freely. Aiden Maha groaned, admitting she disliked the emotional pressure, wishing he had simply given a command so she would have something to resist. Her tone softened for a moment, muttering that compared to brass, he wasn't a bad master. A tentacle lashed toward them. Frost streaked from Aiden Maha's horns as she countered it, warning that using full power would drain her quickly and that he would need to take care of her afterward. He nodded, understanding. The airship cut a golden path across the waves. Voices called his name from above, announcing that they would join the fight. He grinned and asked them to wait, lowering himself along Aiden Ma's neck. She surged forward as a brilliant blue flare erupted from the gem on her brow, her fins widening like blades. A golden burst tore through the kraken's limbs, lighting the cliffs and harbor. Even the king and the skull-faced prophet stared skyward as the sea heaved and the kraken flinched, blinded by the serpent's raw power. Ciri and Bracky squinted through the radiance as he balanced atop Aiden Ma's slick back, watching Frost spiral into the shape of a pale-haired woman hovering above the waves. Runes bloomed around her wrists, and she raised her hand, showing the sea's true power. A column of light exploded downward, splitting the ocean into a roaring corridor that revealed the kraken squatting in the exposed basin. The creature thrashed, panic spreading through its limbs. Aiden Maha grimaced, urging him to act and warning that she couldn't hold much longer. He nodded sharply and called for Bracky and the captain, signaling that it was their chance. The archer's bow ignited in a flurry of red sigils, crimson bolts piercing clusters of the kraken's eyes. Bracky braced on the rail, lightning coursing down his arm into his hammer, and launched himself into the fray. Current leapt from him to the kraken, entangling its limbs. Tae Ho followed close behind, blade humming, driving his weapon into the beast. Water convulsed into a rising wall as the parted sea folded back in on itself. For a moment, the world vanished into light and crashing water. Then the sea collapsed. The airship's crew held fast to the rigging, screaming as the ocean became a spinning vortex. Tae Ho reemerged, coughing and gasping, calling for Aiden Maha. A white crest of fins rose nearby, scolding him. He flushed and apologized. From the distant shore, a roar rose like thunder. Voices chanted praises to the warriors of Valhalla, to Odin, to the warrior of Iden. The king pounded his chest in awe. On the airship, Ingrid stiffened, her pupils narrowing. She noticed something approaching fast, and the sea ahead shifted. Maybe the kraken wasn't the predator, it was the prey. Two black fins pierced the waves, and the sea swelled violently. A colossal blue head armored in iron scales rose from the deep, violet eyes gleaming with hunger. Its shadow dwarfed the kraken and the wreckage below. Foam and waves towered around it like cliffs. Another massive fin cut through the water, completely overshadowing the kraken. Bracky squinted at the approaching creature, noting its immense size. Ciri spun toward the surf, shouting for Tae Ho and Bracky, warning of a new threat. A black wedge of seawater charged forward, erupting as a huge predator surfaced, dragging smaller monsters in its wake. Tae Ho rose from the kraken's back, energy coursing through him, ready to act. Bracky grinned, hammer humming, assessing the creature, guessing it might be a goblin shark or something similar. He laughed, saying whatever it was going to be dinner tonight. Their first impact shattered the water like a submerged bell. Bracky's hammer erupted in green lightning, slamming into the beast's face. Ice spears jetted from the sea around the airship. Winged shadows swooped low as shark-like creatures fell onto the docks. Ciri's bow glowed as she signaled that enemies were closing in, urging the town's people to be protected. Ingrid flared her golden wings, casting a shield of light across the ship, and fishermen scattered under the radiance. Cries rose from the pier as monsters pressed in from behind, while a Viking waved frantically, urging civilians to take cover. Bracky's pupils blazed neon as electricity streaked down his shoulders. He dragged the hammer upward and unleashed a roar before smashing it into the lunging creature. Sliding back on the slick stone, he noted how fast it was for a fish on land. Tae Ho wheeled overhead, skimming the spray and signaling Aiden Maha to pull back. She urged caution, and the pair banked over the chaotic battlefield. Quellen pointed to the headland, suggesting they regroup for now, noting the monsters gathering there posed a problem. From the gondola, Ingrid signaled retreat, emphasizing that protecting the humans came first. Two enormous slate-skinned titans stalked the kraken, but did not give chase. Ingrid studied them and concluded they were holding position and that the kraken had likely been their real target. She recognized that they would see these creatures again. A low rumble shuddered through the airship's hull, drawing her attention. The eagle's rider peered into the glare, trying to discern the source of the sound. On the rocky shore, a new figure rose. A colossal being pulsed with red veins, kneeling at the tide's edge. Its armored body glowed faintly as a swarm of crimson motes erupted from its carapace, swirling into the air like a living skull. The archer recognized it as the fish leader, noting its massive size. Braki bared his teeth, growling in anticipation. Tae Ho flapped his wings beside Quellan, fire in his eyes, and prepared for the next move. Moonlight pooled over the walls of Midgard, casting silver across the roofs. Inside the great hall, chandeliers reflected on goblets and feasting faces. The king hoisted his drink, announcing the deeds of the warrior of Idun and the Valkyrie-like creature he had ridden. Cheers echoed, calling for the warrior's name to be honored. Tae Ho ate quietly, noting that Adamaha wasn't technically a Valkyrie, and decided it was better to let them speak. Blue light surged over his hands as runes flared into view. A new saga formed, the warrior who had ridden a Valkyrie. He blinked, realizing even that could become legend. Ciri leaned in, noting it wasn't surprising. The people of Midgard who witnessed the event likely served as the catalyst. He watched her, noticing she might already be tipsy. She tapped her cup and remarked on his efforts to spread Lady Idun's name. And he reflected on her own restraint, realizing building faith in Idun would take time. The king continued to roar praises for the warrior, while Ingrid stepped forward, composed and cool, declaring the celebration over and directing preparations for tomorrow. Some diners protested for more time, but she denied it. She asked King Sven for a room for a strategy meeting, and he agreed, leading them to a candlelit study where maps unfurled across the table. Ingrid explained that the blood-drenched sea had been caused by a swarm of monstrous sharks. A crimson image of their leader materialized, showing that the goal was not to exterminate the entire swarm, but to strike down the leader. Once the head fell, the rest would scatter. The real challenge was how to fight them, as boats offered no advantage and the water provided no rest. Preparations would be made. She reminded them that she was a Valkyrie of the Nord Legion, and a chorus of warriors roared in response. Tae Ho glanced at the captain, confirming that Nord was the god of the sea. Ingrid placed a glove on the map, promising guidance. But for now the focus was on preparation. They moved down to the harbor, and Ingrid turned to the king, requiring his courage to join them. The aggressive monster behavior the day before had been no coincidence, a signal of a larger conflict. On the pier, Tae Ho held a faintly glowing light in his palm and indicated all was ready. He extended his hand toward the sea, summoning Aiden Maha. Water burst upward in a flash of lightning blue as the white serpent emerged with a snort. Her lashes blinked slowly, and she questioned being summoned again so soon. Tae Ho grinned and reminded her of his trust, recalling how amazing and strong she had been the day before. She huffed, embarrassed, but accepted it, muttering about his ridiculousness. The memory of the previous night surfaced, Tae Ho asking Siu Chi Lane if she was a goddess, trembling at the revelation of the Tuatha Dawn. Quellan had explained that while less divine than the Aesir, they were still gods. Aiden Maha had surrendered to protect something precious. Snapped back to the present by her voice, calling him master. Tae Ho nodded. The other warriors had already launched. He raised his voice, signaling the advance. They soared far over the ocean until Tae Ho judged the spot sufficient. He patted a rope, preparing it to bait the enemy. Barrels struck the sea with hollow splashes, staining the water red with cow and pig blood, perfect for drawing sharks. One final step followed. Blue glyphs spiraled from his hand, igniting a new saga, the warrior who wrote a Valkyrie. Energy pulsed into Aiden Maha's body, strengthening her further with Idun's blessing. She stiffened, asking what was happening, and he confirmed she was now temporarily an Idun's Valkyrie. The sea swelled in silence. Adamaha's eyes narrowed as she corkscrewed into the water. From the green depths, rows of teeth rose. Tae Ho steadied himself and called her name. She squeaked in disbelief but obeyed, diving toward the waiting jaws. She sliced through the depths like a harpoon, twisting through the churn as sharks spiraled in from all sides. Looping and weaving, she drew them into a vertical column. Tae Ho followed her back, observing the formation with satisfaction. At his signal, Adamaha tucked her body and shot upward, propelling the sharks into the column. She exploded from the surface, scales flashing as the serpent rose to the sky. Tae Ho reached out and instructed her to transform. Light burst around her as she became a girl in midair, gold spinning around her. She flailed, startled, and he reassured her that he would catch her. Chan appeared at his command, barreling in on colossal wings. Adamaha screamed in terror as he caught her wrist and lifted her into the griffin's saddle. The ocean churned below, with snapping teeth, but she was steady now, guided by Tae Ho. On deck, the captain commanded the gunners to ready their shots. Eyes locked on the target, One by one, they confirmed ready aimed. The captain gave the order to fire. Invoking the Saga, the witch's arrows never missed. A storm of radiant bolts rained down. Chains whistled through the air, biting into slick flesh as sharks thrashed and became snared. Winches groaned while the crews hauled the catch from the sea. Cheers rose as the monstrous fish dangled, heavy and helpless. From high above, seated on Tae Ho, Maha watched the scene unfold, exhaling at the sight. The success was immense, but the most important part was still to come. Tae Ho glanced down, a thought flickering, just how strong was the true enemy behind it all. A warning call rang across the deck. The captain declared it was too early to relax. No one should drop their guard. Ingrid's gaze sharpened. The threat would arrive any moment. The water blackened, purple veins stretching across a monstrous silhouette. From the depths, a vast abyssal head rose. The captain's voice trembled like a war trumpet. It was coming. The ship scudded across the wind-slick sea, sails taut and rigging alive with sound. At the helm, Ingrid held steady, grip firm, eyes locked forward. Chains clinked and canvas groaned as a tremor ran through the wheel. The king jolted, asking with dread if something was wrong. Without looking away, Ingrid stated that the ship had grown too heavy, unable to move. Below deck, the captured sea beasts hung in chains, their massive bodies swaying with every creak. The captain calculated the situation with cold clarity and decided they had no choice but to wait for the enemy to attack first. Orders were called across the deck to prepare for the assault. Ciri's voice rose from the mast, pointing urgently toward the starboard side. The sea erupted as a massive fanged leviathan burst from the waves, grotesquely veined in glowing purple, accelerating toward the already burdened ship. The creature slammed into the hull with bone-crushing force. Screams rose as bodies scattered, sailors pitching sideways as the ship listed. Timbers screeched under the strain. Two warriors gripped the rail, warning they might be thrown into the sea. The prow dipped toward the waves. At the helm, the captain clenched her jaw, growling as the ship teetered on the edge of collapse. Then suddenly it stabilized. Nervous exhalations and muttered disbelief followed, but the calm broke immediately as red energy coiled around the monster's arm, pulsing with lethal intent. Braki planted his feet wide, commanding everyone to take cover. He lifted his hammer and invoked his Saga, lightning arcing along the weapon's core. The beast unleashed a salvo of crimson blasts, each strike absorbed into the hammer. Encouragement and orders rang across the deck as the crew rallied. Thunder exploded, shock waves ripping through the hull. Splinters flew, groans rose from the crew, but the warriors pressed forward. The beast leapt off the ship, diving back into the sea. Tae Ho called out, warning it couldn't be allowed to escape. Ciri vaulted from the rigging, landing near a chain pulley. She drew her bow, invoking her Saga as luminous shafts pierced the monster's hide. Chains clattered taut as deckhands added their weight, the blocks shrieking under the strain. The ship tilted once more, boots planted firmly. The captain leaned over the rail, shouting for Tae Ho to finish the attack. Beneath them, the wounded creature rode the waves, water geysering in red plumes. Tae Ho urged Maha onward, the battle far from over. Her thoughts trailed off, murmuring that she was always the one who had to do all the hard work. A glint of sunlight flashed off the water, and she transformed again. The white sea dragon plunged, foam closing over her form. From the sky, a fierce voice cried out that they wouldn't let it escape. Tae Ho's eyes narrowed as he invoked another Saga. The eyes of a dragon see through all things. His vision sharpened, scanning the churning sea. Beneath the surface, the water darkened. A glowing caption named the threat. Sea monster, Karl, sea roving leviathan. In the gloom, Tae Ho raised a rune-inscribed token and called forth another Saga, warrior sword-burst lance. Light gathered into a spear in his gauntlet. Red sigils snaked across Karl's form. Maha shuddered, warning that it was preparing a lightning strike. Tae Ho grinned, telling her not to worry. Their lightning was stronger. He invoked again. Saga. The charge of a warrior is like a storm. Thunderstorm bolts wreathing his body in blue. He leveled the lance. Lightning collided in the sea, arcs of red and blue roaring together. Tae Ho twisted through the current, drawing a bowline in the water. He named the shot, Ballista of the Dragon. With a breath, he triggered the effect. Burst lance, activate. The ocean exploded in a radiant full burst. As the light faded, Maha spun in place wide-eyed. That was insanely powerful, she gasped. Yo, She glanced at him, a mix of awe and complaint. Her body hadn't calmed from the impact. Huffing, she added that using such a strong move while riding on her neck felt like it was about to snap. Tae Ho winced, apologizing and promising to patch her up later. She blinked, asking what that even meant. He gestured toward the shoreline. I'll send you back to camp for recovery. Maybe Haida isn't there, but Ragnar should be. His words froze. His eyes widened. The sea began to blacken. Pale light coiled upward, forming a towering divine silhouette from the depths. Without hesitation, it lunged straight at Tae Ho. Aiden Maha, acting on pure instinct, threw herself in front of him to shield him. Tae Ho froze, his blood turning to ice, heart pounding as he saw her risking everything. Desperate, he dove after her, but the creature ignored her, locking its gaze on him and charging with fury. At that instant, Tae Ho activated his saga. Facing the beast head-on, its roar made the world tremble. Crushing pressure filled the air. Yet he refused to yield. Summoning his divine aura, he gathered every shred of strength and launched a counterattack. The strike hit with brutal force but passed straight through. The creature seemed untouchable. Then, the water around it began to swirl violently, forming a spiraling vortex. Tae Ho realized it was a demo. Using the last of her strength, Aiden Maha took on her human form, channeling all her energy to drain the water, shielding the beast. The blessing of Aiden protected her. She survived the assault and, even if only momentarily, became a temporary Valkyrie of Aiden. Tae Ho felt a wave of relief. But the battle wasn't over. The creature remained. Determined, Tae Ho reignited his saga, the saga of the Storm Warrior. Merging it with divine power, he surged forward, speed tearing through the water, splitting it into a wild maelstrom. The current howled around him, and when he struck, the impact was devastating. With one swift motion, Tae Ho reached out and seized the fragment. That was how the chaos finally ended. That same night, the scene had completely changed. The slain beasts, including the monstrous sharks, were brought back to the city. Their meat became the feast of a great banquet. The air was thick with laughter, joyful voices echoing through every corner as the people celebrated victory. Off to the side, King Sven spoke quietly with his advisor, observing the triumph that had been wrought by these extraordinary warriors. Ciri approached with a faint smile. Truly a magnificent feast, she remarked. The king, proud and satisfied, replied that he had spared no expense. After all, with the sea route restored, once blocked by the monsters, the city could finally prosper again. At that moment, Tae Ho appeared. The king's face lit up instantly, a wide, warm grin spreading across it. He was overjoyed to welcome the warrior of Aiden. Ciri, however, remained silent, simply observing. She suspected Tae Ho was plotting something, but she hadn't expected a surprise like this. Tae Ho stepped forward and revealed a golden coin. No ordinary coin, but one forged of Valhalla gold. The king's eyes widened, unable to believe his sight. Even his advisor could not hide his shock. Ciri, too, was momentarily speechless. Then Tae Ho raised his hand and declared that he offered the coin, but in return, he demanded the construction of a temple for Aiden. Minutes later, Ciri and Tae Ho sat together in the plaza, laughing and talking easily. The atmosphere was light. Your idea was brilliant, Ciri said. I never expected you to pull something like that. Tae Ho simply smiled. As they drank together, his thoughts drifted. How was Adumar doing? Then his mind turned to Haida, and a sharp ache of longing struck him. Ciri noticed his distant gaze. What are you thinking about? She asked gently. Tae Ho blushed and asked if she, too, had someone she missed, someone she wished she could see again. Maybe someone like Rolf. Ciri smiled softly. Ralph? Oh yes, Ralph. He's someone I truly care for because he reminds me so much of my younger brother. That's why I think of him as family. Tae Ho was stunned. Ralph, condemned to the fling zone. Later that night, as Tae Ho slept, a mysterious woman approached quietly. In a soft, whispering voice, she warned that this would be an unexpected visit. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was no longer in his room. Before him stretched a strange place, pulsing with a familiar energy. Turning around, Tae Ho saw the goddess Aiden. He immediately dropped to one knee in reverence. She explained that the gods of Asgard could not cross into the realm of the living, and so she had borrowed a method from the gods of Olympus, reaching him through his dreams. During their talk, she mentioned that she had heard of the battle, far tougher than anyone had expected. Even Aiden Maha had been gravely wounded, but thanks to Haida, she was now completely healed. The goddess added that Heda had cried endlessly, blaming herself for everything that happened. Her tone shifted. She said she had read Valkyrie Ingrid's report and that none of the gods could understand how a fragment of Garm had ended up in Midgard. Because of that mystery, the expedition would be expanded. Starting the very next day, they would explore the entire continent. She also warned him that carrying one of those fragments made him a direct target. Her tone softened as she confessed surprise at hearing humans shouting her name in devotion, and even more surprised at sensing that some had already begun to place immense faith in her. Playfully, she asked what trick he had used to achieve this. Tae Ho explained that he had built a temple and converted the 3 most influential people in the kingdom. From there, faith spread like wildfire, and soon new warriors would join the legion. The goddess smiled at his answer, promising that a special gift would await him upon his return to Valhalla. Tae Ho remarked that he still had a few tricks left to spread her faith even further. Before departing, she granted him her blessing. Meanwhile, on another part of the continent, the grandest port city of the region, Cotton, faced a desperate situation. Over time, the city's wealth had drawn all kinds of people, and enormous walls had been built to defend it. That day, a desperate crowd gathered outside, shouting for help. The guards atop the walls remained unmoving. A mother, in tears, lifted her child and begged for mercy. The soldiers' discipline began to crack, but soon the captain appeared, ordering that no one open the gates. His reasoning was clear. An army of the undead was marching toward the city. If even one refugee were bitten, the infection would spread like wildfire. His duty was to protect the city, even if it meant sacrificing those outside. With a firm voice, he commanded his men to ready the ballista. The undead were only meters away when suddenly a giant swan descended from the sky. Upon landing, the creature transformed into Valkyrie Ingrid. She glared at the captain and demanded his name. Once he answered, she ordered the gates opened. The man hesitated, trying to refuse, but Ingrid pointed to the horizon with absolute confidence. Ingrid proclaimed loudly for all to hear that the mighty warrior of Idun's legion was leading the troops of Valhalla. The crowd erupted in cheers. Tae Ho silently thanked the Valkyrie for her help. She had been moved by how he spread Idun's faith, but she also knew that by giving him such recognition, she might be turning him into a great leader, one with the authority to guide others once she returned to Valhalla. Back on the battlefield, Tae Ho wrapped his sword in divine aura. Together with his griffin, he charged forward at incredible speed, obliterating an entire horde of undead with a single strike. But as he neared the village, his eyes caught a striking sight. On a rooftop stood a lone warrior woman, shielding a group of terrified children. Moments later, the rest of the warriors leapt from the great ship to join the fight. They crushed the undead one by one, activating their sagas as a powerful explosion tore through the battlefield. High above, Tae Ho observed from the sky and noticed something atop one of the houses. The griffin increased its speed, diving toward the infected village. Tae Ho's gaze fixed on the warrior below, still protecting the 3 children. In front of them, 2 zombies lunged. The warrior lifted her shield just in time to block the first attack, then decapitated one with a swift motion. Using the momentum, she spun her blade again, cutting down 2 more foes. But her strength was fading. If no one came to help, it would be the end. Tae Ho decided it was time to accelerate. More monsters were climbing toward them, and he was still too far to intervene directly. So he tested his new saga, the saga of the angel who rode a Valkyrie. A burst of light filled the sky, and in that instant, Rollo, his griffin, transformed into the first male Valkyrie. Seeing how uneasy Rollo looked, Tae Ho asked if he was all right. The griffin shed a single tear. Without wasting another second, Tae Ho urged him to go faster, promising a reward later. Down below, the warrior struggled to keep fighting. Panting, her arms trembling, she could barely lift her sword. The undead sensed her weakness and attacked all at once. She raised her shield to defend herself, but when she tried to swing her sword, her arm refused to move. Closing her eyes, she braced for death. Suddenly, a blazing light engulfed everything. When she opened her eyes, flames surrounded her and the children, shielding them from the undead. Moments later, the fire burst outward, consuming everything nearby. And in the midst of it stood a mysterious man. The warrior stared in disbelief, a single thought crossing her mind. Could he be a god? Moments later, Tae Ho confirmed that no enemies were left. He asked if they were hurt. She answered that they were safe. Tae Ho then told them to climb onto the Valkyrie. He would take them to the city walls, where they'd be protected. Before the griffin took flight, she asked if he was coming with them. With a serene look, he told her not to worry, that she should focus on protecting the children, and that may Idun's blessing be upon them. Those words left her blushing deeply. Rollo took to the sky, carrying them safely. Before they departed, the princess shouted that she would wait for him at the wall. Then she and the children vanished into the sky. Tae Ho turned back to the undead, already gathering behind him. Minutes later, under Valkyrie Ingrid's command, the city gates opened, and the refugees poured in, finally safe. Outside, the battle ended far faster than anyone expected. The only casualties were the undead themselves. Facing mid-ranked warriors of Valhalla, even a single one could take on hundreds of ordinary soldiers. At the city walls, Tae Ho arrived and asked if everything was all right. With a teasing smile, Ciri said that things had gotten a bit out of hand, all thanks to someone who decided to act on his own. He gave a playful grin and replied that he was going to find Rollo. Before he could leave, the soldiers began shouting his name, cheering wildly. To them, he was the leader of the entire army. Caught off guard, Tae Ho blushed but took a deep breath and straightened his posture. He had to act like a true commander. With an impressive leap, he vaulted to the top of the wall, driving the soldiers into an even louder frenzy. As he walked across the wall like a hero from legend, the warrior was already waiting for him. The moment he saw her, Tae Ho said he was relieved to see everyone safe. With a graceful bow, she replied that they had only survived thanks to him. Helga introduced herself, explaining that the 3 children were her brothers, all sons of King Ivar. The guards fell silent, unsure how to react. It was widely known that the Princess of Katerin was said to be as beautiful as a Valkyrie, and now no one doubted it. Tae Ho, stunned, realized she was a princess. To be certain, he activated his saga for a closer look, confirming that Helga was indeed the Shield Maiden Princess. Yet the revelation brought him unease. Katerin was the most powerful military kingdom in the region, embroiled in conflict with 2 others. Her being far from home could ignite serious political complications. Even so, Tae Ho smiled faintly. He thought that building a good relationship with her could make spreading Idun's faith far easier. That thought brought a mischievous glint to his grin. Meanwhile, Helga, blushing furiously, found herself wishing she could stay by his side forever. Later that night, all the warriors gathered in the great hall of the castle. At the head of the table sat King Kettle, ruler of Katerin, radiating authority. He demanded to know why the Princess of Katerin was in his lands. Helga explained that a terrible plague had broken out in her kingdom. While her father was away on an expedition, it had spread from the forests to the villages. She had gathered survivors and fled as quickly as she could. King Kettle listened intently, then suddenly laughed, a mocking edge in his tone. He claimed that Katerin itself was responsible for the devastation that had reached his lands. But beneath that cruel smile, he saw an opportunity. The children of his greatest rival were now within his castle. He had the perfect excuse to launch an invasion, and more than that, he was captivated by Helga's beauty. In his twisted mind, he had already decided he would claim her for himself. Tae Ho watched silently, reading the king's intentions without even activating his saga. One glance told him everything he needed to know. Moments later, Valkyrie Ingrid stepped forward, cutting through the tension. She asked Helga if she knew where her father's army might be. She explained that the priority was to strike at the source of the plague, and that joining forces with King Ivar would be the best course of action. Helga replied that her father had likely established a base near the forest, trying to contain the infection. One uneasy soldier remarked that reaching it would mean crossing the entire infected zone. Ingrid immediately intervened, assuring them that it wouldn't be a problem. They had a flying ship and could cross the contaminated area safely from above. Seizing the moment, Tae Ho stepped forward and offered that Helga and her brothers could travel with him. The king froze, stunned. That offer destroyed all his plans. He shot Tae Ho a cold, threatening glare, but Tae Ho remained calm, saying nothing. Helga noticed the exchange, and though she didn't fully understand it, she felt once again that he was protecting her. With a soft smile, she thanked him and accepted the offer. That night, preparations began. The crew loaded the ship with supplies. Before departure, Ingrid reminded the quiet king to care for the refugees, emphasizing that everyone there lived under Midgard's protection. He agreed, though inside he seethed, furious that Tae Ho had ruined his schemes. Minutes later, the ship ascended into the night sky. Helga's younger brothers stared in awe at the sea of clouds below, the distant mountains, and the moonlight shimmering off the sails. Helga spent time talking with Ciri until the boys dozed off. Once they were asleep, Ciri returned to the deck to find the princess leaning on the railing, her gaze distant. Approaching gently, Ciri asked if she was all right. Helga took a deep breath and admitted that she couldn't stop thinking about her people, how it felt like she had abandoned them, running away while they suffered. Ciri nodded in understanding. Before she could say more, Brock appeared behind them, speaking bluntly. He told Helga that even if she had stayed, there wouldn't have been much she could do. Coming from a noble family himself, he explained that remaining among the refugees would have only branded her as the princess who suffers with her people. But in the end, Helga knew that titles and rank wouldn't change anything. The most important thing now was to fix the problem as quickly as possible. Tae Ho added that he was fully aware of King Kettle's intentions and could not allow Helga or her brothers to be used as political hostages in any future conflict. To Kettle, the refugees were nothing but a burden, and once the problem was solved, he would likely cast them aside without hesitation. Ciri, listening, found herself even more impressed than the princess herself. She admitted, a little awkwardly, that Tae Ho was remarkably good with words, and she had never imagined he was also a prince. Tae Ho laughed softly and corrected her. In truth, he was only royal by marriage. His wife had been a princess. He added quietly that he hoped she was doing well. Helga thanked him for his words, then curiously asked if they were warriors of Iden. The two exchanged a quick glance and burst into laughter, easing the tension. Their journey continued in high spirits until, by morning, they finally reached King Ivar's military camp. Ingrid wasted no time. She went straight to the king and stated firmly that time was short, they needed to go straight to the point. King Ivar explained that he had gathered an army to reclaim the smaller villages that had fallen to the plague. But once he discovered that the curse had begun there, he returned immediately and set up a camp on the nearest hill. Over the past few days, his scouts had investigated the area and confirmed that the plague only spread through direct contact with an infected creature. If they could eliminate every infected, they could take back the city. Hearing this, Valkyrie Ingrid gathered all the legion leaders and laid out the plan. Together with King Ivar's army, they would storm the city and send the undead back to the land of rest. Gasps spread through the camp as soldiers looked skyward. There, descending like a storm from the heavens, was Tae Ho, mounted on his griffin. Ingrid called out to confirm that everything was ready. When he nodded, she raised her sword high and shouted the order to attack. Instantly, a mighty war cry erupted across the field. No one there had ever imagined fighting side by side with the sacred troops of Valhalla. Riding higher, Tae Ho sought a clear view of the city ahead. Ingrid flew beside him, declaring that she would open the path. At once, the army's front line plunged into battle. The warriors of Valhalla cut through the infected with divine precision, while King Ivar commanded his spearmen to advance. In seconds, the undead fell in droves. Then, something unexpected. A soldier pointed to the sky. The light began to fade. Heavy clouds rolled in, swallowing the sun. The warriors of Valhalla immediately understood the meaning, the unmistakable sign of a vampire nearby. A shriek echoed across the battlefield, sharp, unholy. To everyone's shock, the undead suddenly turned and began to flee. Soldiers froze in confusion, but King Ivar wasted no time, ordering his troops to pursue them into the forest. From above, Tae Ho observed, murmuring that everything was unfolding exactly as planned. But then something caught his attention. The forest itself was moving. Frowning, he thought that couldn't be possible. Shu explained that this was no ordinary forest. It was a living creature, shifting its massive body toward the city. King Ivar was struck speechless. He had faced monsters, living beasts, demons even, but nothing of this scale. How could they possibly defeat it? He shouted for an immediate retreat of his troops. The soldiers began pulling back toward the fortress, but the warriors of Valhalla did not flinch. Brock stepped forward, a faint grin cracking his face. "Retreating isn't in our nature," he said. One of his comrades added firmly that it was their duty to stand at the front, with Valkyrie Ingrid leading them. They charged together toward the colossal foe. They reached the living forest swiftly. One of the warriors suggested splitting into two groups. Excitement and restlessness filled the air. They were eager to test their new sagas. Within moments, small tornadoes formed around them, tearing through the trees with devastating force. The soldiers behind them froze, awestruck. They had never witnessed power like this. The forest was being annihilated. Even King Ivar looked on in disbelief. This was the true strength of Valhalla's warriors. From above, Tae Ho realized he could no longer simply observe. Pulling out a summoning rune, he called upon Adama. In a burst of light, she crashed into the ground below. Confused, she demanded to know what was happening. Tae Ho replied calmly, "It's time to attack." Adama charged forward, clearing everything in her path. Ingrid flew beside Tae Ho, indicating that a fragment had to be somewhere in the living forest. Tae Ho activated his saga, scanning the battlefield until his senses locked onto a single point of intense energy. Tae Ho called for Adama to mount Rollo, and she complied, glowing as she returned to human form. They prepared for action, and Adama directed the nearby river to rise, creating a massive wave that submerged the forest floor, halting its advance. The effort left her exhausted, but she continued, following Tae Ho deeper into the forest. At the center, a massive cluster of roots pulsed and lashed outward. Rollo's agility allowed them to evade each strike, but Tae Ho realized attacking from above would be ineffective. Ciri appeared below in her wolf form, and Tae Ho leapt on her back. Together, they moved swiftly to the forest's heart. Tae Ho activated the blade of the Winter Wolf Saga, splitting the colossal trunk in half and revealing the fragment of Garm. Ingrid moved to secure it just as the spiritual form of the Bloodhound Gar appeared. She maintained control, sealing the fragment with her divine aura. The fragment was safe, and the immediate threat vanished. The battlefield quieted, and the warriors regrouped. The victory was acknowledged by King Ivar, while the warriors of Valhalla demonstrated the full power of their new sagas. However, from the fortress walls, an enemy observed and initiated a counterattack. The Valkyrie sensed the danger, but was struck before she could react. Tae Ho moved immediately to defend her, activating the Winter Blade Saga. A serpent appeared and struck with force, twisting toward him repeatedly. He blocked each strike, noting the opponent's immense power. Ciri and the others surrounded the enemy, but remained calm, maintaining control of the battlefield. Ingrid remained barely conscious but resilient. When the warriors attempted a coordinated attack, the enemy activated an ability that froze them in place. A strange energy rippled through the area, paralyzing everyone. The serpent coiled, preparing for another strike, and the enemy launched upward, moving toward the Valkyrie with swift, precise force. Tae Ho moved instinctively to protect Ingrid, but it was Damaha who struck first, colliding with the enemy midair and sending him flying. The paralysis on the warriors broke, and movement returned, though it was clear this was no ordinary fight. Ingrid remained weak, and Tae Ho ordered Damaha to retreat to the camp for safety. The enemy recovered quickly, keeping his focus on Ingrid, with Tae Ho standing between them. Brock instructed Havel to evacuate her, while Tae Ho felt the enemy's presence through his saga, identifying him as Balzac, a giant marked with crimson letters. His presence was deadly, yet distinct from the others they had faced. Far away, Braz reacted in anger at the loss of his general and prized creature, reinforcing Balzac's resolve. Balzac had been tasked with retrieving 2 fragments of Garm soul to claim a vacant seat among the 5 great generals, and now he confronted the warriors calmly. A group of soldiers retreated through the woods with a wounded Valkyrie, uneasy at the enemy's strength. Monstrous formorants emerged from the shadows, lunging at them in coordinated attacks. At the forest's heart, Balzac demanded the fragment and the Valkyrie, offering a painless death in return. The warriors refused, moving to engage. Ciri struck first, forcing Balzac to defend. Tae Ho appeared behind him at high speed, but Balzac anticipated the movement and avoided the attack. Despite his size, the giant's agility was extraordinary. The warriors split to attack from multiple directions, but Balzac's serpent, Lay, countered, forcing them back and launching the giant into the air. Balzac unleashed another paralysis wave, but the warriors shielded their eyes, mitigating its effect. Recognizing the adaptation, he adjusted his tactics. Ciri stepped forward, transforming her presence with her new saga, providing the opening needed. The warriors attacked in unison. One decapitated the serpent, another struck Balzac's abdomen, and Brock's lightning bolt hit him in the chest. The combined impact sent the giant sprawling, yet he regenerated quickly. Tae Ho dove from above with precision, striking the ground near Balzac, but the blow barely affected him. The serpent's head regenerated, forcing Tae Ho to evade. The warriors observed in disbelief as the giant's wounds healed rapidly, seemingly absorbing energy. Brock attempted another lightning strike, but Balzac blocked it and countered with a powerful attack, sending warriors flying. A series of relentless strikes followed, and Tae Ho lunged with a precise thrust, which Balzac dodged easily. Recognizing the threat, Tae Ho stepped back, preparing for the next engagement. The other warriors were exhausted, while Tae Ho and Balzac faced each other, measuring one another silently. Without warning, Balzac launched forward, initiating a rapid and continuous barrage of attacks. Tae Ho weaved through Balzac's attacks, moving inside the giant's reach to counter. Balzac reacted quickly, using his long tail to block, then swung it toward Tae Ho. Siri intercepted the strike, shooting the tail mid-motion and creating an opening. Tae Ho and Siri coordinated, preparing for the next move. Tae Ho suddenly turned and retreated, drawing Balzac's attention, while Siri activated her Wolf Witch Saga. Together, they vanished briefly, reappearing behind him. Tae Ho focused all remaining divinity into his blade and struck toward Balzac's neck. The giant spun and blocked with his tail. The strike slowed but continued through, severing the tail and cutting off Balzac's hands. The blow wounded him, but he remained standing. Tae Ho struggled to maintain his stance, realizing the strike was not enough. Balzac moved in, and Siri rushed to hold him back, delaying him only briefly before being thrown aside. Balzac smashed Tae Ho into the ground, preparing to finish him. His body began to transform, regenerating severed limbs into writhing, fused snakes that formed a massive black hand. Tae Ho forced himself upright, ready to create his own advantage. When their attacks collided, the force erupted outward, shaking the surrounding battlefield and leaving the warriors and soldiers stunned. Balzac assumed victory, only to notice Tae Ho standing behind him. Tae Ho had invoked a Gaia, creating a conditional surge of power by accepting strict limitations. Extraordinary divinity for a short time in exchange for a complete loss of it for half a month. The Geese amplified his divinity just enough to challenge Balzac directly. Tae Ho transformed, activating his legendary Saga, the Warrior of Idun. Balzac grew larger and more monstrous, charging forward with brute force, but Tae Ho remained focused. He sliced Balzac's hand clean off and reappeared behind him. Understanding Balzac's regeneration, Tae Ho realized he needed overwhelming damage to prevent recovery. He summoned his burst lance, preparing to strike, though the opening to land the blow was narrow and required perfect timing. The opening came when Braki rose and hurled his massive hammer at Balzac. The giant dodged, but the maneuver left him momentarily unable to act. Tae Ho moved in, but Balzac's paralyzing gaze froze him. Siri managed to remain active and drew Balzac's attention, creating an opening. Tae Ho drove his weapon forward and unleashed a full buster. The strike completely erased Balzac beneath the overwhelming force. Exhausted, Tae Ho collapsed, losing consciousness. When he awoke, Keelan lay on his chest, and the sun was already setting. Chain noted that Helga had checked on him multiple times, concerned for his well-being. Tae Ho realized the main fighters were still recovering, and the plague issue remained unresolved. Chain confirmed that the immediate battle was over. The appearance of the Femerins had likely been orchestrated by Bree, who had fled once events turned against him. Tae Ho received brief praise for his efforts, though the conversation promised a more detailed discussion later. Downstairs, attention centered on Helga, whose presence drew admiration, followed by Siri, whose newly awakened Saga made her even more striking. In the hall, a sword was embedded in the trunk of a tree. Braki noticed it first, while Ingrid sensed its powerful magical presence. Ivar explained that the sword held great magic, and that the tree itself was unique. It would release the weapon naturally to someone worthy. Braki attempted to strike the tree, testing its recognition of strength, while Tae Ho entered the hall, observing the unfolding scene. He confirmed Su Chulin could see as well. As Tae Ho approached, the tree glowed brightly, stunning everyone. He placed his hand on the hilt and lifted the sword with ease, drawing cheers from the hall. Following Su Chulin's guidance, he merged the sword with another fragment, completing a legendary weapon. The event marked a historic moment on Midgard, the creation of a new legend. Elsewhere, Loki observed the night sky, noting that events had resolved more quickly than expected. The sea beast was defeated swiftly, and the forest threat was neutralized. He suspected that the Warrior of Idun played a key role. Later, Tae Ho explained to Ingrid that he would be unable to use divinity for 15 days. Ingrid agreed that it was safer for others if this limitation remained unknown and thanked him for trusting her. Tae Ho responded that he had shared the information because it was her. She accepted this and offered her blessing. Chelaine remarked on how many blessings Tae Ho had collected, to which Tae Ho responded with mild amusement. Ingrid then informed him that despite his temporary inability to use divinity, the expedition needed to continue and reinforcements had already been requested. The next morning, everyone gathered outside to greet Raskrid. Tae Ho was pleased to see her. After introductions, Raskrid pulled Tae Ho and Ciri aside, expressing relief at their well-being and acknowledging their recent accomplishments. She explained that she wished to repay a debt owed to Ho and that Ragnar had requested this. Raskrid had heard that Tae Ho had collected several elemental runes and intended to teach them how to use them properly. Tae Ho admitted that while he had gathered the runes, he had not learned to activate them. Raskrid clarified that merely possessing runes provided passive benefits, but mastery required understanding and control. She warned that training time would be limited but promised visible results. Tae Ho felt some nervousness, while Ciri noted that it could not be worse than their previous training. By evening, everyone was exhausted. Raskrid called a halt to the day's session, explaining that from tomorrow, training would continue from morning until night, leaving no energy at the end. Once she left, the trainees collapsed to the ground, noticing just how intense her training could be. Tae Ho thought the regimen resembled Spartan-style training. Upon reaching his room, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep almost immediately. In his dream, Tae Ho found himself facing Idu, who observed his exhaustion. He dismissed it and inquired whether she wanted to talk. She indicated that someone else also wished to meet him. Lady Scathach appeared, assuming a battle-ready stance to begin teaching him the power of the Tuatha Dan, warning that her lessons would be relentless due to limited time. Upon waking, Chelan noted that Tae Ho trained daily with remarkable women, while Tae Ho reflected on his exhaustion and the difficulty of resting without fear. Before returning to sleep, he summoned Adamanna with a stone. She handed him a sacred treasure, a letter of encouragement from Heda, acknowledging the effort required to recharge the summoning stone. Tae Ho rested again immediately, leaving Adamanna to notice an item in his bag called Liberatus. Adamanna recognized it as a relic from Eru, embedded with a message spell. Upon activation, a holographic recording appeared, stating that anyone seeing it was either a successor or strong enough to break through the magic, proving worthiness to be king. The message recounted the fall of Eru, the loss of everything, and the remaining duty to guide someone worthy. It concluded with a note about hoping the successor would be a black-haired lady. Tae Ho found the message intriguing. Chelan asked Adamanna if she recognized the speaker. She confirmed it was Merlin, the legendary archmage of Camelot, the realm once ruled by King Arthur. Tae Ho asked whether this had any connection to Excalibur, and Shane indicated that he had some knowledge of it as well. Tae Ho admitted his understanding was limited, while Chelain noted that Merlin's true value lay not just in his magical power, but in his unmatched knowledge and intellect, making him a potentially invaluable ally. Tae Ho recalled Merlin's message and considered that their meeting might indeed come to pass. 13 days passed quickly. Hawk announced that the expedition would begin the following day, temporarily suspending training. Iden arrived, presenting Tae Ho with a gift, the finest apple from the latest harvest. She also handed him a summoning ticket for Ha, explaining that visiting Midgard directly was difficult and that this would function similarly to a summoning stone, though the process required more effort. Tae Ho accepted the gifts with gratitude. Later, Ciri awakened him to announce that Raskrid had an important message and that everyone was already assembled. Outside, Raskrid introduced Chaldea, the Valkyrie of Legion, who had come on a secret mission. The expedition's goal was explained: to locate and destroy soul fragments, eliminate the Femoran base, and drive the enemy entirely from Midgard. Raskrid noted that the Valhalla forces were only the vanguard. Additional reinforcements would arrive once the assault began. The teams would move at different times and along separate routes to minimize detection. Chaldea concluded the briefing, leaving the groups to await further instructions. Shane reflected on Asgard's commitment and suggested it might finally be time to end Brez. Tae Ho agreed, determined to see it done himself for Adam's sake. The next morning, the Valhalla warriors departed in 3 groups, each following a different route to simultaneously search for soul fragments. Raskrid, Ingrid, and Chaldea each led one group, with Tae Ho assigned to Ingrid's unit. Ingrid explained that if the Femerans were observing, they would likely focus on the long ship and might even use decoys. The role of their group was to draw attention by taking the longest and most visible path. She acknowledged the past contributions of each member and expressed pride in fighting alongside them again, a sentiment Tae Ho shared as the group took flight. That night, Ivar ran excitedly through the halls at the arrival of his uncle, Merlin, who had not changed in 20 years. Merlin had sent someone drawing Liberatus and learned that the warrior of Iden had already claimed the sword and departed. He requested a ship to pursue them immediately. At sea, Helga inquired whether he could track the group. Merlin explained that he could, but only vaguely, as the signal was weak and stored within a vessel. To strengthen the trace, he activated his blade, Caliban, a copy of Arthur's legendary sword, which temporarily amplified the resonance of the Liberatus blades. A glow appeared in the sky, indicating the group's direction, prompting the crew to row with renewed urgency. As Tae Ho observed the sky, Chelin asked about using the summoning ticket for Heda. Tae Ho considered that it could only be used once and decided it might be better saved for battle. Chelin noted the concern of sending someone he cared for into combat. Tae Ho decided to consider the matter further and took the opportunity to check letters from home. He summoned Adamana, who appeared unusually relaxed, and noted she had expected his call around this time. The surrounding warriors assumed she was a Valkyrie and asked about her order, but she firmly denied it. Even so, her presence triggered the creation of a new saga for Tae Ho, titled The Warrior Visited by a Valkyrie. The others encouraged him to activate it, curious about its effect. When Tae Ho did, Heda was summoned. The warriors were surprised, questioning if he could summon Valkyries. Tae Ho clarified that it was indeed the real Ha, and explained that the saga allowed him to summon guardian spirits of Valkyries. He could register up to 9, and the number he could summon at once depended on the saga's development. The warriors reacted with excitement and envy. Tae Ho then summoned Ingrid, though her manifestation appeared dull and unfocused. Tae Ho acknowledged he did not fully understand why, suspecting factors such as visitation frequency or the number of blessings received. Ingrid agreed and suggested that this might be why others, like Raskrid or Gundor, could not be summoned. Tae Ho accepted this explanation. Braki jokingly declared Tae Ho the official Valkyrie master, destined to collect every Valkyrie in Valhalla, but Adamana and another immediately silenced him. Adamana inquired about herself, and Tae Ho reminded her she was not a Valkyrie. She then noticed a glowing light and pointed out that the source was not him, but Yunner. Both the broken sword and Liberatus were glowing, indicating Merlin's approach. Adamana noted that Merlin had a talent for finding people regardless of their location. Ingrid suggested they wait, and Adamana added that Merlin was likely approaching via Katerin. Ingrid offered to send word to the other two groups by Raven. With the plan set, Thor's journey was temporarily paused as they prepared to wait. Aboard Merlin's ship, the radiance of Camelot's legacy shone across the sea. Elsewhere, a knight named Morn noticed the glow. Though the knights of Camelot had been believed to perish when a roof fell, Mor had survived and had been responsible for the others' deaths. Seeing the light, he wondered who might be responsible and whether Merlin had returned. Merlin observed that the group ahead had halted, likely sensing his approach, and estimated they would catch up in about 3 days. He adjusted his hat and considered what the new heir of a room might be like.